Good morning, everybody, and we are resuming yesterday's special council meeting. We're in day 2 of our budget, and it is the 25th of January at 9 a.m. So up first at the mic, I'd like to introduce our new shared fire chief with Penetanguishene, Chief Richard Renault, and give him an opportunity to introduce himself to council and those who follow along online. Chief, welcome.
Your worship, thank you, and members of council, city staff, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today and to work with you. I also thank the deputy right off the bat. He'll be doing the presentation. Today's my first day in Midland, so he's done all the heavy lifting and he'll do all the work. So looking forward to working with you and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and welcome to the shared relationship that's been working so wonderfully over the past few years. We look to enhancing that and growing it. All right, Deputy Chief, the mic is yours, and we'll get right into the fire operational budget for the 2023 year. Absolutely, Madam CFO.
Best. Oh, there we go. For those following along, that's on page 80 of the draft budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Page 80.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of council and members of the public. So in front of you, yes, is the 2023 operational budget for Town of Midland Fire Department. So a couple of things illustrated by the notes on there sort of explain some of the exceptions where there's larger increases in our budget for the year. Biggest ones that we'll sort of look at is under expenses under note 2 for salaries and benefits. We had a couple of our probationary firefighters that have now moved up in pay rate that pushed that number up a little bit. And we actually, our HR team this year came to a negotiated settlement with our local of the Ontario Professional Firefighters Association, so the Midland Professional Firefighters Association, where we ended up negotiating basically a 2.1 increase per year over 3 years, which both sides felt was quite fair given the current inflation rate status. The next thing under note 3, the professional and contracted services, you'll see that shows a big jump of 460%. But what that is for is that's a technical service agreement with the city of Barrie. So it's a standby fee for Barrie to come and assist us for technical or specialty rescue that we're not able to provide in Midland due to staffing, due to training costs and or equipment costs. So basically what that is if we need help with a confined space, a trench rescue like Ajax had probably about 6 months ago, or a high or low angle rescue, Midland Fire can contact Barrie Fire through our communications department and get them to come up and assist us on scene or take command of the operations role. So that's what that contracted fee is. There would be a contract if we agree to it that would take us to the end of December in 2027. And basically the cost increases over that time frame just $100 per year. Okay. Fuel under note 4, again, just the rising cost of fuel and with the vehicles that we have has gone up. Under note 5, jumping down to the protective clothing uniforms area, you'll see that as a 45% jump. So you'll see part of that is a one-time fee for this year of $15,000 under that 2023 one-time column. And that is to purchase protective coveralls for all the firefighters. So the career suppression staff and the volunteer staff. Besides being contractually required to do that, we haven't purchased it for them in the last few years. It should have actually been done back in 2021. So this is sort of a catch-up year to get everybody a new set of coveralls to wear. And part of it too is moving forward. They're looking across the province and across Canada and into the US about potential carcinogens that are actually in the protective turnout gear that firefighters wear. So this is another way to limit any exposure to that by going to the coveralls. Structural firefighting gear, more so in the volunteer world, tends to be the one size fits all. And easiest thing to supply firefighters with, but with our setup, we could use these coveralls to run probably 70 to 80% of our calls, and then only need structural firefighting gear when we're looking for that thermal protection. The other thing, travel, training, meetings, and conferences. Again, was sending the chief and or myself off to conferences. Unfortunately, the cost of those are going up a little bit. So, and we are not going to every single conference out there. We're very selective as to what we're going for. And then the last one, the reserve or transfer to reserve under note 7. That's just trying to make sure we've got enough funds available for future vehicle and equipment replacements. Unfortunately, fire trucks are going up, depending on which person you talk to, anywhere between 3 to 8 or 5 to 10% per year. So as we're scheduled to replace 3 vehicles over the next 5 years, we want to make sure we have enough money set aside. And those are sort of the highlights, unless there's specific questions from members of council.
Certainly, we'll start off with Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just had a question about with the approval of new training and new equipment, that contract with Barry, do you anticipate that we could take on those services between ourselves and Penetanguishene before 2027, or is that something we will never have the capacity to do ourselves?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Ball, I currently think right now that that's a very steep and hill to climb for Midland and Penetang, even if we're combined right now to do that. It's just because of our makeup that we have with our composite department. And if we expand that, let's say down the road in 5 years' time, we were to merge our 2 departments. Just our composition makes that difficult to do, to keep our volunteers trained to the level that they would need to be. I think you'll sort of see, like in Simcoe County, that you've got Barrie, or if you get down into the Toronto area, that it's those bigger departments with career staff that they're able to have a specialty team available on shift all the time, is what allows them to do that. Again, something we can investigate, but I think it would be a steep ask of the 2 departments to be able to do.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Councillor McDonald.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, and to Deputy Fire Chief Lowell. I'm just wondering about the 45,350 for conferences, an increase of $5,000. What I'm wondering is, how many conferences would that be in 1 year? And last year, did you spend the entire 40,000? And were the conferences well worthwhile spending our money there?
Okay, so through you, your worship, to Councillor McDonald. So in that line item, Councillor, there's a couple of different things in there. So there's training, travel, meetings, and conferences. So I may have not spoken correctly when I first went through the list there. So my apologies. The bulk of that cost, or that increase that you'll see of that $5,000 in there, is related to our training costs. So Midland, so you may have heard that the province has gone to like a mandatory certification now for their firefighters. And because Midland's considered a full service fire department, because we do interior structural firefighting, the auto extrication, the water and ice rescue, there is an increased cost in training to maintain those standards. So that's the biggest chunk of that. The conferences realistically are just a small portion of that. And that said, though, with our training, Midland is in a good spot. We're starting with our volunteer firefighters as we recruit them, that they come out with a lot of certifications they need to basically be able to walk in almost to a full-time department. So that's the $5,000 that you'll see that increase is basically on the training side that we need to make sure we have to do. So that's just to complete some certifications and things this year. Some officer development programs for our captains as well are included in that.
Thank you for that clarification. It's a little more reassuring than 45 grand for conferences.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Are there specific training courses that we could be looking into now to get us to the point where in 2027 we might be able to age ourselves out of that contract, or anything specific that you are aware of towards making that step?
So through your worship through to Councillor Ball. So part of what we're contracting out with Barry. So the three main ones that we're going to be using them for would be confined space rescue, and then high angle, low angle, and then assistance with hazardous materials. Some of that is not, the training isn't the problem initially to get there. It's being able to maintain the training, and with our complement of volunteer firefighters in Midland, and as mentioned earlier, even with Penetang with that specific role, just to keep up with their I'll say year-to-year certifications, putting that stress on the volunteers would be difficult to do. Getting the courses isn't the problem. It's being able to maintain it. And then it's the equipment cost on top of that to be able to do a trench or confined space. Then we're looking at an increased cost of equipment, which has limited shelf life on it. As an example, right now, even our water rescue rope, let's say we don't do an ice rescue for 5 years or 10 years. Those ropes are required to be replaced on a 10-year cycle, let's say. So they may not even be used. And then it's more specific to that when we get into a fully encapsulated, what they refer to a level A suit, let's say for a hazmat. And not all level A hazmat suits work for all chemicals. So besides the training, we would be really increasing our cost on equipment. Hopefully that helps.
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to get the full picture of everything included.
Sure, absolutely.
With that.
I got a quick one.
Yes.
I think kind of in support of what Councillor Ball was looking for too, is sometimes it doesn't make sense to stand up your own piece of your puzzle in-house. It just becomes too expensive to maintain and manage. I think a good example was back when the decision was made to migrate fire dispatch to contract to Barrie Fire Control, who dispatches for many different departments. The same decision actually was made with policing too, removing our local police dispatch, which, although it's a bit of a hit on the chin for the locals that worked professionally in that capacity, from a financial perspective, it made sense, that economy of scale, rather than standing up and replicating these silos. So something as special as this kind of rescue that is used infrequently, we hope never in our community, having to stand up all the equipment, training, certifications, and research constantly just to have it for that what if you need it sometime isn't really the best use of our resources when we have somebody that's within a short drive that can make that emergency trip up to sort of enhance our service capabilities. So we stand up and staff and budget for things that we normally expect to use routinely or where minutes matter. Not suggesting that confined space rescue minutes don't matter, but the cost of having that, it's kind of like, with Midland Police, we didn't have a tactical unit or a bomb squad or an underwater unit, even though we live on Georgian Bay. Those services, when needed, we already pay the taxes to the province. We just have to pick up the phone and call OPP and say, hey guys, we have a drowning or what we believe to be a drowning, or we need a tactical unit. Our local service was trained to contain and to make sure that the place was kept safe until the tactical folks showed up. The cost of having and equipping a full tactical unit on standby for the rare time it would have been needed didn't make financial sense when you can call a big brother who you already pay for effectively to do this. So in this case, we're not already paying, it's a contractual relationship. So I'm only giving you this color because I have a little more understanding of the fire service, being a volunteer for a few years, and understand some of the complexities of contracting these things out. So I think I'm supportive of this contract out service. It gives the community a service that we don't have right now. It's a short call away and relatively inexpensive to maintain. And to the chief, we saw it yesterday with the capital stuff. things that are used infrequently have a best before date and expire. So like our defibrillators, just the pads, even though they're sealed inside of the package inside there, they have an expiry date that if they're never used, which hopefully they are never used, they just go bad and you have to replace them, which is a little frustrating from a finance perspective. But it is the reality of this equipment. It's stale dates and needs to be replaced even if it sits idle. So it's kind of the cost of having emergency services in this particular case. So I don't know if that helps add any color. Deputy Chief, if I've misstated anything or misrepresented, please feel free to pull me back in line here.
Yeah, no, through your worship, no, that was very good. And that's exactly it with having that ability for the specialty rescue, like you said, much with like consolidating the dispatch centers. Yeah, the costs moving forward for that equipment and for, again, thankfully now the infrequency that we've required it. And again, I sort of refer back to the city of Ajax that even with their size don't have or aren't able to maintain a team that can do trench rescue, that they relied on assistance from Toronto Fire Services to come in and help them. So if it's difficult for a city the size of Ajax with their department to maintain and support a trench rescue program, it would be equally as difficult, if not more, for Midland and or Penetanguishene.
Thanks. And if I could key on one more thing you said, you just kind of slid it in there. It was pretty smooth. Talking about, merging the fire services in 4 to 5 years. Maybe you could expand on that and what your vision is, or what you see, some synergies or opportunities in combining our fire services beyond just sharing a chief.
So for me, I sort of see sharing or merging the services as a natural progression for Midland and Penetanguishene. I took this role back in September of 2021, and I just again see the amount of work that we're already doing together on the, I'll say on the boots on the ground level, as they'll refer to it. Midland and Penetanguishene fire services are sharing training. We're sharing resources. We have the mutual aid rapid intervention team. If we need additional personnel, we're relying on each other. So we're doing things more and more together every day. It would help build some, I'll say, resiliency, in my opinion, into the two departments to be able to streamline our services. And I haven't had the pleasure to meet Chief Renault yet, but again, my opinion is if I'm having Penetanguishene come in, if I'm representing solely Midland to assist us with rapid intervention teams, I want to make sure that their training, their operational guidelines, their way of doing things is the same as Midland's. And then if I was in the role that I'm in now in Penetanguishene, I would be looking for the same thing from Midland Fire coming in to support my firefighters, that I want to make sure that their training, their operational guidelines basically mirror each other. So it'd take a little bit of work to do just to iron out all the kinks. But again, to me, in the next 4 to 5 years, I think that's definitely possible. There's some bigger departments doing it, like Bradford and Innisfil are working on that plan right now. I know back where I came from, Grimsby and Lincoln are doing something similar. So they've shared the whole emergency management and upper level of fire services to form the West Niagara Fire Department. So there's lots of different examples where we're trying to do that to not necessarily save a lot of costs, but enhance the service to both communities is where I see the benefit. It's not necessarily going to save a ton of money, but it's going to provide better services for both. And again, we're already working, our two fire prevention departments are working together. We're sharing similar messages. So there's lots of things we're already doing now that we talk to each other about basically every day.
Thanks. That's music to my ears. A big priority for me, and I hope with this council and our strategic planning is looking for new ways beyond what we're already doing to enhance service level and merge services or share them where it makes sense. Not smash together two dissimilar things where it doesn't serve either of us, but it's really refreshing because fire service, it's an expensive service to maintain, and any ways we can look at finding those synergies where it makes sense to combine our efforts, either to control costs, if not save, but also increase the service delivery capacity. That's something I look forward to talking about with this term and both Penetang Council and Midland Council together. So thanks for that little
Great.
nugget. That was I wasn't expecting that as part of the operational budget talk, but I keyed in on what you said. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Again, I neglected to ask the last time. It's just in regards to in the revenue, the grants and external revenue contributions, we were able to drum up in 2021, 44,000, but nothing since. Is that feasible to think that we might be able to get a grant or contribution in the future?
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald. So with the grants, actually we're having a press release next Tuesday. So we just received a grant, both Midland and Penetang for $5,000 towards training materials. So that's something that we continue to look for as we move forward. Right now, there's not a ton out there for grants for the fire service. They're sort of these little one-offs like we were just able to secure for the end of 2022. Like I said, that was $5,000 each for both Midland and Penetang fire services that were able to secure that.
Thank you. As long as we're keep looking.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Mayor Cotton.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Deputy Chief Lowell. I was looking under fuel. I know the fire department gets calls to respond to emergencies, and basically the ambulance also comes. The cost of fuel for that for a year must be enormous just in terms of providing that service. Is there any agreement with the county to do a cost recovery for the fuel, or is that just built in because that's a requirement that's required by the fire department?
Okay. So through your worship to Deputy Mayor Cotton. So specific to, I'll say Simcoe County with medical assist. So that's an agreement we have with the county. It's not something that's able to be a cost recovery, so to speak, for assisting at medical calls. What we're looking to do, and it comes more probably under the revenue section, is in the past few years, we haven't been probably as proactive as we should be with our billing out on Highway 12 and the small section of Highway 93, where we can recoup some general costs, not necessarily specific to fuel, but we're looking to be able to invoice the province for calls out on Highway 12. And then part of the offset would be as well through the fire mark indemnification program that we have, where, if you want to call it that, we're billing insurance companies for consumables at the scene of calls, mainly for structure fires. That will help offset some of those costs, like the increase in fuel. And unfortunately, it can't be helped. Like, we had 766 calls in 2021, and last year I believe we came in about 825 calls. So basically 2 to 3 calls per day is what we're averaging. So, and unfortunately, with the cost of diesel stayed relatively high compared to the fluctuation in the unleaded fuel, we're sort of getting hit by that every time we go out.
Thank you.
I got another one for you then, Deputy. I
Yes,
don't normally
yeah.
think of a fire service as a profit center, but that fire mark opportunity that we signed up for a few years ago, of those 825 calls, how many of those would qualify for a fire mark engagement where we could engage in some cost recovery and bolstering the revenue line, which feels weird to say around the fire service, but have we, I think there was some transitional issues. No one was really chasing it down. Or is that something that we still have? And is there somebody dedicated to really making sure we match a fire mark qualifying call with, a call to them, or whatever the process is to trigger that mechanism?
So yes, your worship. So yes, through transition and stuff, we weren't, I'll say, and aggressive may not be the right word, but we didn't investigate it, the opportunities as much as we could. I would say probably, let's say the range of 8 to 15 calls per year that we may have the opportunity to do some cost recovery. That's providing that the homeowner, the business that we're dealing with has that specific portion in their insurance policy that would allow us to go after that. And with it was part of our plan moving forward into 2023. So I just completed an education process with the fire mark and the Highway 12 calls with our fire captains at our last meeting, and have subsequently put out memos starting that program basically in January of 2023 about what information we need to do and to qualify. And again, sort of it's up to either the chief and or myself that will send the letters out to the insurance companies or deal with the homeowners on site and let them know that this is coming and explain it to them so they don't, a lot of people don't understand what the Fire Mark program is about and think it's going to drive insurance rates and things up. So, but all the staff has been educated on it. Like I said, I just sent memos out last week on it, and they're meeting with the platoons and the volunteers basically one-on-one or as a group, just to answer any questions for them.
That's great. Do you think you'd be able to do like a 2-minute elevator pitch to this council for the folks among me here that don't know what Firemark is, or maybe reading between the lines, but maybe just tell them what that program is all about and what it could mean for some cost recovery from the fire service?
Yes, absolutely. So the Firemark program is basically, it's a third party company that works with fire departments and homeowners, business owners, insurance companies to help fire departments recoup costs on scene. So depending on policies, some people or some homeowner policies do not have any coverage. Some will have $1,500, some will have $10,000 or unlimited. And basically what it allows the departments to do is recoup costs for things like turnout gear cleaning, if we've used any foam, things like that on scene, or actual truck charges on scene. So we, in the agreement, let's say a homeowner has $10,000 and we bill their insurance company $10,000. The split is the municipality gets 70% of that back. So $7,000 would come back into the Midland Fire Department budget. And then that's further used to enhance either training, public education programs is where we really want to target it. And then the company Firemark keeps a 30%, or if we use $10,000, they used to keep $3,000 for their administrative. So we send an invoice, all of our costs basically to Firemark. Firemark does the rest and chases down is not the right word, but works with the homeowner's insurance policy to recoup that money. And it's a separate item or add on to their homeowner's insurance policy. It doesn't drive up, it doesn't affect their normal rate. So if they have a claim, it's different than auto insurance, where if you put a claim in it, it might drive your rates up. This cost recovery doesn't change the rates. I believe on average, it's about 11 cents per policy that for the insured, the insurance companies, that the actual cost is.
Thanks. That's great. I look forward to us. Maybe I'll use the word aggressively, but just it's an opportunity. As you say, it's not raising the insurers' rates. It's something that's in the policy that if you don't ask for, you don't get. So Firemark exists basically to leverage that and to take some of the heavy lifting out of having small fire departments chase that down. So it'd be nice to see some revenues next year. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be, because that would mean that someone's house is burning down, but if we are having these unfortunate incidents, then it would be good for us to try and recover some of these costs rather than leaving the money on the table. So look forward to next year's conversation about it.
Yes, for sure.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to Deputy Fire Chief Lowell. I want to talk a little bit about overtime. If you can, I guess, explain to me if there's any areas in which you're trying to curb the overtime pay from the I guess full-time firefighters. I know that a little bit, and maybe you can educate me a little bit. I think there's two full-time firefighters on staff, and then you would need about 4 firefighters to go to a fire call. And this is where when a call is dispatched, your off-duty firefighters would show up to the scene. Would that enable anybody in the force to show up to the scene? So at one time you could have 6 guys there for let's say a false alarm. So is there any type of program or that negates that, where you could have 6 or 8 people come on scene versus 4? And then to that question, if you do the math, is it better off to have 4 full-timers on staff versus having your other firefighters show up and then get overtime pay if it's feasible that way? Thank you.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Emeritus. So yeah, currently, so just real high level or get through it quick for you. So currently we have 12 career suppression firefighters over 4 platoons. So 3 on shift, providing there's nobody off on vacation or on a stat day. So those 3 firefighters, those 2 or 3 firefighters will probably run, let's say, and I don't have exact numbers, I'm guessing 60% of the calls right now with just that 2 or 3. Where we get into a little more, not trouble's not the right word, but where we require 4 people is things for once we get an alarm system activated, whether it be to a residential or potentially into a commercial or industrial. So there's an NFPA standard, it's called 1710, that you'll hear the career firefighters will refer to, and it speaks to having 4 firefighters on a truck to do sort of your initial size up and any sort of initial attack setup. So where we are in Midland right now, if we get one of these alarm systems to a residence, to the hospital, to one of our industrial complexes such as Weber or any other company, where we're calling back our career staff as well as our volunteers to ensure we're going to at least get 4 people on the vehicle, and then we've got other the rest of the staff can get additional apparatus to the scene. So every time we call back staff, the volunteers are paid at their rate, and then the career staff on a callback are paid a minimum of 3 hours at time and a half. So they're getting 4.5 hours. So that, well, does it contribute to the overtime cost? Yes, it does. You'd have to do a specific or a more in-depth analysis, but there is the option as well going forward and changing or looking at our response plan. If we were to go to, and it'll speak to it in the fire master plan, if we were to go up to 5 firefighters per platoon, so we'd go from 12 in suppression up to 20. And again, that I know sets alarm bells off as far as what that would mean to the budget. But that means if I have 5 firefighters on shift and 1 off, then probably 95% of the calls, again, throwing out a rough number, 95% of the calls can be handled by that crew. And we could even take that potentially as far as a residential fire alarm going off. Again, which 99 times out of 100 ends up being burnt toast, a faulty detector. Those 4 firefighters can go and establish that initial fire attack or start to take care of that incident. And then if they need more help, they call out more help. So if we had those 4 firefighters on a truck, then we're not doing the callbacks. So that's going to save probably, let's say 20 hours in potential overtime with each callback. So we'd have to delve into it a little more to look at what the overall costs are. So it's sort of a bit of a trade-off. We're going to increase our budget initially by going to 20 career staff, by adding 8 to the list with their wages and their benefits. But we would see some cost savings on the other side for the callbacks, where we're not paying out as much overtime. So, hopefully that helps you a little bit, Councillor Emeritus.
Yes, thank you. Like when you said you get 2 to 3 calls, basically a day, 825 calls. I guess it was last year. So out of those 2 or 3 calls a day, and if you multiply that by, your overtime, if, basically what I'm looking for is, has the math been done? Is it feasible for us to do that, to whether to have 5 on? Has it ever been brought up to council or to staff, I guess, in a report, on average, not just, take an average, 2 or 3 years going back, see what the averages are and the costs are, and seeing if we're ahead or do we just leave it as status quo?
Through you, your worship, back to Councillor Emeritus. In my short time here in Midland, I don't believe we've sort of officially been asked to provide, I'll say, like a formal report. We sort of talked about it on and off in the manner that we have been right now. Again, it's part of the discussion in the fire master plan when we get that to council as well. I believe it has some approximate costs in there, but it's something we could look at. So in 2021, we had what we refer to a general call out, where the career staff come back on overtime and the volunteers come back. In 2021, we had 166 of those incidents. And then in 2022, I believe we had an extra 31 incidents that we had career and volunteers called back. So the numbers would fluctuate. We could use, as you suggested, like the last 3-year average and see what the difference would be, and come up with a better costing for you. But I'm not sure. In my time, I know there hasn't been a formal report presented to council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Just from previous presentations that you've given us, that's my understanding is that is your intention of training all the new volunteers so that they could step into that career path and develop this plan that you are talking about now. That is your intention of doing that. So we would see those numbers, I'd say, in future years when they've been able to complete those trainings and actually have the ability to step into that role. Is that correct?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Ball. So ideally, yes, the way that we train our volunteers now, and they have, so our volunteer firefighters are represented by the Christian Labor Association Congress Union, so CLAC. So they have a period of exclusivity right now where they can apply into the career role. So again, from I'll say doing the best for council and people of Midland. We're training our volunteers. So yes, they could basically, if the opportunity presents itself in Midland, they should be able to, with minimal training, become a career firefighter, hopefully with us, but with any other career department in the province. That's sort of the goal that's been out there for a little while, and one that since I've gone there that we've been promoting is that their training level. So whether it says career firefighter or volunteer firefighter in Midland, they're all certified to the same level. So ideally, if we were to add, let's say add 8 people and go up to 20, right now, would I have 8 specifically that could walk into the role? I probably have 3 or 4 for sure. And then some that would need a little bit of work that we could get them in there. So But again, that's something we've been working on in the last probably 18 to 24 months, is getting them so they're at that level.
Thank you. So it sounds like you're on the right path to that, and I look forward to future years of seeing that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I got a quick one that Councillor Ball inspired me to ask here is that, you know, in the past, and I'm digging back here, the volunteers in Midland and other places where there's hybrid or composite departments, really, even though they had to achieve much of the level, same training as a career firefighter, really were relegated to rolling hose and salvage and overhaul and kind of the grunt work. They weren't driving trucks, they weren't pump operators, they weren't running the Auto X equipment necessarily. Now that we've got, I think things have changed over the past few years. Do our volunteers, you know, are they basically tasked equally with career firefighters? So you're getting the tap on your tank to go in and you're doing the same job as the career guy, or are they actually, the volunteers still, I don't want to trivialize it or call them second class, but are they relegated still to some of the more grunt work while the career firefighters, you know, get maybe a bit more of the glamorous stuff?
To you, your worship. So the volunteers in Midland, again, I'll say based on history from what I had learned from retired Chief Ryan and stuff, probably prior to his arrival in 2015, it may have been a little more separation, I'll say, between the career and the volunteer firefighter level. But through Chief Ryan, and then again, through my background where I've come from, we've got it now that our volunteers, our pump operators, they're able to work alongside a career firefighter and be an interior aggressive firefighter doing fire attack. So yeah, our volunteers are very active in working alongside the career staff. Again, one of the things that we're pushing is to get more volunteer drivers and increase their ability as pump operators. Again, based on our model right now, we don't know sort of who's available to come back, and our career staff is good at coming back for callbacks. We have a very good response, but from an organizational point of view, it's about being able to train more people to do more tasks, which is what we're doing now. So, but short answer, yes, our volunteers are increasing their level of training and abilities to be able to work side by side with the career staff and hopefully not see too much of a difference in level of experience or abilities and skills.
That's reassuring to hear. And I know we're perpetually in recruitment mode, along with our neighboring municipalities trying to get volunteers. So anybody that's watching along that, you know, wanted to know what it's like to cut up a otherwise perfectly good car, or put, as Lake to say, put the white stuff on the red stuff, who's interested in a career path like that, just go online to the Midland Fire Department's Facebook page or their section on the site, and you'll find the call to arms, as it were, to try and get more volunteers. Any other questions for fire service on their operational budget? Seeing none online, I think Councillor Bald, you're my only remote person today, so make sure you use your little yellow hand. Stand out. I don't want to miss you at all today. Great. All right. Well, thank you very much, Deputy. I appreciate the conversation. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a housekeeping item similar to yesterday. So when we developed the draft budget, we were still in negotiations, and Deputy Lowell did mention that those negotiations were settled. And so I just wanted to make a note that as part of the amended draft budget, so we will be making an adjustment to that salaries and benefit line to reflect the cost of those negotiations. So when we developed the draft budget, we put that into a contingency. So no effect on the bottom line, but it's just moving it into the right place, increased transparency, as well as when we do our variance reporting and make sure that the money's in the right bucket. So the updated budget will reflect that amendment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Housekeeping issues like this are quite normal, but you know what? You give me opportunity to give a shout out to both the professional firefighters and Mara Van de Beek, our head of HR. I've said this before, but it's worthy of call out again. Historically, fire service contracts Just, we've never, as a municipality, and we're not the only ones, have difficulty settling these and they end up in arbitration where, 99% of the time we take it on the chin. And an arbitrated settlement, it's dished out and they're usually very, very expensive. To the credit of the professional firefighters and their association reps or union reps, I'm not quite sure if association or union, but their reps and the hard work from the town staff, and a really fair negotiated settlement was made, which is really all you can ask for in union collective agreement bargaining. And it was done with lots of give and take on both sides, and a really good settlement was created without the need of arbitrators and protracted legal stuff. So that's a testimony not only to the fairness and the folks of our professional fire service, but also in the approach that the town takes, which under your leadership, Mara, you can really pat yourself on the back for this, because it's a feat in our past. So congrats, and you're welcome to to grab the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I also want to recognize Deputy Chief Lowell for his contributions, and Charmin LeBlanc as well, who was on the negotiating team, and retired Fire Chief Paul Ryan for his support as well. So it was definitely a collaborative effort.
That's great. We'll look to keep the momentum up when we do our next negotiation. I believe that the volunteers are next, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, so for the tax supported budget improvement in principle, I need a mover for the fire service, Councillor East. It's a recurring theme, and seconded by Councillor Prost. That the tax supported 2023 budget for fire be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. All right, up next, we have another bundle of critical services for the municipality: planning, building, bylaw, and parking. And we have Mr. CAO.
Your worship, yesterday we started the discussion on COLA, and I wanted to interject the COLA discussion at this time before we get to the rest of the departments. And
You reminded me of that earlier, and it escaped me. So thank you for the raised eyebrows and the hands. So let's talk COLA, and we're not talking Coke.
And I'll pass it on to our CFO to answer the question from yesterday.
Thank you, Your Worship. So further to yesterday's discussion, so in yesterday morning, you would have saw a overall COLA number of 193,000. And of that, 83,000 would be related to the non-union. And so that would be the tax supported portion only. Another $4,500 would be for the rates supported. So our water and wastewater staff. And so that would be our portion of the budget, but I also wanted to note that within the ABCs is our Midland Public Library, and there is also a COLA reflected in their budget as well, and that would be just under 18,000. And just to note that the library's COLA would be at the discretion of the board, not council. Thank you.
Thanks. For those wondering about this acronym, it's one of the 4-letter acronyms we use rather than our typical TLAs, 3-letter acronyms. Is this the cost of living adjustment? So this is something that's not it isn't always a union negotiated thing. Often it usually is included in collective agreements, but it's something that we extend by virtue of that to the rest of our staff, because cost of living impacts everybody equally. So there was some discussion about cost of living, and I think Councillor Meredith, you had some questions about it yesterday. Did you want the mic? Oh, okay. All right. And it should be noted too that this will come up with the library. The way the library, correct me if I'm wrong here, Mara, but the agreement with the staff of the library, they're not employees of the town, but as wages and benefits increase at the town, that the way the agreement is set up, it also, that rising tide floats all the boats, including the staff at the library. They're tied together for those increases.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is my understanding, that they are not on our salary grid, but they use our salary grid for pay equity and job evaluation purposes as well. And as our grid changes, they adopt that just as similar as they adopt and recommend policy parity to their board as well.
All right, thanks. And I was looking for some way to trigger Councillor Meredith, and I think I just found it. So I'll pass the mic over to him.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to I guess it would have been to maybe Ms. Barron about the numbers that the difference between the union and the non-union amounts. Do we get those amounts for today?
Through your worship to Councillor Emeritus. Yes, so of the 193,000, I rounded down, it's actually 194, I just checked. 83,000 would be for the non-union.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that was easy. Very good. Thank you for that. Knowledge is power. So now I believe we're moving on to planning, building, bylaw and parking. And with that, we'll call Mr. Farr to the podium.
Mr. Mayor, could I just have a clarification on the agenda that we have before us and the items we're approving in principle? They're not necessarily listed in the agenda, so I'm trying to tie them together, because when we end, you're going to read all these off and I'm going to say, when did we do that? So for instance, we just approved in principle the fire department budget, but I don't see it listed in the agenda items 1 to 19.
That's correct. So they're not actually motions that are in that agenda. We're following the plan on the report, this document here that has the order that things are being presented. So as we are now at day 2, of course, and we are at section 3E, echo. So as we get through each of these, these motions are just to approve it in principle. We're not approving it in final. We'll debate that in the end, and that's when these official motions on the agenda will each be dealt with independently. Does that help? Just allows us to move through. Basically, it's affirming to the department heads and staff that we've beaten up each one of these and asked our questions for each of the presenting departments, so they can easily be cut free and go about their business. And we can call them back if need be, but the expectation is that we've asked all our questions after each of their presentations, so we can move on to the next departments.
Thank you. It helps that it's not there, but I don't know how it's going to help where I'm going to marry them two together, but I'll continue to pay attention, and hopefully in the future we can make clearer for people like myself. Thank you.
No, that's fair. We'll make sure that all of these approved in principle documents align with the ultimate, the actual ones we are finally ultimately going to approve, subject to any changes on the agenda. Are we good to go?
Yes.
All right, take it away, Mr. Farr.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of council. I'm here today with managers from the different divisions that make up the planning, building, bylaw, and parking department. And I'll just introduce them briefly. To my left here is Steve Farquharson, manager of planning. To my right, Mike Campitelli, the building manager and chief building official. And to my left, David Smiley, manager of municipal law enforcement, licensing, and parking. I'm going to provide an overview, and I think I'm going to touch on some of the major initiatives that are planned for 2023. Normally, I'd ask the team to step forward and speak in more detail to each of these items, but I think that I can adequately summarize it here, and then we'll ask the managers to answer any questions that might be appropriate when the time comes. The planning, building, bylaw, parking department is primarily a service-oriented department that is involved in the design and implementation of various kind of community planning standards, visions, planning, and also implementation through approvals, regulatory enforcement, and the implementation of the building code. The outputs of this department deal with everybody's day-to-day life in the community, where things are built, what they look like, the process that we work through with our partners in the development industry to bring approvals to fruition, health and safety through implementation of the building code, and the maintenance of standards in the community through municipal bylaw enforcement, licensing, and we also have a significant revenue generator for the community through the implementation of the town's parking program. So in 2023, the areas of focus and the various different divisions, starting with bylaw, we saw through the pandemic an increase in the number of complaints among interested residents in the community. And that level of complaints and interest in the community and municipal standards never really declined after the pandemic. It didn't peak to the same level through the pandemic, but it settled at a higher level than in the past. So there's an increased demand for services from our bylaw group. We're also seeing emergence of a shared economy and some of the pressures around that in the short-term rentals market and other shared economy services that may require further investigation, particularly on the licensing side, which could result in a significant expansion to that program. We're not quite there yet, but we're starting to see things percolate. And importantly, it would appear that we've arrived at a kind of stabilization of the parking program. So now that matters are largely resolved, expectation this community is going to return to enforcement, managing that parking program, and that would result in the requirement for more implementation, boots on the ground, that sort of thing. Second, there's a fee review occurring right now in the planning and building divisions. It's a full cost fee review, and the intent of this fee review, I should just pause and say, it's not just planning and building, but it's the development approvals process altogether, which includes our engineering department. In any case, the fee review isn't intended to establish a full cost recovery program. So the intent is that we would shift support for these programs away from the taxpayer and on to applicants for the various services, such as development approvals and building permits. And you will hear more about that when the time comes, but that's a program for which planning is underway right now. There is also a service delivery review in the planning division. As many of you will know, the town's planning function experienced significant disruption for a period of a couple of years. And prior to that, there were some historical issues in terms of how the town was implementing its community planning functions that require that the town rebuild its community planning function, and that a hard look be taken at how we deliver services. That team in particular has been working through an extensive list of legacy files and appeals that were triggered, particularly through this period, and also as we transition to a more kind of sustainable program. There have been significant legislative changes from the province through the Planning Act. They're going to have a significant impact on the municipality, not just in the community planning function, but in building and in respect of financial matters. The town has been adapting to those changes, as have been many municipalities throughout the province, and we're doing the same thing. Right now, planning is leading Official Plan Amendment 1, which will enable the town to respond to the first quite significant change, which was Bill 109, and there have been additional changes, and I'll speak to those in a moment. Last, I wanted to talk about some of the issues that are influencing our program, that have influenced our budget. It's I guess a premier importance that the town move through this history of legacy files. And when I say legacy files, I mean applications that have been filed that are in process, but there may be complications associated with those files because of the way that they've made their way through the system in the past. We've also seen and inherited some appeals that arrange, in some cases, there was no one here to service those files, and this triggered an appeal, and staff are working through those matters. This a set of issues is what would I call it? It provides more or less a drag on the municipality because appeals can be costly, and even settlement appeals can be costly. And working through legacy files and trying to sort of right the ship as we go through there with our development partners can be challenging and complex. So you're seeing an increase in the consulting budget and the legal budget in particular to try to work through and resolve those matters. Those matters are primarily matters outside the town's control. The town doesn't have control over when someone files an appeal. In addition, a number of those appeals are appeals of the town's 2019 official plan, which goes back a couple of years now. Next, in terms of the Provincial Planning Act changes, I mentioned Bill 109, which has imposed on municipalities a requirement for expedited processing of various applications, which if the municipality fails to meet the province's target will trigger mandatory fee refunds. This is one of the key drivers behind moving OPA 1 forward, which would change the town's planning process to try to deliver faster decisions more completely without triggering this requirement. In short and simple terms, if the town is returning fees to applicants, this means that taxpayers will have to support or take a greater burden than they already are in supporting the planning approvals process and the development approvals process. Bill 23, which we haven't had an opportunity to speak to council with at length, includes a number of measures that could have a significant impact on the town's financial picture in the future, and will also require changes to development processing. So we'll be working to adapt to those matters. And I'll just, for a short kind of spurt here, talk about Bill 23. I think the most noteworthy financial impacts of Bill 23 are on development charges. The province has introduced new categories of definition as it relates to development charges, specifically a new definition for affordable housing that hadn't been seen before in the province, which is the kind of affordable housing is considered by, and the new legislation is 80% of market rate. We don't know what market rate is. It would trigger if an applicant comes forward with affordable housing, a mandatory waiver of development charges. This could lead to significant costs, and it's expected that it will be imposed on municipalities. And you've heard significant comments and concerns in the local and on the local, I guess, in the Ontario media about this. Similarly, the province has introduced a new term called attainable housing, for which no definition has been provided yet, that is also intended to result in waivers or reductions of development charges related to development. And just to make it very, I guess, simple and plain, development charges are used to finance growth, to put pipes in the ground, roads, finance the maintenance of those and operations. And if a portion of those costs is not being paid through development, as has been occurring in the past, the cost has to be recouped somewhere, and it's appearing that that cost would be borne by the taxpayer. So it's incredibly important that the town prepares and adapts wherever possible to these changes in legislation to try to mitigate the financial impacts. And primarily the planning group, along with our other departmental partners, is leading the town's response to these, as I earlier mentioned, through OPA 1 and additional changes that might occur. Another matter that we spoke about yesterday is the requirement to conform to the Simcoe County official plan, make related amendments to the town's policy documents, and as I mentioned yesterday, also update those documents to address policy issues. Last, I would say that as is well known internationally, we're moving through a period of economic uncertainty, and there are many kind of future thinking thoughts that have been provided as to how this will all unfold. I would just say that although there is expected to be a period of uncertainty, your staff's adapting to this in two key ways, I think. Through our fee reviews, we're looking at 5-year timeframes for projecting application and development activity and setting our fee schedules. we would expect through this 5-year period, like between now and 5 years from now, to see some stabilization. And one of the indicators that we have that that is a reasonable expectation is we are seeing those developers with applications under review and approvals that require further implementation staging to get their higher order approvals in place on the basis that it's reasonably expected that when the market does stabilize and demand meets supply or demand meets, drives supply, that those developers will be building permit ready. I think that the actions that the town has taken over the last year through support of the 2022 budget and as proposed in this 2023 budget stage to put the municipality in a better position, both in planning, building, and what we've seen also is a strong newer team come forward through all 3 divisions. I think our oldest a new member has been here for probably about 1.5 years. But this group is working to stabilize these municipal functions through a period of significant change. The budget that we put forward this year, the major projects have been set out to assist the municipality in preparing and adapting and anticipating change, working forwards through the future. So that concludes my summary presentation. And now I can move through the details, and I'll call on managers to answer questions or answer those as they come up.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. I've got a couple questions for you. You thought you'd get off the hot seat that quickly. So regarding the Bill 23 and the development charge forgiveness, I saw a little light at the tunnel, and hopefully you interpreted the same way that Minister Clark, I think after a lot of backlash, sent a letter to the AMO representing, which is our association, all 440 municipalities, 444, pardon me, that, basically calm down, don't be so afraid. We're going to make you whole, whatever you're out on your DCs, your development charges. But the caveat was we had to hit our housing targets. And Midland, of course, doesn't get a housing target from the province. It's divvied up from the county's perspective. And I'm wondering if you could share with us and the folks watching approximately what the Midland housing target is and what the target date is, just so we can understand what we need to do, until they change policy to not worry about losing development charges as we attract affordable and attainable housing builds in our community. You know what that number is and by when we need to achieve it?
Mr. Mayor, so on this matter, been doing a research into others who've done more thinking on this than I've had the opportunity to this point. And it appears that the targets that the minister is talking about may not have been established and will be established through future regulations. I can speak to the growth targets that had been set by the province and then implemented through the recent municipal comprehensive review and the county and Simcoe County official plan. And I'll just speak about that, try to make it sensible to people. The province goes through kind of complex estimates of population growth in Ontario. So they look at a whole range of factors and they arrive at a number, and then they assign that number to different time horizons. So most recently, the province set a 2051 time horizon. And in recent years, the province has set out 2041 prior to this and 2031 prior to that time horizons. So when the province sets these time horizons in the estimates, they have a large gross number of estimated residents that are going to move into the province. And then what they do is they distribute that growth through all the municipalities that are in what's called the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And the Greater Golden Horseshoe kind of starts up here in Simcoe County and winds its way through down farther south. And the county would then be responsible for taking its portion of what the province views as its share of all that population growth, and then goes through its own complex exercise of assigning that to specific municipalities. And they assign that number based on, again, a complex formula of market projections, past historic population growth projections and things like that. So Midland has a projected population by 2051 that would see an increase by something in the neighborhood of about 6,500 residents. So in their work, the county estimated that that would become, well, ultimately make up about 3,700 residential units. Whether those 3,700 units come out in the kind of mix and form that the county has estimated is not clear. But there is a sort of a sense of what the overall population would be, and there's a sense of what the market would demand and how Midland would be expected to respond to that, again, based on market need. And that is a mix of single detached homes, apartments, and townhouses. So the number through the growth plan, which is the provincial exercise, Simcoe County, MCR and OPA, and what we end up with is 6,600 odd residents. That's our growth target. We're waiting to see if between now and whatever the minister sets as a performance target for the delivery of housing, what those annual targets might be. I would just go on to say, separately from that, that I think everyone across the province is sort of waiting with bated breath to see what the actual details of these targets might be and how, as you indicated, Mr. Mayor, that municipalities would be made whole based on any waivers of development charges. Because this process, the municipality has some control over, and a large part of it doesn't. So we can issue approvals to developers, and we can do it efficiently. We can do it in the best interest of the community and deliver those in. In fact, the municipality here has a number of approvals where developers are not doing anything right now. They're sort of sitting and waiting. There isn't significant demand for a built product at this time, for a new built product. So we don't have the entire control over when developers pull their building permits and go to build and kind of close the loop in terms of the development, basically the approval cycle, and then seek their development charge waivers. So it's not quite clear how we're going to bridge this gap between these targets we haven't been appointed yet, and how we're going to sync that with our development approvals process and then manage these development charge waivers that are tied to the affordable housing and the attainable housing definitions that the province has introduced. So it's a sort of complex answer to a simple question, but when the regulations come out, I think will be made more clear by the province how they're going to handle this. So right now, what you're seeing is sort of a significant concern from municipalities because they're not quite clear how this is all going to play out. So we're all waiting with great interest, Mr. Mayor and members of council, as to what exactly the province means through implementation of Bill 23 and what being made whole means and on what terms relative to the overall program.
Thank you very much for that fulsome explanation. So would it be fair to say that there's a lot of development interest in our community right now? Is that a fair characteristic, that based on the applications and the communications and emails that your department's receiving?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there are, I'll just explain pretty simply. So there are applications that are in process. There are approvals that have been issued where we're awaiting action from development proponents. And we've also seen a significant interest in new applications. And that's not something I really spoke about earlier in my summary of the work that we'll be doing in 2023. I mentioned that we expect developers to start staging for approvals. So there's a number of developers that are interested in seeking council support for changes to our overall policy framework. So that means making significant changes to our official plan that would then feed zoning bylaw amendments and create development-ready projects. I'll just make one comment that some of those projects are more complex, particularly when you're changing policies. They tend to be more complex. I think that our view from a staff standpoint is, generally speaking, that it's healthier for the community to have more developments in an approval state ready to pull the trigger to develop, because this provides you with greater stability. If you have 2 or 3 large developers, the municipality is sort of beholden to their overall marketing and business programs. The more projects that you have that are in an approval state or development ready enables a sort of stabilization of building supply or potential building supply, and stabilization and predictability for the town in terms of how it's going to grow, what its costs for growth are going to be, and what its revenues are going to be. And that really dovetails with this larger conversation that council's been having about reserves and getting to a financially sustainable state.
That is great to hear. I mean, growth, it's the only way we're going to survive and thrive is to grow. And your department is largely responsible for not only attracting that, but moving it through the channel. The numbers, sort of pre-election that were estimated is there's somewhere in the range of 3,500, maybe that's grown, units in the planning pipeline in various stages, notwithstanding the new things that, are popping in my inbox every day. Is that a sort of still an accurate number of things that are in some stage of contemplation or approval?
Yes, generally that's correct, but I do want people to consider what that pipeline is comprised of. So that pipeline is comprised of some significant major projects that are in an approval state and require further applications to kind of finalize those and move through to the approval necessary that would allow the issuance of building permits. And in some cases, and in some significant cases, the action required to trigger getting the full approval sits with the developer. So it's not something the municipality has control over. When the developer approaches the town to seek those necessary approvals, our role is to try to move those approvals through to implementation and in a balanced fashion to consider overall community planning objectives, but also basically to make them shovel ready. Again, almost every one of our development meetings starts with what's your business and marketing plan? When are you expecting to bring these projects to fruition and make them shovel ready? When can we see product on the ground? And I can tell you that at this time, because of those overarching economic issues, that there isn't the certainty that we'd like to see. However, as I mentioned earlier, we're really working in a 5-year time frame right now, where there are projects that require approval. We're interested in reviewing those and providing council with the associated recommendations. And for those proponents with approvals, I think it's been, hopefully it's being made evident to council through past items that have come before, that staff are trying to work through those projects and get them into a shovel-ready state. And it's not always easy, but we are doing that, and that's what we're here for, in part, and also to support the overall community vision that council has.
Thank you. That's very reassuring. I want to pass the mic, not monopolize this whole section. I do have another couple of questions and comments, but I'll just wrap this part up saying, with 3,500 or so that are in the pipeline and our target for 2051 at 3,700 units, I think that's very reassuring to our residents that growth is on the horizon. The interest is real. That's a lot of pressure on your department. I know that. I know I've been leaning on you the past couple of years, which feeds into the conversation about the rather, one would say explosive growth in outsourcing contracted services. But I just want you to know that I fully support that big number, because I know we're asking you to do a monumental amount of work in your department and to move things through quickly and to clear some of the backlogs that you've inherited and that start to pile up as a result of that. So outsourcing, sharing the wealth, getting some files off your desk, moving them to contract services to try and get the low-hanging fruit stuff dealt with quickly. Fully supportive of that. So you're not going to find any resistance from me as I press your department, all of your departments, to really move the ball forward in development for Midland. So I think this is a responsible path, and I'm happy to support it, even though it is significant growth in outsourced expenses. I'll pass the mic over to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. for initiating planning, building and bylaw lesson 101. Still got lots to learn, but I'd like to swing back to the budget figures that are up here. Your total increase is 116%, which has been justified with all the things you have on your plate to accomplish. But I wondered if you could address each line that is over 100% in increase. There's 5 of them. A couple of them are over 200%. The notes do touch them briefly, but I would like to hear them verbally addressed as well, please.
I'll start, I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor McDonald. In terms of expenses, professional and contracted services have increased and roughly by 300,000 and change. And this is a result of a need to finance legal costs and consulting costs, primarily to clear that backlog that I talked about, and to make that sort of meaningful to people. We have files that are driven by appellants or applicants that are quite complex and require assistance from outside legal counsel. For people that aren't familiar with the Ontario planning context, Ontario planning context has an appeal body. It's known as the Ontario Land Tribunal, that sort of the ultimate approval body when someone files an appeal. And that forum and the processes around it are legalistic. It's sort of like going to court, or trying to avoid going to court through negotiation. And the way Ontario has set up its system, unlike many other provinces across Canada, there's a need for legal representation in that forum, and leading up to and trying to avoid going into that forum and incur even greater costs. And so when I say things like appeals, settlements, and hearings, when there's an appeal, our preference is to try to find a path to settlement, in part to avoid going to a hearing, because hearings are exceedingly expensive in terms of legal and consulting costs. So that is why that number has gone up, in part on the legal side. And then the consulting side, again, as it happens in Ontario, to support these kinds of settlements and negotiations, you get into complex technical matters. Some municipalities, much larger municipalities, will have in-house experts in the various disciplines around which there might be a dispute. So examples would be a specialist hydrogeologist. We don't have a person like that on staff. So we have to go out and retain someone to support discussions around that issue if it becomes necessary. Similarly, noise consultants, we wouldn't reasonably expect it to have someone like that on staff, and the town would incur costs retaining that person to settle. So I used this example yesterday because it's sort of illustrative of the costs that get incurred. We have an appeal by the ADM business in town, and their concern is primarily around how the town deals with noise and vibration impacts associated with their facility. And their concern is that the noise and vibration impacts be accurately referenced in the town's policy documents, so that sensitive uses don't emerge directly proximate or in and around that business that would compromise their ability to get the approvals that they need to operate from the province and the federal government. So that's a pretty complicated matter, and it's not something in planning that I've had the opportunity to look to, and not a lot of people have. We have all the items and issues that I mentioned earlier on our plate. So in that case, because it's an appeal, we have a lawyer who's assisting us in the negotiations. We have a planning consultant who's assisting in dealing with that complex set of work, which would take many, many hours to work through. And also we would have a noise consultant. where it becomes important to have this kind of staffing is that if you're able to resource some of these time intensive files, you are avoiding a situation, and the situation that council has to be thoughtful and quite concerned about is where staff are tied up in appeals constantly and dealing with these complex negotiations, but not able to get to those applications that are coming over the table. If you're not able to address the applications that come in, not addressing them can trigger further appeals, and you get into this appeal spiral. This is why the resolution of these matters is of such importance. So that speaks to those items.
Any follow-up, Councillor McDonald?
I don't think I went through the whole list, but you wanted to mention the 200 for strat. See, the fees expense and I think that's a modest amount. And in this case, I'm not going to dwell on that. That's significantly the bulk of the increase. And operating expenses.
Thank you.
All right, up next, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to touch on grounds maintenance, and then I'm going to bring up dreaded parking, so apologize in advance. For grounds maintenance, I don't know what the definition under this category would be, but just my thought process on that is I know students are not in this budget at all. I have an issue with that in itself, but is that not something students could be used for? And if we are using students for grounds maintenance, is that something that we can have an alternative funding source through grants or through the government that allows us to have students at a less cost for us?
I'll take that question through your worship. The grounds maintenance is capital repair of the parking lots, and students are in the budget. It's the service level change we'll talk about later to take students out of the budget. So students are in the budget, but this is, repairing the asphalt, putting lines on the parking stalls and things like that. That's what grounds maintenance is in this budget.
Okay, thank you. So not something students could do in this case, but I appreciate that because there's no definition under there. So my next thing is bringing up parking. I have, I guess, alternative suggestions to being able to have all this lost revenue that we've listed here on these notes. I'm wondering if I'm bringing up to council about having a suggestion of an annual parking pass for residents and an annual parking pass for non-residents. That would be a one-time yearly fee that could recover some of those costs, especially for those who maybe aren't putting as much money into the parking streets, but they would still pay that annual fee in order to not have any actual opportunity to have to do that and have to struggle with those machines, because I know people are really bothered by that. And also an event parking fee where we would have, I guess, a parking pass for our residents as well as the surrounding residents. And then that strictly that event rate in the parking lots would be going towards tourists only. I'm not sure if this is the correct time to bring this up. I just noticed a lot of lost revenue that you've listed from parking specifically in this document. So I wanted to touch on it now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Ball. So we've got some stabilization in the parking program now. And in response to that, we've gone to enforcement where there had been free parking for a while. And the intent, I was just speaking with Manager Smiley, is that we're going to kind of run the program through to June, and then we're coming back with a kind of an update on how the program is functioning at that time. So I think that would be helpful as the town and residents absorb the sort of reactivation of the program. However, the lost revenue is an overall concern, and in our view, it's important. It's an important revenue source for the community, getting it stabilized, functioning, and I think getting people used to and back in the program of paying for parking and understanding the new system is going to be really important. And we'll check in on this item in June when we report back.
Thank you. I still feel like that an alternative solution would be to offer that to non-residents and residents for an annual pass. I'm not sure how other counselors feel, but I think that's an opportunity to make up lost revenue as well as add an additional revenue. I understand that going forward, this program should start being successful and be able to generate revenue. But I think that an additional revenue source towards that gives people another option is something that is minimal cost to us, but would also be something that we'd able to gain more revenue from that maybe could go in towards recreation programs.
Maybe a couple of words from our CEO.
Through your worship. Parking, as you all know, and you went through the election campaign, was one of the most contentious issues we had last year. We had money in the budget. We took money out of the budget. We had free parking. We had paid parking. We changed it 2 or 3 times, I think, last year. And in this budget, as Adam has mentioned, we're trying to, council made some final decisions at the end of last year. And at this point, staff are recommending, let's just continue on with the program, and we'd report back halfway through the year with, how things are working. But if council or if you, Councillor Ball, wish to, get us to work faster on other options, I'd say that's a notice of motion that you put in, but not part of the budget process here. I think we've, right now we've recognized there's a significant reduction in revenue as a result of the decisions the previous council has made. In the service level changes, we as staff are recommending to bring one item back in, being the boat launch parking. We'll have a discussion later today to see if council supports that. So staff are asking, we'll be asking council to make one change in parking through the budget process. I don't know what the answer to that will be. But I'd say if council wishes to talk about other parking changes, we take that outside of this budget review.
Absolutely. That also would be my suggestion to not having that boat launch. And we can discuss that later, but I'm going to bring that and be forefront about that. I don't support that. So I will do that, but I think June you're missing the Butter Tart Festival, which is my main concern with coming back to talk about the program running in June, is you miss that opportunity to have that event space and event parking. So that's my one issue with that, but I will put an amendment in for later and realize it's not the time, but just letting everyone know that it's coming, I guess. So I appreciate, thank you.
All right. Well, definitely parking is something we're going to talk about this term for sure. And I think staff have heard the suggestions about options for permits. I think they actually heard that last term too. So in that report that we get in June, I think there'll be some creative ideas, because the staff goal, of course, will be to find a way to increase revenues without putting undue burden on our residents. And so I think some of the things you've mentioned are probably going to wind themselves into that report that I expect. They've heard what you've said now, and they've heard the sentiment. And the Butter Tart Festival or special event parking is something I know I've had that conversation too. So we'll leave that with the Butter Tart team to organize, but I think we may be pleasantly surprised that they're hearing the input that we provide at council meetings and at this budget cycle. Message received. Any other questions on the growth department, as I like to call it? Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to Mr. Farr. You talk about a couple questions here. You're talking about the legacy files and the backlog on files and so forth. And then the town has no control over appeals. And hopefully we can, and I know you are working very hard to limit those appeals through hopefully through speaking with these developers and trying to get a common ground before it goes to the appeals process. And I think you've kind of displayed the frustrations of those in the past meetings. But growth, we've always heard growth pays for growth, right? So, and then when you're talking about Bill 23 and how eventually the taxpayers are going to lose because we're going to be paying for DCs through the tax base. So, although growth is important, why would we grow if we're gonna lose money doing it? So do we stay status quo? If Bill 23 passes, what's the reason for growth if we're gonna be paying for it out of our own pockets, and then our taxes are gonna go through the roof? So just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I realize we need to grow, but the government and Bill 23 is basically saying you have to grow, but we don't have the money to grow if we're not getting DCs unless we're going to pull it in some other form of revenue. So I'm a little confused on that, on what our game plan is if this Bill 23 passes, and then if Mr. Clark's what Mayor Gordon was saying, that he has some tweaking to do on if we hit our targets, that there's going to be some type of funds to the community if we hit our targets. But if we don't hit our targets, and going off of our track record now with building and planning, it kind of raises a red flag for this to grow.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Council Emeritus, I'll try to provide some commentary on that. So it's helpful to think of the changes that the province has made to the Planning Act as being intended to increase the supply of housing. And there will be a cost to that. Somebody's going to pay that cost. Some of the changes that have been made, I haven't fully formed an opinion, but I've read others' opinions that would suggest that the changes have been disproportionately advantageous to the development industry without necessarily providing the safeguards that would secure the outcomes that the province's program appears to be intended to achieve. So if, for example, the intent is to lower the cost of housing, it's not at all clear through the legislation that the mechanisms are in the legislation to ensure that that would happen, that the savings that are imposed on taxpayers would then be passed on to buyers. So there have been those kinds of criticism. Like I said, I have not formed an opinion about it until we see those regulations and what specifically the meaning of the minister's comments about municipalities being made whole it will be difficult to assess the impact. At the end of the day, as I often hear, there's only one taxpayer. So if the province is making municipalities whole, then they're making the municipalities whole by getting the money from somewhere, probably through provincial tax base. It would be a significant financial impact to the municipality not to collect development charges, depending on the scale of the waivers that will result from the Bill 23 changes. I'd say that there are those facts. The planning process still continues. So people are still entitled to file applications, and the municipality has certain obligations to act on those applications. And if we fail to do that, then those matters go to the Ontario Land Tribunal for adjudication. A couple of comments on the Ontario Land Tribunal. The current government has been appointing people as is within its authority to that tribunal board. And basically the tribunal is a whole bunch of people that get dispatched to resolve. So one person will show up in a room, hear evidence on a case, and make a decision. So if the municipality refuses to act, the province will, in the mechanisms in the Planning Act, enable developers to seek, an avenue for an approval, and the province would then be that avenue. So I think this is the frustration that you're hearing from some municipalities. that it appears to be a situation that the municipalities have limited authority to constrain. I think that hopefully that through the minister's comments and potential future changes based on the response that you've heard across Ontario on this, we may see greater clarity. We may see more change that takes us even farther down the path to facilitating less municipal control over development approvals. But your comments are join a long kind of like a legion of municipal comments of concern around this legislation. And it is my view, you know, I haven't looked into it to some extent, that message is being communicated clearly to the province. Now, the province it has a mandate. It's defined its mandate. The extent to which it responds in any legislative changes to what it's already approved is it's not known at this point. So I think we need a few more details on it. And given the pace of legislative change over the last couple of years, it's just been frequent and significant, that some of these questions may or may not be answered. But ultimately, if there isn't a exercise of making people whole, if the approvals are issued and the waivers are kind of claimed, the burden will be borne by the taxpayer. And the exact details of the whole impacted development charges are something that our partners in the engineering infrastructure are intimately involved with. They have a 10-year plan. They have expectations around how that plan is going to be funded. And this kind of shakes that up and destabilizes it.
Might have some more color from Mr. CAO about this too.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, one of the challenges in the development and planning world is municipalities aren't really in control. The province tells us how many houses and how many people we get. The developers own land and they have the right under our zoning and official plan to develop and build things. So as Adam mentioned, you know, we can't stop the applications coming in unless there is one mechanism council has, and that's to put an interim control order in to basically shut development down 100%. Not recommending that because that's some municipalities have it. It takes a lot of years to recover from that. So, you know, the budget that's in front of you this is the budget that it takes to deal with what's in front of the town today. It's a responsible budget. Adam and his staff have put it together. This is what it costs to run this business. We might not like it, but that's the cost of running this business. And unless we shut development down, this is our business. So, you know, the province making us whole on development charges, I don't think that will happen. I hope I'm wrong. But, you know, that's, again, is out of our control till the province clarifies some definitions. And there's some case law from other municipalities going through the OLT. And as the CFO mentioned in her presentation yesterday, we're going to start the DC background study again, which is the new calculation of what we think development will be, how much it's going to cost, and who's paying. So we'll be going through that exercise later this year and into next year, because we will be bringing up the development charge bylaw to council. Through the last development charge bylaw, just a council decision to waive or slow down us charging developers, because the previous council thought the DCs were too high for developers. That costs the taxpayer around $2 million. That went from the developers' pockets and right into the taxpayer's pocket. So council over time has said, well, we want development and we want reduced development charges. The province is now saying that also, but the end result is it is the taxpayer that picks it up and the ratepayers for some of it. So that's our challenge. This council has a lot of control, but when it's in the planning world and development world, there's a lot of rules that we have to follow that we don't have a choice in. So I think this file, as Adam mentioned, we need growth to help with our tax levy, because every new taxpayer reduces the effect, because If they're using existing roads, we don't need to plow more snow. We don't need to clear more sidewalks for some of these developments. So, we do get some benefits, but, we want growth to happen, and the province will make us do it, put it that way. They will make us grow.
Thanks. We'll go back to Councillor Merritt. It's just on my way back there. I think it's important to actually recognize Councillor McDonald's comment, planning 101. I know we could just be looking very in a linear manner at just this budget and just talk about the budget and move on. But this, this is a good opportunity for everyone to kind of wrap their mind around why this is a profit center as well as a cost center. One of the few ones in our municipality, where the money comes from. Do we have the open sign hanging out for development in our community? Do we want to attract more people to live in Midland? I mean, the province is telling us we have to, but not on such a granular level of Midland. It's more about the county and Greater Golden Horseshoe. But is the open sign open? Do we have the resources in town to move the deluge of files through the planning process? We can't control when they pull a building permit, but we can get it all ready. And there's a nonstop din of interest that's constantly looking at, how attractive our community is on the shores of Georgian Bay. And that growth will allow us to spread the sort of intangible costs of running this municipality across more people, which will have the net impact of not only improving service delivery, but also reducing some of the costs borne by each of the resident ratepayers. So that's our goal, or I believe it should be. We need to responsibly grow. And that's a mantra that, that I've heard, that Midland doesn't have that perception or hasn't had that perception in the past. I think it may be falsely applied, but we have the ability now, if we fund this department properly and support it and support things like the outsourcing, they know enough to say, what, we can't do this alone. We need help. There's no shame in asking for help. And that help, unfortunately, does come with price tags. But again, much like yesterday's conversation, we engage experts in each of these files that can move them through quickly rather than generalists. Those guys that have that inch wide, mile deep knowledge and skill set cost more, but they also get things done quicker. So that the more routine things that are more, off the shelf, out of the box, that's the stuff that our in-house talent can progress quickly rather than being stuck mired down in the complexity. So this is one of those budget items where I think it was important we have this conversation about planning and growth projections, some of the challenges, blah, 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 so we can understand these big numbers and what some of these percentage increases are, or what's behind them. So I think it was, hopefully everyone found it helpful. We're going to learn lots more about planning. So we'll get back to you and then to Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Gordon, to Adam Farr. So I guess it's fair to say we could concentrate on planning revenue versus parking revenue in the future. So, one question I had back to the line items here on under taxes, 52,300. Can you just explain to me what that is? What
I'll
kind of
just
tax is in there?
I'll just
Not-
defer to the CF.
It's like fourth up from the bottom. Should that be in there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Emeritus, that would be the taxes paid on the municipal parking lots. The bylaw department, which is included in this summary, also is bylaw and parking. So much like the CAO spoke about the maintenance on those parking lots, this would be the cost of the taxes the municipality pays itself on those same parking lots. Those lots are assessed, right, from MPAC, just like every other property in the municipality. And so again, that activity-based costing model. So the cost of those parking lots is in this, and then there would be an offsetting revenue in the tax section.
Yeah, I think that's important to note that the free parking lots aren't rent free. Like we pay taxes on them. It's property in the town of Midland. If it had a commercial building on it or residences, there'd be taxes collected. It sits vacant, there's still taxes ascribed to it. So there are tangible costs. And again, I'm not trying to make an argument one way or the other on these things, but just so people understand, there's nothing free. There's always a cost. So that's why it's important for us to look at cost recovery where it's possible and where the community can sustain it. Sorry, I did this to you. I'm sorry. Councillor Ball, we'll go
Sorry.
to you in a second. I just opened another can of worms.
So is that another hit on the tax base then? Like, so that's not in the actual. So on our assessment of of the residential that we get our taxes, so this would be another 5,200, well, spread over thousands of people. Is that fair to say, or is it all compiled into that our tax rate? Obviously, probably would be, right?
Yeah, sorry, it's all in that one all-in tax rate.
Right.
So again, this parking lot or these parking lots would be part of the total assessment, right? That total assessment is multiplied by our various tax rates to get our total budget requirement. So in short, to answer your question, yes, you're not going to pay an additional 52,000 for those lots.
Right.
It's already within the calculations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
I just wanted to touch on, while we're on the topic of development and attracting developers open for business, I think that funding this department, I'm 100% in support of, absolutely necessary, but I think that you need to also look at why people want to develop here and if they can sell houses. So that's attracting people into our community. And we've heard time and time again that we're not offering the community engagement. We're not offering the community programming that makes people want to live in Midland. So if we're attracting these developers, we need to looking at all of our other departments and whether we are actually engaging our community properly. Because if we fund this department properly now, we have to fund other departments that touch on that as well and allow our residents to have something to look forward to and want to attract people to actually live here. And that's how you get developers to come.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, to the Mr. Farr. I think with the issue of the situation we're in, I think from Ontario, the municipalities, I think the province makes all these changes, but the problem is they never give us the tools in the box to respond to. There are other things that we have to follow through with paying county tax, education taxes. There's the issues of impact, and potentially, basically, the Planning Act itself needs to be revised in order to deal with this. I think that's a tough situation. So we're trying to be looking, okay, from the planning department, how do we become more creative in terms of all these responses if we don't have the tools in the box to respond to all these new demands from the province?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Cotton. So a good example is our proposed OPA 1. Our proposed OPA 1 proposes a number of changes to the town's official plan policy framework. Our official plan policy framework has weight to it, and it sort of sets ground rules for our engagement with the development industry. The development industry will always seek to have more flexible or less framework around the regulations that apply to it. With the changes at the provincial level, the province has removed areas of jurisdiction around community planning that are going to impact the ability of the municipality to define how development unfolds. It's very clear that that's the case. There are mechanisms within OPA 1 that do seek to provide greater certainty in terms of municipal expectations and I think improved quality of development applications as they come into the approvals process, and we are required to meet certain timeframes then to make decisions on those matters. So that OPA 1 is a direct response to some of the changes at the provincial level. And in many municipalities are adopting similar approaches as are captured in that OPA. Additionally, there are other policy areas within the OPA, and I mentioned them sort of general and specifically yesterday as it relates to policy matters that we want to address through the official plan conformity exercise that we're hoping to complete this year. That official plan conformity exercise, as I said yesterday, is driven by the requirement to adopt the changes that have been made by Simcoe County and await approval at the province into our own OP. But we're also looking at adding some additional detail into our official plan that will help council engage tools that are available in the planning realm, but require clarification in those policies in order for them to carry greater weight and enable the town to sort of navigate this kind of development process that we see. Again, because if it's not in there or if it's loosely defined, that's a matter that the development industry will point to when there's resistance to doing even simple things, because we see that now that it's not in your OP, we're not going to do it. And it can be a matter of simple business practices. So that's one approach. There's no question that in Bill 23, the province is limiting the extent of municipalities' abilities to fund community planning and community design measures. So there's provisions in there that make a parkland contribution less costly for developers and introduce additional avenues for making parkland contribution, and that is a fundamental part of the planning framework. Sometimes you'll see a neighborhood where people are saying, well, I would like a park at this location. Every time a development comes in, a piece of parkland either gets built into it or the municipality collects money instead of that land. And then that money gets bundled and it gets used to buy a piece of parkland to be available for residents. Well, the province has capped the amount of parkland you can ask for. It's capped the amount of cash that can be asked for. It's now allowing private space on condominium developments that's publicly accessible to be counted towards parkland. So the municipalities are being limited compared to the authorities that they've had in the past through this legislation. There's, like I said, there's some avenues that the town can explore to try to achieve what it wants to achieve where the province has not created controls. We will have to be, we'll have to take whatever kind of comes through the legislation. Hope that concerns around communities' abilities to plan for themselves are either addressed now or they may be addressed in the future. The Planning Act, as you may know, has changed successively through various different governments. So there's a regular upheaval and a new regime that comes along every 5 or 6 years. So right now, this is what we're dealing with, and it is a matter of significant concern. I just want to make one other comment that when our staff, particularly our planning staff, make recommendations to council, we are aware of a desire for growth locally. Also, the mandate that the province has set out, but we're also aware that among the attributes that make a community desirable to locate in are how it's planned out, where things are, how they look. Under the legislation that the province has passed, it takes some of those measures away. So people are going to see infill development in their neighborhoods that they haven't seen before. They're going to have limited rights of appeal. One of the features of the new legislation is that neighbors will no longer be able to appeal minor variance decisions, which is a kind of retail type application. This is where people want to build a larger garage, or they want to add an expansion to their house. in my career, I've seen upset neighbors talking about shadow impacts and it doesn't fit in the community. So this is all going to become real to the average person in the community through the financial costs that may be imposed on them, but also the less control that they have around things occurring in their neighborhood. We are going to try to do what we can through the process and our reviews and potentially future policy amendments and other council initiatives to ensure that the town's expectations are communicated clearly, and to the extent that we can, that we ask developers to meet those. I can though say that the province's changes have caused controversy and concern for very specific reasons, and what you just mentioned is one of them.
All right. Any further discussion on this budget? All right, well, we're gonna kind of leads us perfectly into our morning break. So just before we do, we'll get this one through in principle. So I need a mover, Councillor Prost, and a seconder, Councillor Ball, that the tax supported 2023 budget for planning, building, bylaw, and parking be approved in principle. All those in favor? And that carries. All right, folks, so we'll recess for, let's call it 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, that was a little extended break, but I think we all needed it. And we are back at it. So we are now into environment and infrastructure, another large basket. And we're going to start off with the engineering department. Mr. Campbell may know a thing or two about that department. I will pass the mic over to you.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So the environment and infrastructure, that's the overall summaries on page 103 and 104. And I don't intend to get into a discussion as an overall group. It's $23 million, but we'll have each of the staff speak to the engineering department, the operations, facilities, the rec center, transit, and culture and tourism. So the aggregate, as I say, is a 23 million, which is likely almost 3/4 of the town's expenditures. So it is the biggest department of staff and spending. And we on the agenda here, we had the rec center as item F5 or F4. We will be moving that to the end of the discussion. The deputy has a conflict. So we'll go through everything except the rec center. We'll see what council wishes to do. Then we'll talk the rec center separately at the end. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sobel, and Mitch will talk about engineering, development engineering.
Sorry, just before you do, Councillor Ball's got a quick interjection.
I just wanted to confirm I also have a conflict with the Boys and Girls Club that I specified earlier, so I'm just bringing that up again. Thanks.
Perfect. So we've moved both of the conversations around NSSRC, which captures Askononia for Deputy Mayor and the Boys and Girl Club for Councillor Ball to the end. So that lets them participate in a fulsome manner and everything else, and then just recuse themselves from the conversation around that specific asset. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to council. So as Mr. Campbell mentioned, this is the engineering budget for 2023. It's you can find it on page 107 of the budget binder. And I'll just highlight there's 4 main notes on the budget, and I'll run through those and then we can go through any questions that we may have from there. So note 1 is in the revenue side of things, the fees, service charges, and rentals. These fees have been increased slightly from 2022, and the majority of these fees are made up of our inspection fees, miscellaneous permits, agreements, things like that. So this is our best estimate of what we expect to receive in 2023. Note 2 is a reduction in the budget of $11,000. This is a budgeted item that had been in the budget for the last couple of years that has been moved into a joint section in another location in the budget and has not been utilized the past couple of years in the engineering budget. So it's been fully removed from the budget completely and budgeted accordingly in the correct location. Note 3 is an increase in protective equipment memberships and whatnot to reflect staff complement. This is also an increase in some software licensing and requirement changes that from the county that has changed us. One big one was the AutoCAD licensing. We used to have a great deal through the county, and AutoCAD no longer supports that style of licensing, so we have to go get our own licensing. So there's a small increase there. We talked yesterday with Andre on the water wastewater side of things with the water modeling and our staff being trained and controlling our systems better ourselves. So we have some water model software in there. And then the major component of that is the streetlight software that was approved last year through the budget, which we've been utilizing throughout 22 as well. So that is proposed to stay in. And then note 4 is our transfers to reserve. So this is IT as well as to an engineering capital reserve. You saw yesterday in the capital budget, a small fee for some level equipment upgrades and replacements. And so this has the appropriate contribution back to the reserve for a sustainable reserve in the long run. And all of that results in a negative budget for the year with some responsible budgeting and expenses.
Well, that was short and sweet. Up first, we have Councillor Ball.
Do we get a list of our assets and rental agreements?
And you're referring to in the revenue side of things. So I do have a breakdown of what's included in there. And as I mentioned, those are revenues. So they are things like subdivision agreement preparation fees. The majority of that is our inspection fees through the development process, which we just heard Mr. Farr speak to. We get a percentage of every development for us to inspect it and see it through to construction. That makes up, I believe, nearly $120,000 of that $133,000. So that's the majority of it. We have things like entrance permits, oversized, overweight permits that we review in the engineering department, but those are relatively small compared to the inspection fees.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the insurance is gone 100%. I assume it's just gone to another line someplace in the budget, or you don't need insurance anymore.
So that is, we talked yesterday with Julie Ellery from our risk and legal. That reduction is because of the new policy upgrades through that procurement process, the reduction, and also reorganizing where the insurance costs go throughout the department of the town to make sure that comes back to the activity-based costing, that the engineering department is paying its share of the insurance.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I see there's some virtual calculator work happening on desk. Madam CFO, in the meantime.
Sorry, Your Worship, if I may, just to Councillor McDonald. I believe you're looking at the line above. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies.
All right, well, there's nothing else.
Oh,
I
Mr.
just,
CFO?
if you were looking at the line above and why consultants were reduced, this is, remember when we did the council budget, we said we increased the consultant line in in council's budget, and a lot of that money came from this budget. So again, it was of council through their deliberations over the year are asking staff to have a traffic study or do something like that. We want to put that budget management in council's budget so that they, if you have a certain amount of money to spend for these extra requests, and you don't just ask for more than what's in the budget because you wouldn't see it in your own budget. So it went from here to there, no budget decrease, no budget increase.
That's fair. So it's now in our purse. Councillor McDonald, some follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, perhaps in the future, we could all be supplied with a ruler so that our lines go across, because I was referring to the line below that you were referring to, blah, blah, blah. It's all good.
No problem. You do have a small expense line. You're free to procure a ruler. I'll happily sign off on that. No problem at all. All right. Is there anything else on the engineering side of house? Before we move on to operations? With a capital, oh, there's a ruler. Oh, actually, it's a paint stir, but that may just work just as well. Perfect. All right, super. So moving on then to operations.
Just before Dylan starts, he will, the uh, facilities, asset management and operations are lumped together in the summaries here. So although it's listed separately on the agenda, in the budget summaries, it's all combined into page 120.
Thank you, your worship, through you to council. Yeah, again, so not included here in this operations base budget change report is transit. That's going to be shown separately, as well as the NSSRC. So what this is referring to is all of your fleet management, public works, roads, roads, sidewalks, winter maintenance, and park maintenance. So there are several changes noted below. Largest changes in reference to really salaries and benefits, and transfers to reserve. There's several reserves set up, one for roads, sidewalks, public works, fleet, and all of them really are significantly underfunded at the moment. So that 300,000 or so is the total of the increase compared to our contributions last year. Yeah, so I'd be happy to take any questions you guys do have here.
I'll kick things off with a bit of revenue generation questions. So it's been discussed at many previous terms of council about the leases or town property. Some of them are, just insanely low, like so below market that it defies logic that was ever created. Other ones, if we want to tinker or change them, they could have material impact to the consumers of those leases, our tenants, because they just traditionally have always enjoyed artificially low lease rates. So I think, as I recall, we've had this conversation in last council, and it's always kind of contentious, and then we get the sort of one-off, please don't do this to us or we can't continue to operate type deputations. Is there a review coming in this term, perhaps even this year, about our leases and also explaining some of the complexities around the ones that we're locked into for absurdly long lengths of time that I've only just become aware of, that give the town basically zero control? I think it's important that we call those things out, not to shame our tenants that have the beneficiary of these amazing leases, but to also recognize some of the challenges we have if we want to make changes to be a little more fiscally responsible to the ratepayers. I know it's a kind of loaded big question, but what are your thoughts on this, and when we would be able to see something from your team about the leases and our assets that way?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, there are several leases that are far under market rate value for sure, and have come with substantially long terms, some up to 50 years, say, or longer. So in some cases, our hands are tied, and there are several due for renewal this year, and we plan on taking a different approach as some of those negotiations now begin to happen, to look for a fairer, closer to market rate value, hopefully to increase our revenues there in that sense. But it's, there's a need to balance as well because, you know, we often are trying to, or, you know, decisions have been made to determine rates at a subsidized level because we don't provide programming. So because we don't provide programming in a lot of recreational areas, this has really been seen as the way to, as the town's approach or part of how to provide that programming. It's outsourced, and then the leases have been done at times below market value. You know, currently staff are going through a review right now of, again, what's coming due. We're trying to take every step possible and explore different options with some different properties and leases out there at the moment. But yes, without a doubt, there's a different approach that will be taken going forward as negotiations begin on the leases that we do have some control on.
All right, and what about, I mean, I wouldn't say you're new to the town, but you're newish, you know, and what you've seen, is there any sort of missed opportunities for revenue generation? I know we bantered around, and we're going to talk about Sports and Rec Center separately, about potentially naming rights for the Sports and Rec Center. Are there any other opportunities aside from that asset for revenue generation that, you know, would be sort of responsible things for us to consider? Even if, you know, initially it's kind of like, you know, that ick feeling when the town's going to try and find another revenue stream other than picking the pockets as a tax bill. Is there anything that your team is kind of contemplating or you're wanting to talk about this term for potential revenue generation?
Through your worship, to members of council, specifically in this area, there are some that we'll get to say in when we get to discussions around the rec center. Again, the operations unit or group has been limited in terms of its revenue generating potentials in transit based on decisions made by previous councils. But to this area specifically, you know, this division, there had been approaches taken maybe to providing private services in the past. And I will say, since I've been here, I've made an effort to reduce that. I see that was maybe viewed as by previous councils or staff as a way to generate revenue, whereas I often at times to be something that's outside of our mandate. We're not in the business of competing with the private sector, say. We shouldn't be providing private servicing. We should be taking care of what's our responsibility to take care of. And that comes at a cost. So in this area specifically, you know, beyond leases and, you know, yeah, and we're trying to write them in a different way to provide. So at times too, they've been done in a manner that limits you or focuses the, you know, only one business, say, or private individual will have that opportunity. And we're trying to write leases and agreements in a manner that doesn't limit that, so that there are opportunities to grow revenues in different areas. But I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, basically, I'm a big proponent of increasing our shared services, and one of the things, you know, I'll be seeking council support for this term is, and I've already had some preliminary conversations with Mayor Rawson and Pentangwisheen, is perhaps taking more of a campus style approach to sports and rec facilities in North Simcoe, specifically Midland and Penetang initially, so we can maybe share the costs a bit more evenly without imposing things like non-resident fees. Similar to what happens now with Tiny contributing some funds directly into our library and into the Sports and Rec Center, for example. But imagine if that cost sharing initiative was spread for our ice surfaces, you know, and basically looking at more of a campus style approach. So not something I can ask you to contribute, you know, or participate in this budget cycle, but just to let you know that, you know, I'm aware of these things. I believe other councillors are too. And these are conversations that I'm going to commit to having this term. We're trying to find more synergies and ways to either save costs or spread those across more people, and then increase our service delivery. So there's I think there's opportunities in what otherwise is a very expensive department to run, but is really at its core that is on death for having a municipality in the first place. That's why we kind of exist, is to provide these services through ops and engineering and whatnot. Mr. CAO, and then I'll go to Councillor Ball.
Yes, your worship. In the past, we did try to increase our revenue by sharing services with our mechanics and our gardener. What actually happened is we were losing money and not getting our own work done because we didn't add resources to share. We just lost money. An example, we were doing the mechanic repairs for all the vehicles in Penetanguishene. Our shop rate for them was $64 an hour. Our actual cost is around, at the time, was around $103 an hour. So not only were we losing money, they took priority in the shop because they were a paid customer. So our vehicles didn't get fixed. And we basically sold the farm to have a shared service. So what we did, we increased our rate to the $103, $104 rate. And Penetanguishene said, well, we can't afford you. And they hired their own mechanic, which is fine with us. So, and on the same, on the sharing the gardener, Mary went 1 day a week to work in Penetanguishene. That just meant 1 day a week we didn't get Midland work done. So it looked good from a revenue basis because we were showing a revenue, but what council didn't see through those times was that actually work wasn't being done, or we were potentially losing money and subsidizing Penetanguishene. So the gardening is not a shared service anymore, and mechanics are not a shared service anymore.
Thanks for that input. So I mean, that's a testimony to a poorly implemented shared service agreement where it has to be equitable for both sides, right? Everyone's got to leave with a smile or it doesn't work. So there may be areas where, you know, what council may suggest is trying to jam a square cube into a round hole and it just doesn't work. So we'll rely on some of the past to guide us in the future to see if there's a better model. And of course, it also depends too on the willingness of our neighbor or to not have a customer relationship with us, but more of a partner relationship. So the true costs are borne by both of us equally or proportionate to the use at minimum, right? Super. That's just great to hear. I just want to throw it out there that, you know, as much as we're leaning on you to find creative solutions, the onus is also on us in the governance side of house to try and encourage ways to make this all more affordable for everybody. Councillor Ball.
I think that everybody knows I've been no stranger to talking about bringing recreation programs to Midland. I think that's something we should offer our residents. I appreciate that our fees for everything are really low because that was maybe their indication last time is we'll make things lower so we can take the onus off the taxpayers, and we don't have recreation programs to offer them. But I don't see that as the average family seeing those cost savings in programming that is being offered privately. I don't think that I was looking at our fees specifically surrounding the pavilion rentals, the field rentals, like those are extremely low rental rates. I think that could be raised, not significantly, but to just even have something that compares with other rentals in the area. I think that's a cost initiative that we maybe want to take into consideration, but also that we aren't seeing that down to the average family is getting those cost savings and programming that's being offered. So I think that we need to do better for our residents and maybe look at offering that, or maybe looking at different partnerships with the people in the community that are using those extremely low rates to offer more affordable programming within the community.
Mr. CEO.
Yes, and just for the remind council, 20 years ago, the town did provide recreational services, and that was reduced by the councils of the day for some cost saving initiatives or to support the YMCA or some of the other boys and girls clubs and things like that. So again, our program today, we don't offer any programming. There's a few hockey schools that they do, but in general, if council wishes staff to investigate, you know, the cost and partnerships of a recreation program, again, as I said earlier, I think that's outside this budget discussion and some direction from council for us to, you know, look at that. Is again, we need some council direction to put some resources against such an investigation.
Sounds good. Councillor Ball, follow up.
Yes, 20 years ago, we offered them the growth that we've seen within our community, even within the last 5 years, especially towards young families coming in. We we definitely need to look at it more. I'm not suggesting that. I'm speaking specifically to the budget and the fees and how low they are. They need to be raised, I believe, in this budget cycle, because those programs that we are offering, that we're offering the community based on private programming, and saying that that was our takeaway, is that we're going to offer you low fields, low rentals, so that we don't offer our programming ourselves. But that savings is not being seen to the average taxpayer based on that.
So just before we go back to Mr. Flannery, I believe the fee schedule is part of this package, and there are contemplated fee increases. And if council wants to go down those when we get to that section, I don't know when the best time to do that would be, and suggest that, staff have suggested an increase of 10%, and Councillor Ball would say, no, this should be 25%, that we could, beat that up and deal with these things on a sort of ad hoc basis. What would be the best time during this budget cycle? When would that be in front of us to be able to parse that fee schedule?
Your worship, I think the majority of the fees are in the rec center. So as I said, we're going to have that separate. The other fees are just some, baseball park rentals. Okay, so
Our pickleball is from going
Oh.
from $1.99 to $3.
we can talk about
$3 is a very
non-rec
low
center
fee.
ones, because we've had discussions, and I'll let Mr. Flannery talk to the reality of revenue generation on tennis and pickleball, because that reality
fields.
nobody here knows except Dylan and I, and it'll surprise you.
We'll lob it over to Mr. Flannery, and then have Councillor McDonald patiently waiting with her straight line. Oh, okay. Yeah, very good.
Through your worship to members of council. Yeah. So last year, we did conduct some comparative analysis regarding what municipalities in the area are similar sizes are charging, how those fees are structured. And we did make some substantial changes last year. That included things like soccer field pricing, baseball, all sport amenities, and recreational outdoor amenities. So we made some adjustments in terms of not just the number, but the way that they were structured. Some of those fees now at this time, or in this proposed fee schedule or bylaw, have not been adjusted, because we did just make such a significant overhaul a year ago, and we're wanting to give it time to see how that's working, and what type of revenue that really does generate. Even throughout the years, a lot of things came back. Not everything from COVID really was operating at full capacity, we'll say, and membership levels were low, and we met with all user groups, and that's continually what we had heard. So we have not proposed here now any type of significant increase for those reasons in those types of fees. And again, we're only a year out of doing some fairly substantial restructuring. So that's why it's been proposed, or the lack of change maybe in some of those recreational amenity fees that you're seeing. And specifically to tennis and pickleball, this does apply to all, but at the end of the day, these gates are open, and it is a first come, first serve. Whether or not someone chooses to contact the town, make a rental, now that at that point in time, now that particular field or amenity is secured for their use, they've paid for it, they've reserved it. That's not always the case, tends not to be the case with pickleball and tennis specifically. And we do not see substantial revenues generated by either of those sports in terms of rental fees, so much so that we're not hitting triple digits.
Thank you. I just want to say pickleball does offer an affordable program, so I don't want to pick on them. Good for you, pickleball. Thank you. I'm more speaking towards the fields, especially. I just was speaking to that pickleball court because it's such a low fee. Like it could be raised to $5, right? Which is still, I think, a low fee, but I was speaking more for affordable, like baseball, soccer, look like those types of programs that are being offered through the comparative communities that you are saying that we have compared
ourselves to them. We aren't offering comparable affordable programming for them that offsets that though, right? So we do need to make an adjustment either in our programming schedule or allowing the fees for the field to be more than $40. Because I think that's if you're giving a field for $40, then the people offering the programming, it should be more affordable for those families that are in their area and coming here to ensure growth, like we were speaking about earlier. So
Yes, in 2021 and for the last few years, our revenue on tennis is $8 a year and $4 for pickleball is the revenue. Now, when they're doing the indoor at the rec center, because they have to book time, we get appropriate revenue. But our outdoor facilities, because people don't book them and we don't have the gates locked, we don't generate any revenue. So we have a line in our budget to charge them, but as I said, we got $8 for the whole year. It's not even worth talking about.
I think that's my point though, is that it is so minimal. Like maybe we just need to look at that a little closer. That's all.
Well, I mean, just to throw into this, like we're talking pickleball, for example, because it's growing and we're adding more pickleball courts. It's very popular, so really it is kind of the time to, monetize that to some degrees, not punitively. Perhaps we could have I'm just throwing this out there. Maybe we could have a block of time where it is locked and only people can play or by a reservation. So that kind of would drive people to the reservation if we wanted to say between 8 and 10 daily is the reserve block. And the gate isn't unlocked for just people to wander in. If you want it, it's $5 or whatever the pickleball cost is, So just throwing it out there, you guys have license to be creative. Think of a way that we can do this where it doesn't dissuade people from using these services, but that might drive people towards, contributing to some degree to the upkeep. So we can sweep the thing and put a new, at least pay for the net or whatever's involved in this stuff. So again, I don't expect us to micromanage how you do it, but don't be afraid to try some creative stuff. I know we machine gunned some of your suggestions out of the sky last term, but don't let that make you just gun shy to come back to us with other innovative ideas. I think it was just in totality, the last budget was difficult. Not that this one isn't, but I think it was extra contentious because there was a lot of changes really quickly. So anyway, don't need a response. I'm just throwing it out there. There's an idea potentially. I do want to give Councillor McDonald, she's sitting there with her straight rule and a frowny face and lots of good questions. So have at her. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to give kudos for the fact that they saved 8% on the utilities, and I see that it's attributed to the LED street lights. And I'm hoping that if LED street lights can make that much difference, that we're implementing. I'm not sure if these are LED lights, but that we're doing that every opportunity we can. The initial expense turns around. My question is in regards to the training, travel and meetings and conferences, a $10,000 increase. Is that mostly to travel and training, or where's that 39% attributed to mostly, please?
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald. Yeah, some of it is, it really is generally spread between all of those. As a lot of the training and conferences and seminars now are returning to in-person, the costs really do go up to attend. And as much as that's the case, I think at the same time, it increases in the value you get out of it by attending in person, by making those types of connections with peers and in other municipalities in the same sector, because making those types of connections are just positive for everyone in general, and often they're very educational. So the one good thing about a lot of the training sessions that have been through COVID online is that they've been cheaper to attend. That's no longer the case now, and often they've removed that even as an option. It's attend in person or not at all. So there's that increase there is generally split between each of those items.
Thank you.
Any other questions about this one? Is Harbor included in your expenses? No, okay. Oh, of course not. It's under cultural tourism and harbor. Sorry, I think I've had too many of these coffees. We got a little vibration going. I can't see clearly. Okay, anybody else? Day 2 of Feast Coffee, though. I gotta say, it's incredible coffee. I gotta stop drinking it though. All right, I think we're ready to move on then. So let's move into, we're gonna skip NSSRC and we're gonna talk of transit now.
Jim Reichel will speak to this.
Thank you. Through your worship to council. You'll see 10 notes associated with transit. Starting at the top with the revenues, there is an increased available funding from the gas tax fund, which is fantastic because it's going to offset a little bit our decreased revenue due to the free senior program. We won't realize the complete impact of that program till the end of this year once we have some good stats and metrics from it. Note 3, increased intermunicipal recovery from Midland Penetang Transit Program as we are billing back actuals with our activity-based costing. Note 4 under payroll would be obviously our 1.75 COLA increase for our staff, as well as adjusting the payroll to the reality of our part-time drivers. We've moved from a 0.2 FTE to a 1, just to reflect the reality of our usage of our part-time pool. The note 5 is our estimated increase for the community reach contract, which is being negotiated this year. Note 5, increased intermunicipal charge paid to Penetang Machine to account for our free transit. Because we have to offer the same service throughout both. So we will be having to make them whole on these free senior rides. Obviously, note 7, there's an increased cost of operator vehicles and equipment through fuel and repairs. Note 8 is our decreased insurance portion because of our RFP process. Note 9 is our increased maintenance costs for aging vehicles and equipment supplied by Penetang Machine. However, these costs are recovered and shown on a different line. Note 10 is our increased kind of back-end cost to offer the free transit program. And note 11 is the increased contribution to reserves to pay for future capital purchases.
Alrighty then. I'll kick things off with community reach. So last term, because we do support community reach already, there was some conversation. I think I was talking about it, but perhaps extending some of our service capabilities by furthering the contractual relationship with them, since we already fund them, and having them maybe offer service to the hard to reach areas or where it just doesn't justify sending the big bus. We could send the short bus to service Midland Point and some of the underserviced areas where we just wouldn't have the ridership normally, sort of more call and answer, like an Uber style relationship funded by us. Is that something that's being contemplated to expand this year in this term?
Yeah, absolutely, Your Worship. We've already had some preliminary chats with Community Reach about that, kind of running a pilot for those areas, Sunnyside, Midland Point, and Aberdeen area, using their services. So it will be part of our conversation for the renewal.
That's great to hear. I think that's a wise use of resources and partnership. And then what about advertising? I know that we're from the capital side where, we're going to have the announcements of the stops for people for accessibility reasons. But what are our advertising opportunities, not only on the outside of the bus, but on the inside of the bus for ridership?
Yeah, we do offer advertising both outside and inside along the top corners in the illuminated areas. We will probably be stepping up our marketing of that a little bit this year through our communications people.
Super. I think just and this doesn't give us generate revenue for us, but if we had a couple little spots reserved for us, we could use those as big moving billboards to promote initiatives in the town and communicate important things to our residents. I'll turn it over to Councillor Ball.
Sorry, I'm going to repeat again that the advertising, that was also something on the transit. I think that could be raised to reflect maybe a little bit more revenue. But I also just wanted to ask, I guess the logistics and practicality of being able to partner with local hotels during the summer, during events, to have a bus that goes specifically from hotels downtown. And if that could generate revenue, if that's something that tourists and the hotels would be able to pay for and partner with. Do we have a small bus that could do that, a part-time driver that maybe we could do just for specific weekends on a trial basis? Or is that something that has been thought of, or something that could even be possible?
Through your worship, to Councillor Ball, we do offer shuttle services during our major events, utilizing both our transit as well as contracted services. To offering extra specialized shuttles with our current fleet and staff would be difficult. It's very hard to find part-time staff to have in our pool because it's not guaranteed hours. They fill Saturdays, vacations, sick days and whatnot. And our fleet, to extend it to that service would require more vehicles.
And the special events, we're giving that cost though, right? We're offering that shuttle at our cost. We're not partnering with hotels to offset that cost to specifically go to their hotels and to bring their tourists and our tourists of Midland to those events.
Depending on the event, Butter Tart for Penetang Machine residents, the Penetang Machine pays for that shuttle. And Canada Day as well, they paid for the shuttle with our transit to bring people back and forth to the park. No, we don't have current partnerships with any accommodation services.
To that point, though, the contemplated implementation of the municipal accommodation tax and some of the revenues that it will generate, with a really thoughtfully created program and bylaw that we're going to see, I think, come before us sometime in this fall. With the support, of course, of the subjects of these tax who have to collect it for us, the local hotels and motels, this might be an opportunity where we can get some funding from that if it qualifies, because of course there's a lot of guardrails on what we can use it for. But this could be an opportunity for some of the revenues from the future MAT tax to help offset these shuttles for special events, especially if they're picking up and collecting from tourist destinations, whatever qualifies. I haven't read the parameters enough, so I'm kind of shooting from the hip, but it's a potential revenue generator that contributes towards tourism and attracting people and keeping them here, which could qualify from our future MAT tax implementation, which this council will be asked to consider this fall after sort of a summer cycle of contemplative participation from the subject of the MAT tax, our local motels and tourist operators attraction. BIA, I think, is probably going to be involved in there, and as well as the chamber. So I like where you're thinking, and there are maybe other opportunities aside from a direct advertisement. That's kind of what the MAT principle is all about. And if I've mischaracterized any of that, anybody feel free to chime in, give me a smack, but okay, virtual smack, of course, because we're violent free here. Who else has got comment or question about tourism and the budget for transit? Checking online for any little yellow hands? No? Oh, Councillor Emeritus.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to, I guess this would be a question to actually our CFO, going back to this COLA. You gave me a figure earlier of 83,000, I believe it was. Now, that figure was the figure for the entire staff, is that? That's what I was referring to.
Through your worship to Councillor Emeritus, the 83,000 was the non-union portion
Right, for the entire 23 budget.
for the 2023 budget. Yes.
So
And just to note that our transit drivers would fall under that class.
under that class.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just I just thought it was low, so I didn't expect it to be that low. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, I think we're moving along then to culture, tourism and harbor.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, to council. So we are going to discuss the budget for culture, special events and tourism and the harbor. You'll notice there's about 9 notes for our budget. 5 of them are related to the Tall Ships event. You'll notice that fluctuation every year we have a Tall Ships event, and then the year after we have a Tall Ships event. Tall Ships happens every 3 years. So right now it happened in 2022. So you'll see that we have a decrease in revenues based on grants that are available, possible ticket sales, and also in terms of the expenses associated with running that event. Our second note is about our fees, and you'll notice that the note is related to the paid parking for residents at the boat launch, which will be brought forward during the service level change requests. Also to the fee structure that is part of, that you also have a copy of, there's an update to the transient and seasonal dockage fees at the harbor. And also, since I'm talking about fees, you'll notice at the very bottom of the fee structure, there's a proposed application fee for filming in Midland. We have companies that are interested in coming to Midland to use our town property to create films, television shows. So we've set forward a fee structure for an application process. If they're looking for items such as road closures, rentals at like the pavilions at the parks, if they're looking for rental at the rec center, then they would use the regular fee structure for that. And there's also some reallocation of some of our funds for some of our events. One of our events, we are no longer hosting, so we reallocated the funds to some of our other programs that we're offering. A lot of our expenses have gone up associated with running the event, so we've reallocated the monies that way. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councillor Bull.
Sorry, I just want the clarification on the filming. You're saying that if they're wanting to rent a pavilion or something, that they would be using the regular pavilion rate, which is like $100? Oh yeah,
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. Yes, we will, once we have an application form process for them, they'll be given that list. If they need staff time, if they need a road closure, they'll be paying all those regular fees.
okay, I think that definitely is a problem I have for sure. That should be raised if we're filming. I think I've just brought up the fact that our fees are so low, but if we're having a special event like that where there's room to have revenue that's higher, I think that asking them to pay $100 to book that, I think it should be more than that. It's a missed opportunity.
Yes, to Councillor Ball, this would be in addition to their application fee. So we have different application fees. If it's a student production, if it's a medium-sized production, low risk, if it's a high-risk production, they'll pay a higher application fee as well.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think how that would be characterized, I suppose, is that the fee is the fee to rent the pavilion. All right, so we're not penalizing our residents who want to have a family reunion there. But if you're coming in to film a movie and you're going to rent the pavilion, it's still the same fee. So they don't feel like we're jamming them, but there is a administrative cost to coming into the community, and the disruptions that go with it, and a way for us to sort of sneakily reclaim some of those higher fees, but not by calling it a new fee for the rental of pavilion. It comes with coming to the community for filming, for example. Now, we've had one movie filmed in town that I know of, Big News from Little Rock, which is really cool. If anyone's seen it before, it's really fun to watch and a good movie. Gordon Pinson, I think, was in that. Have there been other ones, like other than small scale, like, brew it yourself type productions? Have we had other things, or what's happening? This is news to me. This is really neat.
There's actually another film coming to Midland. I believe it's next week. They've been dealing with the bylaw department. So we've realized, because we've had these inquiries, we need to put a process in place. We had the Great Canadian Artist Competition was in town a few years back, and then a film crew was here last year as well. Because we're getting these applications, this interest, we thought we should put a process in place. We'll bring everything forward to council in the future months so that you see what we're working on, and hopefully we'll attract more and it'll have a revenue generator for the community as well. There'll be an economic spinoff.
That's awesome. Glad to hear that. All right, who else has got questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I need clarification, please, on the note 2, remove boat launch paid parking for residents. $80,000. It's moved to operations. Are we charging for boat launching for residents or not? In particular at Pete Peterson Park. I'm confused at that with that point.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor McDonald. They're two different items. So in budget year 2022, there was a proposal to charge a boat launch parking fee at Pete Peterson to Midland residents. That was adopted and then later was removed from the budget. The lease revenues was moved to operations. These are lease revenues from the tour boats and the water taxi that use space at the harbor. They're now recognized under under operations. And the paid parking for residents will come under service level change request later today.
Thank you. So this source of revenue is just being allocated to a different part.
Sorry, Your Worship, if I may clarify.
Please.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor McDonald. Just to clarify on the $80,000 for the boat launch. So yes, that $80,000 was included in the 2022 approved budget. The program or the fee schedule was canceled after the fact, but the budget was not changed. And so in 2023, we are removing that $80,000 budget. So there is a loss of $80,000 happening on that line. We have a service level change request proposing to put that program back in place, which would then generate that $80,000. And just to clarify on the lease revenue, so again, two separate issues. The lease revenue was formerly recognized under this budget. It is now recognized under operations.
Thank you. I think. I think I'm with you now. It's not costing us a great deal.
The boat launch is costing us $80,000. Yeah. I'd say that's enough.
But I thought it was $80,000 that we never had.
Correct. So in the 2022 budget, we had put together a fee structure that proposed charging residents at the boat launch area. That was passed as part of the 2022 budget. Sometime afterwards, I'm assuming early spring, that program was canceled. And so we did not realize any of that revenue. But it is an impact to the bottom line this year, as well as you'll see it in our bottom line for our 2022 operations.
So Midland voter does not have to pay to launch their
Correct.
boat at Pete Peterson. But it cost us, we could have had 80,000. So how do we revisit that?
So when we get to the service level change request section of today's agenda after lunch, there is an item, there is a proposal to bring that back.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just a point of clarity that we didn't approve the budget with the increase last year. It was our last day of deliberation and we had approved it in principle as we moved through the process, much like we're doing now. And then I think it was my motion actually I felt it was a bridge too far at the time and council, enough people agreed. So we kind of clawed that back so that when the budget got passed, it didn't include charging residents for boat launch. It only included charging non-residents for boat launch. And we've been enjoying those fees this year, but residents have been enjoying it for free. So what's been contemplated, and we're going to beat up after lunch on a full stomach, hopefully, is revisiting the potential for charging residents as well as non-residents a fee to use the boat launch ramp for a cost recovery basis for the cost of running it. So that's coming. I mean, at the end of the day, I just wanted to make sure that people didn't think that somehow after the budget was approved, council revisited the budget and yanked it out. It was part of the final approval, as I recall anyway.
sorry to correct you, but council did approve it, and then 2 weeks later, or meetings later, Councillor Downer put a motion on the floor to have it removed, to cancel the program. So it was after the budget decision, and I believe it was Councillor Downer who put that motion on the floor that was passed by council.
All right, I'm living a different reality. Okay, fair enough. I know Councillor Downer was definitely a proponent of not charging the residents for that at the time. So fair enough. Okay, I stand corrected. Either way, it didn't make it into the budget. So that was money that wasn't realized. So weird how I remember things differently. I'm not challenging you on it. I actually truly believe that that's the way it happened. Anyway, because Councillor McGinn at the time suggested that we revisit the whole process and start it all over, and we can do that. Anyway, regardless, we are where we are, and after lunch, we're going to talk about boat launch fees, amongst other things. Councillor,
Thank you. Gordon, through you to, I guess it would be CFO, Ms. Barron. So a little bit of confusion over here. So you're saying, Mr. Gordon, or Mayor Gordon says it went into the budget, which it did, that your 80,000 was approved to go into the budget, then it was yanked out. So there was a negative impact on the budget, is what you're saying, that we lost 80,000, but we never really received the 80,000, sort of like what we're experienced with parking, where there was.
Yeah, yes, through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Emeritus. So I do believe that the 80,000 was in the approved budget. Again, I wasn't here at that time, so I can't really speak to, but I do know myself, I did pull it out for this budget cycle. But the actual revenues, you're right. So we have not realized any of that revenue. We did not collect those fees, right? So it will impact our operations for 2022. So when we bring our year-end report to you, you will note, and I believe the October 31st report may have made reference to it as well, that we did not realize that 80,000 in boat launch, as well as a significant amount in parking revenue. So thank you.
Thank you. So you'd see that little note, whatever, 4 or 5, saying that with an explanation on that, saying what we're seeing here. Okay, thank you. Can I go on? I have a few other questions.
go ahead.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
You better.
I go on sometimes,
go
so I
on,
got to
yeah.
share the wealth.
It's
Yeah.
my turn, I guess. This is for, I guess, the tourism aspect of it. Question: tall ships, butter tart, wood fest, the cruise ships. So when we're have these festivals, the tall ships bring in, a lot of people. They're great to see here. Tourism. The costs for bringing the tall ships, specifically that is a positive revenue gearing for the town. Butter tart, the cost for butter tart, Rib Fest, and the cruise ship to bring that in, when it's all said and done, are we seeing a positive on the town's books? I know that we always hear about the revenues outside of the town through merchants and our businesses. They gain from it, some more than others. But on the town's books, are we seeing negative impacts, or are we seeing positive impacts on that? The one area that with butter tart, I heard rumblings that we lost about $30,000 last year on butter tart. I'm not sure if that's an accurate number. Rib Fest, I also heard that we pay them to come in to, so I just want to get some facts here. There's a lot of stuff floating around out there. So, and if that's the case, then maybe if butter tart vendors are coming in, whether we have to raise their fees to some to look at if they're taking their the majority of the vendors are from out of town. So just want to get a kind of a scope on the numbers on on if it's a positive or it's a negative impact on our books. Thank you.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Emeritus, Ribfest, we don't pay them. They come here and host their event on our property. If we were to organize our own Ribfest event, it'd be about $70,000 for us as an expense. In terms of Butter Tart Festival, yes, we do charge vendors application fees. We also have an opportunity with Butter Tart Festival for sponsorships, and we are working on increasing our sponsorships this year. We've doubled our goal for securing funding that way. We're actually with a company this year to help us update our sponsorship package and go after those really high level corporate sponsors that we just haven't been able to reach in the past. We also have a few additional income streams with Butter Tart Festival, such as selling the Butter Tart contest tarts. In terms of if you lump all of our events together, for example, Canada Day, we don't really generate revenues from it. We sell wristbands so people can go on the bouncy castles, but that is a community event. It does cost to run that event, but it is the largest Canada Day celebration in North Simcoe. And it's something I think we'd certainly want to continue to offer to our residents. And in terms of cruise ships coming in, they do pay transient fees. We also have Miss Major, who's our staff, who's our main liaison with the cruise ships. So, and we do work with them. That's part of her time is to liaise with them, ensure that they're going on shore excursions, helping coordinate all that for them. And when they do come to the dock, we sometimes animate the dock. We bring in the pipes and drums. We might have a busker on the pier. This is all to make Midland a very appealing port to the cruise lines. The more that we can do to welcome them, we become one of their favorite ports, and that will draw additional cruise lines coming to us. We're actually talking to a couple more cruise lines who might want to come in 2024 or 2025.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much.
I'm Councillor Ball and then Deputy Mayor after that.
Hi, thank you. You mentioned that to run our own Rib Fest would be around $70,000. Just wondering, even though that Rib Fest is coming in, I know we are doing the fencing, the cleanup, all of that, or are they doing all of it? So we pay $0 to run that event completely?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Wall, yes, they pay a third-party application fee, and then they're responsible for setup. They set up their own fencing. They take care of all their own entertainment. It's all their own expenses. Our operations staff will go through and make sure that things are set up properly. Our building bylaw will go in and make sure that the stage is set up appropriately. They have to have a building permit for it. So we make sure that that's all in place. They are responsible for their own cleanup. Operations staff will go through the event throughout the day to make sure that they're cleaning up appropriately, which I think they were this past year. I didn't hear any concerns. And of course, after they're gone, operations staff will go through, but I don't think we've had many concerns with Ribfest coming in and not leaving the park in a
Okay,
clean
thank
condition.
you. My next question is for the tall ships. I know that's a great event that people will come for, but is there a way for us to expand that to make it a more community-based event where we offer things for the entire community, not just access to the tall ships? Is that something that we can expand on for the next time we have it?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, yes, we can always enhance our events. We just need the revenues to do so. This year we had tall ships in partnership with Ribfest. So that was a great draw for people. They could come and visit the tall ships and also go listen to the bands that were taking place in Ribfest, enjoy some ribs. They had some vendors. But if there's other animation aspects that council would like us to see, we can certainly propose a budget.
Okay, and my next question to go along with that would be, do we take into consideration people coming asking to fund events from the community? Because I know that people have come to me suggesting that they would like to fund events or have the opportunity to do that. Is that something that we are looking into and acknowledging?
Through Gordon to Councillor Ball again, if someone is interested in sponsoring one of our events, we're more than happy to speak with them, and we have sponsorship opportunities. If they have their own event that they would like to propose, we would have to determine what that budget was and if they were willing to support it in 100%, or they would have to make a request to council of splitting the costs.
Yes, thank you. I'm specifically speaking to them wanting to run their own event, not sponsor one of ours that we already have to enhance events offered.
Okay, we do have a third-party application form, which is kind of how WordFest works. And if somebody in the community wanted to run something in conjunction with one of our events, we could review it and see if it's an appropriate match and fit.
Perfect, thank you. And my next question, I've heard so many people even in this budget document that we were given, discuss a Christmas market or a holiday market. Is that something that we can work towards? Hopefully, I would love to see it this year, but I guess something that you've considered and taken the feedback from the community in regards to that. And I know that we started Little Lake this year and being able to have a little more winterized things down there. So hopefully that's something that's been considered. I'm just wondering if you've seen that feedback and if you have that in your, I guess, mind for next year.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, yes, I'd love to see a Christmas marketplace. I'd love to see additional vendors taking place in our parks. It's resources to be able to offer additional events and programming. We would likely need more staff and additional budget to make that happen. But certainly I've started to have some ideas. We probably have more ideas than we could have in our budget for.
Okay, and is that staff member that you are requesting, is that for this? I see that there's a staff member requested for that in the 2023 budget. Is that your idea about that?
By having, well, we can talk about it again later, but yes, by having an additional staff, there's the opportunity for additional events and activities in the community.
Okay, thank you so much.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the culture and tourism. I think my question, and maybe just follow up here with Councillor Meredith, just in terms of direct and indirect benefit for the town. Are there numbers that you get from the province? And I'm just thinking of the acronym of TAMS, which is Travel Activities Motivation Survey, which is really gives you the statistics to benefit, I guess, businesses in the town. How you define a tourist as a person that travels over 80 kilometers. So obviously, when you get these big events, do you ever get numbers that from the province, or have you ever calculated what those benefits are in dollar figures that tourists are actually paying into the community? It could be for gas, it could be going to restaurants or whatever. I don't know why you would go to a restaurant if you're having Rib Fest, I guess, but do you ever, I guess, include that in your overall reports and statistics?
Mayor Gordon to Councillor Deputy Mayor. Does this work? Okay, it's working now. Yeah, so we put our numbers through the TREMS model, which is the ministry's model. So we put in some of our numbers for butter tart and tall ships. Butter tart is about $3 to $4 million in economic revenue for the area. And tall ships is about $1.4 million in economic spinoff. And in terms of people, if they're coming to Ribfest, they might still go to a restaurant for breakfast or lunch. If they're staying, hopefully they're staying over at our accommodations, and they'll need to buy additional meals. They will be needing to gas up their vehicles while they're here, and hopefully they'll shop in our downtown as well.
And just to follow up with that, thank you, Your Worship. I know speaking with a lot of the motels and having opportunities for families to come in as the target market, I think they've expressed a lot of interest in those areas. So it might be an opportunity to talk to the motels and hotels about what their basic needs and marketing that through getting a specific clientele in for these events for them. Have you ever discussed that with them, or?
Through Mayor Gordon to Deputy Mayor Contin, yes, with the talks that we'll be meeting with all the hotels and motels moving forward with the municipal accommodation tax discussions. We actually have 6 meetings scheduled between now and the summer. We'll be discussing with them what their needs are, what they're looking for, if they want winter activities happening, what kind of product development we can put in place. We want to work together. We wanted to make a collaborative approach to draw more tourists to the area and generate additional spending in our community.
I think that's great. Working on package deals too, where we can get our motels and hotels to have a, stay and play type package that can combine with other tourist attractions in Midland and even in North Simcoe. I think those are all sort of at the heart of the MAT. MAT's just not meant to be a punitive tax. And although initially last year I was really not a happy guy around the concept of just slapping a new tax on, I think the work the staff have done in their proposal and their the decision to involve the stakeholders, not only in the planning of it, but also in the execution of it. That's something that's I warmed up to it a bit, and I'm working with the stakeholders that initially just were completely against it to see how can we turn this into a positive. And the general consensus I've heard thus far is that as long as they have a voice at the table and they're part of the decision making of where this collected money gets spent, to make sure it's spent in Midland for Midlands centric tourism, they feel a lot more comfortable about it rather than just going to some big basket and God knows where it gets spent. So I think there's a lot of room for growth in driving our local tourism. Mr. CEO.
I just wanted to mention through your worship, in the engineering department, one of the things we have is a piece of software is called Streetlight. And that is tracking everybody's cell phones as you wander around town and wherever you drive. And just for Butter Tart in 2018, the data from that was we had 75,400 people was our visitor volume for that day, and in 2019, 68,900. So what we're doing now is when we do have these events, we're able to, along with that cell phone data, we know where they came from. So we know that they came from Toronto. We know they came from Mississauga. So we have some Big Brother, big data analysis tracking that we now have to also support our tourism events. So that's just another interesting fact that some of you might not know.
We're going to be wrapping our cell phones in tinfoil at lunchtime. Councillor Emeritus.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to, I guess this is, could be a tourism question or staff. But the question is the town open to doing events for themselves? Basically, we had Rotary come in and do the party on the dock. And they donated, it was a good revenue stream for them. Has the town ever thought of doing that, on taking on major events on their own, and possibly starting a fund for, upgrading whether it's our trail system or lighting or funding, some town, where there's more tourism or transient docking, and if because the Rotary, the party on the dock was a good thing, and then it stopped. So would the town be interested in that? Maybe you could, if they, get a good operator to actually spearhead and work with the town, and then the revenues would be for the town. Has that ever been considered or brought forth?
For Mayor Gordon to Councillor Emeritus, since I've been here, it hasn't been considered that the town of Midland would run fundraising events for the town of Midland itself. I think if we were going to do something like that, we'd have to be very careful. We have a lot of charities in our community that run their own fundraising events, and we wouldn't want to compete with them or take dollars from what they're doing. Typically in a community, 80% of the donor base goes to a hospital, and the other charities are fighting out for the other 20%. So I think if we were going to do a fundraising event, we'd have to be very careful on how we approach it.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure how it would impact other charities. So the biggest thing I see from Butter Tart is by 4:30 in the afternoon, we have 75,000, 100,000 people come into our town. Not saying they're all going to stay till later on, but if we have some type of form of entertainment, like you see at Rib Fest, after that event's done, you have some bands and so forth. You maybe get a different age demographic, maybe a mixed demographic. But if we can capitalize on that day, because they've already devoted that day to Butter Tart, they're in our town. And the locals can flourish down at a bandstand, maybe on you know, at the dock, and have a good lineup. I'm not sure how that will affect other charities. I just think it's a win-win for the town. And I know there's a lot of experienced people in our town that can you know, pull off an event like this. And even you know, the people that were on Rotary before, I'm sure they have a wealth of knowledge. I'm not saying it's all, you know, we'll need volunteers from the town, but it's someone that gets paid to run this event. The proceeds, you know, you pay your, you know, for the expertise, but the proceeds, the net proceeds, go to the town for associated.
Through your worship to Councillor Meredith. You'll hear me many times. We can do anything council wants. It just costs money. One of the things on Butter Tart is we have paid staff already starting at 5 o'clock in the morning. At the end of the day, they've already put in well over 12 hours of time. Operations staff for Butter Tart, that cost was $26,000 last year, just staff overtime and the time they put into Butter Tart, aside from Karen and her staff. So we thought about, yeah, how do you extend that day? But Karen and Nicole are currently burnt out by the end of that day. So again, it's what resources do we want to have? If council wishes us to have more events, we can do it. It's give me the money, plain and simple.
My light was on. There we go. We're doing it to make money, not to lose money. So if the staff is worn out, no problem. We just, you know, you bring in that organizer or operator to bring its own staff in, and you know, hopefully we have a net gain after it. But it has to be, if the town wants the revenue, it has to be a joint effort, so to speak. I'm just trying to raise money for the town and some you know, and get some hype going in the town. There's a lot of people that come to the area, that move to the area, that are just saying, what's going on with this town? There's nothing to do. So just an extension of those events might you know, get some revenue for the town. And I think people are hungry for it as well. We have a gorgeous waterfront, and you know, hopefully we can utilize it. So I'm not trying to put a burden on staff. That's not the angle that I'm going after. Just a joint venture, so the staff can, or the town can benefit from it.
Yeah, and in general, you know, the tourism is a cost. It's you don't make money on tourism events because you're trying to bring people in. So although we run a lot of events, as you see on this, tourism and culture is costing the town, you know, $800,000 a year that we're investing today to bring people to town. And I think that's where people want some of these events to generate more cash. And it could, there's always that elasticity of demand if we were to charge more. So Karen and her team have been looking at, can they raise rates? Can they get more volunteers into some of the events? And, you know, can we do more? The answer is always yes, but Canada Day, as an example, that cost of that in this year's budget is $51,000 with no revenue against it. So, or net of revenue, it's 51 grand is what's in the budget. So, again, to have events cost money, and we'll put more on the table if that's what council wishes. I would say, unless you pick a number just to give staff, and we'll have a discussion about adding staff to the culture and tourism group this afternoon. But then I would think if you want us to reimagine what we can do in tourism, that would be something you direct us to do. And over the summer and spring, we look at what that might look like and bring that for council for consideration of next year's budget.
That sounds good. That's another opportunity for working with our neighbors because Midland, Penetang, effectively all of North Simcoe are all competing for those same tourist dollars and attraction in the same seasons. For all 4 seasons. So there's opportunity there. Councillor Ball, desperate to
No.
back into the conversation. And then we'll go to Councillor McDonald again.
I was thinking I would just like to see, I guess, maybe in something that doesn't generate a lot of revenue, but maybe just balances it, but also encourages community engagement, such as, I know we sell the I Love Midland t-shirts. I don't know if that's specifically our town, but you can see it through Winterama with the town of Penetang. Like they're promoting this mayor like sawing contest and they're promoting their Winterama gear. Like I'd love to see us do that for butter tarts, like something like I ate my way through Midland's Butter Tart Fest, something that people are going to actually buy. And it may not generate revenue, but it gets the buzz going, it gets tourism going, it gets free advertisement for us when people wear those shirts outside of town. Because I don't think we're going to get a lot of people buying I Love Midland as much as we would get something like catchy, some sort of catchphrase on our butter tarts. Just playing off of those ideas, as well as I know we have our own Central Park expert here that they offer like park ranger type programs. They offer like we could do like a little passport for our residents that allows them to give us $1, say that offsets the cost of the paper. And they have to go to different businesses, especially in tourism and events, when there are those things. If we have a booth set up at the Butter Tart Festival and you have to visit certain festivals and certain stores, like you're engaging that tourism level, you're engaging the surrounding area and surrounding businesses, but it's at a low cost to us. It may not generate revenue, but it encourages tourism, it encourages community engagement. So I'm wondering if we've thought about stuff like that is low cost.
Okay, through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, again, great ideas, love lots of ideas. It's also the resources to put them into place. The I Love Midland t-shirts are actually a BIA initiative, so great for them. We also have an agreement with a local merchandise company. They create all of our Butter Tart Festival merchandise. So every year we change up what it is. A couple years ago, our volunteer t-shirts were "Without Butter Tarts, Life is Just Chaos and Darkness." So I think that will be her t-shirt this year that she'll be selling. We also have Raisins Are the Tears of the Devil. So a lot of fun things that we do. I know Winterama is Penetang Machine is very active on social media right now because their Winterama is coming up. Butter Tart Festival, we're a little quiet right now because we're gearing up because it's just about to ramp up. And social media for Butter Tart leading up to the event will be daily on Facebook and Instagram.
Perfect. And with all of these ideas I am throwing out, I am fully 100% supportive of you having another staff member. So I'm going to throw that out there too.
And I'll remind council that we're always eager for council volunteers for these events. So anyone that's equally passionate, there'll be no shortage of opportunities to, lend some labor to the events. We'll go next to Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Emeritus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need guidance again. It's in regards to pages 166 and 167, does refer to culture, and it is a service change request. One's for 50,000 for the duck, and the other's 138,000 for reserves. Is that reflected in the budget presented in front of us on page 114? No,
No, service level requests will be talked about separately.
they're top-ups.
Yes, they're in addition to the base budget or subtract or
So
subtractions.
we
from
can
the base budget.
express our feelings about them at that time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to Mr. Campbell. Just to going back to the revenue sourcing for revenue streaming for town event. I'm guessing, well, from what you've been saying and what I've been hearing, it's more for basically a third party to do a big event like that down at Town Dock, and the town is not willing to gain in that revenue streaming kind of platform that I'm trying to dictate. I'm not saying, I'm trying to make money for the town, not losing money. So I'm not sure how you're getting, we're losing money. But it's basically a joint effort with the town. So I think that the point is I don't think you're following me here. I'm not asking for volunteers. I'm not asking for staff overtime, because if we're going to be paying overtime and staffing at the town level, then you can't do it. We're trying to get a positive number at the end. Make 30,000 at the end, or whatever that number is, maybe 50,000. I have no idea, but it's a big event, big name events, big name bands, where in London, they do Rock the Park. It's a massive event, but it's through an organizer, and he has all the liability and so forth, puts everything together. So what I'm looking for is an organizer, but a joint with the town, because efforts with the town, so the town can capitalize on some revenues. That's all I'm saying. So if that's not a possibility, then I just wasted a half an hour talking about this.
Through your worship, there have been instances where an event comes to town or a promoter comes to town and we talk to them, and I've talked to them and said, I want a piece of your revenue. We want to add $1 to each of your tickets, or $2 to each of your tickets, so that, we're not spending any staff time. It's just, the town is entertaining, giving you the opportunity to make money. So we should make a cut of your money. So I know one contract from a couple of years ago didn't come out. We asked for a 10% cut of their fees. That event never came across. A couple other ones we've talked about. We want, as I said, $1 or $2 off increase your ticket price by $1 or $2, and we don't do anything. We just get that revenue. So we do have those discussions. But again, we're not out selling, trying to draw these people in, because that takes staff time. But if in our fee schedule, if council wish to codify a fee, as Karen says, she has application fees, and it's kind of like an application fee. If council wanted to say in our fee structure, for a promoter, a new, somebody wants to do, party at the dock, that, our fee schedule could say that type of event, we want 10% cut. If that's the kind of thing you're talking about, I maybe clarify that, but we do have discussions and negotiations with them to try and generate some revenue without doing any work, because they are still consuming. We're giving them the opportunity to make money. So why shouldn't the taxpayer get some benefits? So we do try that when we get the opportunity.
Through you, Mayor Gordon. Yeah, I'm not interested in making 10% for the town. I'm interested in making a lot more money than that for the town. So that would be a waste of time. That's basically, I'm just thinking more so. Basically what I'm getting, that it's probably not a possibility to do. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, the message here. So thank you.
Just before I go to Councillor Ball, I'll interject that this has been contemplated in the past, and we actually hammered out an agreement that looked on its face to be fairly profitable for the town. And that was the bouncy thing that was going to go into Little Lake Park, where, the town was going to make some revenue off that. This operator was going to come and install this thing and charge people to use it. That's kind of that sort of passive income, because we weren't actively involved. It's in the water. So, it's not even like really in kind, it's the water. And of course, there's some land base because people have to get out to it. But there's an example where, with not a lot of staff time or investment, there was revenue contemplated for the town. And, it was the subject of some contention because it's a little lake and whatnot. But had it not been for COVID, that probably would have happened. So there are opportunities like this. The town's looked at this before, and I'm pretty confident that as things rebound from COVID, new opportunities like this are going to come to council, and we'll have our chance to be creative and figure out how we can play a part in it. And, arguably want to make income without involving staff and expending resources, right? So that passive income. And I think these are things that the town's contemplated in the past, and now, maybe we're taking more of a wait till they come to us approach. So maybe we need a bit more aggressive and help market ourselves, which to some degree, I hate to beat this horse now, but that's part of what the MAT money is meant to inject into, as well as, quite frankly, some of the tourism efforts that EDCNS, which that's another conversation. That could be things that we, as stakeholders, really drive them to do more. If we focus less on agriculture and more on tourism, as one of their pillars, and there's a concept to try and retool EDCNS. This could be something that we can now start shopping for these opportunities, these passive income opportunities. So I like where you're going on this, and I think most of the residents would be really happy to see more events here, especially if they're revenue positive for us. So there's my injection into that. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, do we have more or less staff than we did pre-COVID when we were, I guess, running more events? And in the 2023 budget, the additional staff that are being requested, are those with the, I guess, idea that they're going to actively seek these things that you just mentioned we don't have staff time for?
The staff complement is identical in this budget to previous budgets. There's Karen, Nicole, and 2 students. So that's our complement for culture and tourism. And there's a request in the service level change for an extra one. If council, agrees to an extra staff, yes, we will increase the types of work that we do.
Like I said, I'm in support of that staff member. So I'm just clarifying when you just said that you don't have the staff, if that is in your idea of the duties that they will be doing in this 2023 year, if it's approved.
All righty then. Anything else on the big basket of culture, community, tourism, and harbor? Oh, Councillor East.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just more of a question, if we could maybe look at possibly applying for grants to extend the public docking down at the harbor. I really think that in the case for downtown, we have this beautiful waterfront that we're really underutilizing. Now, I'm not sure if it's a zoning issue, but the thing is, so for instance, I keep my boat down at Central Marine, and I watch, a couple of the big yachts coming from the United States, and they'll sit there for a week, and you'll see a lot of the smaller boats come in and then leave our harbor because there's nowhere really for them to park. I figure if we could open up maybe smaller docking options for people, we could draw in a new boating crowd, and maybe work with, the restaurants and the local stores to offer, say, no tax dining at a restaurants to really draw it in. Because the thing is, if you look at like Penetang, really their waterfront has the town dock, right? That's the only restaurant, whereas we're fully funded with tons of great restaurants downtown. Now, I know that it would be a really expensive process to look at, and I'm not sure if it's a zoning thing, but extending those docks would be give us a great opportunity to really build on boating tourism and make it more easy for, say, some of the smaller runabouts boats to just come in and have dinner and then head back to, Wabashine or Honey Harbor, because as it is right now, a lot of the boats leave Midland Harbor to go to Honey Harbor for dinner, right? So what I'm just asking is, can we open, some doors and maybe make a road path to looking at investing in docking downtown and then building that boating tourism?
Through your worship, yesterday we had a discussion about a master plan document for creating for the waterfront and the dock area. Those would have been things that were contemplated. Council yesterday deferred that to future years. Also, we can't expand towards ADM because of the shipping lane. So really, we just have the Central Marine area and whatever might happen at Midland Bay Landing for future development. But again, that's that overall planning, big thinking idea, that would be all part of that master plan process that we talked about.
Correct. And I think we deferred that for 2 years, as I recall. Now, of course, we haven't finished this process, so things can be revisited, but suffice to say, did you have some follow-up, Councillor East?
Sure, and thank you for that. Maybe just to have a roadmap for the future, if we could put the feelers out in expectation of trying to find grants for this, just so that we have a roadmap to promote that idea in the future.
Yeah, last year we had a $500,000 grant for the harbor area, and we spent that fixing broken pavement and a few other things. So as recently as last year, we had a $500,000 grant. So we do look for grants all the time.
Councillor Ball.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, yesterday the deferral was for the consultant fee regarding the master plan, not to not talk about it entirely. I think we're perfectly capable among staff and council to come up with plans such as opening boats launch space without having a complete consultant view of the space, correct?
Through your worship, from staff resources, we put those projects on the table. If council defers them or takes them off the plate, they're not in our work plan anymore. The casual conversations, of course, but not a formal. It's no longer in our work plan.
So
We're-
we
we
would
got-
have, sorry, so we would have to direct you to look into that without having a consultant look into it for us, correct?
Yes, and provide the appropriate resources to do so.
Okay, perfect.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you through Are my lights on? Oh, there we go. So in that, like just looking at our waterfront right now, if we had the space for transient docking, we'd probably try to add some more docks. Right now, with Central Marine there, it doesn't seem like it's viable. So to Councillor Ball's defense, that to spend the $75,000 on a consultant when we don't have the space to do it, unless, we know in fact that Central Marine is not going to renew, or we're not going to, extend their lease, then we could look into maybe going in that direction. But right now, for the waterfront real estate that we have for docking, I think that's why we don't have to not talk about it, because transient docking should be in our master plan. Don't know why we don't even have that right now. Because we are Georgian Bay, it's all about, our waterfront. That's why we're here. So we're missing a big piece of tourism with our boaters. And it should not be overlooked. But in the same retrospect, we don't want to spend 75,000 on consulting when we're never going to use it if we don't have the possibility to use it. So that's what I think is sensible spending, in my view. And I think it's in the same lines the way Councillor Ball may be thinking as well. Thank you.
Through your worship, if council wishes us to have more transient docking with our current footprint, it means we'd have to get rid of some of our seasonal boaters, and certainly council can reduce the number of seasonal contracts we have to provide more transient boating if that's the direction. Right now, we get over $100,000 of seasonal boating revenue. And that is the trade-off.
Thank you, Councillor
I-
Ball. Oh, sorry, some follow-up, Councillor Meredith. We've got lots of back and forth on this.
Sorry, yes. So in those revenues, are we in a at the end of the day, are we in a positive at the harbor, or are we in a negative?
Through your worship, that's a complicated answer. On the books, the harbor, since you asked, give me a second here. The harbor has a net cost to the taxpayer of $143,000 a year. But you have to remember that is a parked area down there. So, how much is just related to our transient boaters and our seasonal boaters versus how much of that space is used for just people walking around downtown. So that 143 is also providing the cleaning the washrooms that the general public uses, not just our paid customers. So if I was to say, just compare Our harbor boat tenants, we make money off them. But the harbor operations, including cutting the grass, maintaining the parking lot, cleaning those washrooms, providing the tourism ambassador services that we do every day down there with our summer students. I'd say that most of that 143,000 goes to the tourism and culture side of the ledger, not to service our paid boating customers. So it's a complicated mix because other marinas, I'll go to Barrie, they block off access to, it's a clear fenced off separation between the boaters and the public realm. Here we mix the two together. Our public realm and boaters are mixed together. So again, the bottom line is that waterfront park tourism opportunities we provide there, our ambassador services, washroom facilities, is $143,000 cost to the taxpayer.
And don't forget the boat launch is included in that budget as well. Even though it's not physically there, same bucket.
So what I would try to recommend is to narrow down our costs and expenses directly to boat revenues to see, the cutting of the grass and the planting and keeping the flower beds shouldn't be really in that category. Washrooms should be, because boaters have to go to the bathroom. So that's an expense direct to the harbor, although the public does use it. But whether you're washing it, you're cleaning bathrooms every day, so the cost doesn't go up. So maintenance on them for sure, because you have a lot of traffic, but that could be incorporated in that area. But I would take everything else out, and then kind of see, pinpoint, are we making money on it? If we're losing money every year on it, and if we're really dialed in, then maybe we go to more transient docks, and hopefully we get the spin off through through tourism. Maybe something to look at.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I'm just wondering what one permanent space is the cost for that we are getting the revenue from versus having one transient space. From what I can see from the very limited research I've done is that we would gain more money yearly off of offering that up as a non-permanent space than a permanent one. So taking 5 permanent spaces out would actually generate more revenue for us if we turn them into transient spaces.
Lindsay's pulling up the fee schedule. Right now, we charge by the foot and we have a minimum length of boat that we charge for. So we generate money. I think the average fee for the seasonals is around $1,500 maybe in that range.
And have we compared what other places are charging for one weekend of a transient spot and multiplying that over each weekend throughout the summer and season to see if that exceeds a permanent spot, which I believe it would?
They're trying just pulling up the fee schedule here so we can look at numbers.
Jolene, page 288 of infrastructure. Yeah. And so I just wanted to point out, so we do have an updated fee schedule attached to the report, CSR 2022-7. And one of the amendments we made was to the fees for Rotary Pier and Pier B. So you can see that on this schedule in front of you, it shows $64 in 2022 and $67.20 in 2023. That fee was incorrect. And so we amended it to the same fee as below, which is the $70.74 for 2022, and then proposed $74.24 for 2023.
And that transient boat slip, is that per hour, per day? So I see $1.99 preferred. Can you tell me what, I guess, more about that?
Our total visitor revenue for those transient slips is about 25,000 a year.
And how many are there?
I'm not sure if I've got that level of detail here. Just give me a moment. No, unfortunately, I don't have a drill down capability there. But the seasonal dockage is 110,000 a year
For all spots, correct?
for all the spots.
So I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
spots.
throw it out there that even if you don't have the exact number of slips, that this looks like it would be more profitable than having permanent spots. Even based on the $1.99, which I'm still wondering if what that is, $1.99 per foot, per hour, per day, per weekend, per day. So it could be adjusted to higher and comparables to other areas around us.
That's the market rate that we have seen. We can increase the fee, and that's council's prerogative when we're talking the fee schedule here. We had a lot of input from our seasonal boaters when we raised their rates a couple of years ago, because we raised them in one shot by 10% the first year I was here, or second year I was here. And there were some comments whether some of them said, well, it's cheaper to go elsewhere because Bayport, as an example, they have other amenities there. You can get fuel, you can get your boat pumped out, you get some access to mechanics and things like that. So some of the other marinas do charge more than us, but typically there's more services provided than what we have. So if council wishes us to for this year have more transient slips, I think you give us that direction, and because we haven't given out our contracts yet for this year, we'll be doing this after the budget is approved. And if council wishes us to have 10 more transient slips, then we'll have 10 less seasonal contracts we issue, and then we'll have and a lot of our boaters are also from out of town. We might not be impacting our residents. We just might be impacting some of the out of town boaters that we have.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I would like to know how many slips this $25,000 is before I can make a decision based on whether I want to change those slips, because I would need to know all the information based on that. But that's not something I need right this second. We'll revisit this later, correct? So
We'll get that data before, like either for later this afternoon. We just have to ask staff. with
okay,
that
perfect.
level of
Thank you.
detail.
And I just wanted to go back to the what we were talking about additional resources needed to look into how to use the harbor more effectively. I'm just wondering what those resources exactly you need are.
It goes back to what are we doing? If we're doing a full master plan, that's including consultation. We would need, right now, staff proposed we hire a consultant to do it. And the budget was $75,000. That might take 6 to 7 months to do that study. From a consultant, that's not full-time staff, but that's about the duration. If we were to bring that in-house, and over the summertime, right now, all our staff are consumed with construction activities, so there's no body at all. In the wintertime, we look at it, but I'm sure we need but the problem is it's on a day-to-day basis. If you're trying to do public consultation, it's not like I need one person full-time for the next 3 months, but if the project's taking 3 months, you might lose a couple days a week, depending what part you're in the study. So I think it, you know, if you're asking what staff resources will we need, I'd have to spend some time thinking about that, but I didn't. But really, gets back to, I mentioned a while ago about, you know, some policy staff or staff that we just have, that their job isn't doing the construction management. They're desk jockeys and they're doing the big thinking and research. You know, what other projects would you combine together if we said we were going to have one research person in the engineering department as an example. So it's if council wishes us to do more in-house of program design, and I think, you know, we need to, again, outside of this budget process, because we want this budget process to be wrapped up tomorrow, hopefully. And you know, I think it's more the bigger picture things to look at. So again, as I say, we can put stuff together. I just wouldn't have a proper game plan between now and tomorrow.
Okay,
to-
yeah, I'm
to put
just
together.
sorry, I'm just absolutely going off of the requests for staff, and like I've been fully supportive throughout this entire process of staff and staff time and wanting to give staff as much ability to do their jobs as possible. I just, every time I'm asking something like when we're going involved in this and have we thought about it this way, the only thing that I keep hearing from you, Mr. Campbell, is that we need more resources. So I'm just wondering what specific resources you're asking for to be able to rethink, I guess, different initiatives and different creative solutions to being able to bring other programs and bring other things in. So I'm just, is that a policy staff member then?
If the discussion then would be at a minimum, it'd be one full-time staff. The
Okay.
budget impact on that would be about $130,000 a year with benefits. And if you wish to add that as a council service level request, that would be my recommendation as of this minute.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
And the other realization that there is no unicorn out there that is an expert in all of these different things, which is traditionally why you outsource to the contracting and consulting companies who employ a bunch of these unicorns, and then we use them for while we need them, and then we don't have to keep paying after. But that is a conversation to have, because obviously we're a small organization. Even big outfits like the city of Toronto and places, they don't employ a dozen unicorns. They will employ the best of breed people that stay current on everything. So while I agree that, you know, staffing is very important, we can very easily find a budget, you know, at $1.30 a person and try and find these unicorns. So maybe approving the funds in principle in a position is one thing. It's another trying to find and attract that talent into our community. And then what do we do with them when we're done with them? You know, they're only good at waterfront master planning, and then now we're going to fire them because we don't have any more waterfront master planning to do. And anyway, so these are big conversations, but they're not in the requests before this council right now, and they're not in the budget. And the opportunity to put in more staffing requests from a council perspective that wasn't already contemplated by staff, who I think felt the pressure in what they heard before this budget, is that we were being critical of the current staffing levels, never mind dumping a much more money in to hire more people. So I think that's what we see in this budget. So these conversations might lend themselves better to our next budget, because then we have lots of time to think about the impacts. And the next budget will be on us before you know it. But that's a council decision, not mine. So Deputy Mayor, you haven't had a chance yet, and then we'll go to, I'm just letting everyone know lunch is sitting upstairs. And the idea was to try and get through this. Then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back for NSSRC. So you might want to go for lunch too, unless yours is upstairs. Just saying, turn you loose. And we'll probably take half an hour, and with any luck, we'll be munching in the next 15 minutes. This is very important. I don't want to stifle conversation or cut it short because of food. So, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just wanted to be brief on this, maybe through you, Worship, to the acting CAO. I've heard a couple things. What we're missing here is the actual process to accomplish an opportunity. And I think this could be built into the strategic planning to ask staff to provide a report. I think before we look at, these opportunities, we need to do a detailed analysis to get the answers. If you're generating revenue, we need to know what your expenditures are going to be in order to make sure that it does work or it doesn't work. I think that's part of the report that will be required. So it's something that could be looked for the future in terms of those opportunities, because it doesn't matter whether you're generating 25,000 in revenue, what actually are you paying out? It's not going to be viable if we're paying more out. So I think with that detailed analysis, with any, recommendation to move forward on it, I think that's the type of report that we would need to make a sound decision, just to be able to move forward or not move forward. So that's just really something that's what council can do, and in order to make sure staff follows through with those answers to make a sound decision. Thank you.
Councillor Murdis.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Gordon, back to Mr. Campbell, I believe, through the harbor. When we get the report for the revenues for the docking and how many slips that those revenues pertain to, we also get do we know if all the slips were full last year? One thing that might be to get the harbor master to come in and actually talk to us about in more detail. We might have some questions about that. I think this is a big topic. And it's actually a big decision to make whether we're going to exclude, 10 or so slips. But the numbers really have to be precise and accurate for us to make a sound decision on this. And I think it's very important for tourism and see where we're at in the harbor, and don't clump all that unnecessary stuff into the harbor budget. Repairs, maintenance, very specific to the harbor, what it spends for having a boat at its dock and servicing those people. I know we're going to get into the costing or the rentals. I'm not sure if we're touching on that now, but you do have right here, you have seasonal dock slips without electricity and with electricity at the same price. So that needs to be adjusted and should be adjusted. And we have to be competitive. I understand that. And we're not a full service marina like Bayport. So we have to be a little bit cheaper, but we don't want to miss the boat and on keeping some seasonal docking there. We don't want to upset residents, but at the same time, we really have to look at this to make sure that we're not making a mistake here. Thank you.
If I could just interject, the concept of rethinking how we operate our harbor and marina is probably a conversation that's long overdue. And I don't know that, during this particular budget deliberation is the right place to make instinctive sort of knee-jerk reactions that, might seem like the right thing to do right now, but we really have staff that if we decide that we want to make a wholesale change to the way we operate our marina, so maybe it becomes more profitable, or we change the parameters where it's 50-50 or 60-40 or something like that for transients. This is something, first of all, I totally support, let's do this. But right now, during this budget cycle is like, this is a wholesale change. This is shaking a box of cats. So what we should be doing is, unless there's something egregious about the proposal to keep the status quo for now, is we run through this budget cycle, make any little tweaks we want. And what we're talking about right now or proposing is not tweaking. Okay. And then we spend some time between now and the next budget cycle to get staff to come up with some ideas, take our ideas, and also go to the public, who we also committed to really consult with, and say, how can we re-envision our marina? And, without getting into the stuff that hasn't been talked about yet, there may be some other opportunities on our waterfront that may present themselves in the coming months that will play into this conversation that, we're really not even ready to talk about yet. So there's, I like where we're going on this, and I love the fact that we're thinking about it, but I just want to caution council that we're not making tweaks right now. We're talking about radical changes, and we really need our staff to guide us and help us in this conversation. And let's have something that we can put into place for next year's budget. We signal to our residents and our customers, the tenants, and to our potential customers, the visitors that could avail themselves of more transient slips, that we have a plan in place that not necessarily is the full waterfront master plan, but could be a very scoped one about how do we rejig our town harbor. And that's something we could probably do with staff expertise because we've run it forever, and this council and the public. So maybe I'm just throwing it out there that maybe we park this concept and then commit to revisit it as a council. Any input on that? And then we'll go to Councillor Ball. Okay, Councillor Ball.
Sorry, my input was on that. I guess just with Councillor Meredith saying raising that fee for electric versus non-electric, opening 1 or 2 slips this year, I don't know if that's a radical change. I think that is a tiny tweak. We're approving a budget. If we're parking this till next year, that's an entire year of lost revenue. So I'm not sure I'm in support of that. But I also just wanted to, I guess I'll go you if anyone else wants to talk about that, and I'll come back to what I was going to say about something else.
Councillor Meredith.
Just a brief comment on that, and we may not have to, our seasonal boat slips, and I don't know if they were fully booked last year, we could have slips right there right now that are vacant that we can make transient just like that. So there wouldn't be any impact to any boater, and that's certainly not what I want to do. If we're fully booked, then I would suggest we just look at this for the next budget cycle for sure. So
Through your worship, we have been fully booked the last few years on our seasonals, and we have 80 slips and about 10 transient out of those 80. So 70 are we sell on a seasonal basis, and 10 are transient. So as I said, we have been sold out, but if council wishes us to only sell 60 seasonal this year, as see how that works out, see what happens. That's council's prerogative, and it's a quick, not a big issue. But again, if you don't want us to sell seasonals, you have to let us know. Otherwise, we're doing status quo.
yeah,
Oh, some follow up. Then we'll go to Councillor East.
if we're fully booked, then yeah, I wouldn't spring that on this cycle. I would not do that, but I would definitely like the input of our harbor master as he's down there, to either talk with him or and just give him a barrage of questions so we can make a sound decision on this and see what's going on down there. So, but at the end of the day, those numbers will dictate whether whether we're making or losing, and those are important numbers to have for our decisions. Thank you.
I believe there's a waiting list too. Remember when I tried to get my boat down there, there was a significant waiting list, which one could argue is because the rates are so good, but nonetheless. Councillor East.
And maybe Karen, if we can kind of take a look at working with the downtown BIA to start promoting for the summer, even a simple thing as boater bucks, for instance, just and to promote boating tourism, that, hey, we're open for business. We want you to come down to our restaurants and our stores. Here's an incentive, boater bucks, whatever it be, 20, 30, 40 bucks, but it's a reason to draw people into our downtown core and spend some money with us. So just to see if we could work together with the BIA on that one.
Councillor Ball.
So in regards to that and staffing and the $130,000 staff we would need, I just did a little quick calculation that we have tabled a harbor plan, painting chambers, the gardens at the harbor, the rails I know that we haven't permanently taken those off, but that adds up to $257,000. So that $130,000 policy staff could come out of there. Just putting that out there.
They're different budgets, operational versus capital. I know the money looks the same, but it's a different concept, but
Fiddle around with it.
okay. So just before we wrap this up, is there consensus amongst council to propose removing X number of seasonal slips and converting them to seasonal, or sorry, transient, and rolling the dice on revenues? So this is the bird in the bush versus the, yeah, is that?
I thought we were waiting till we got the calculations from that exact.
Okay, fair enough. I just don't want to leave this well, because this is the time to start making changes to this budget. So if we're content status quo and we're committed, we're going to collectively talk about that this year, and it could be early in the year. We can start making a new plan for how we'd like to operate our marina, moving forward.
And
Thank you.
go ahead.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead. We haven't heard from you on this one.
I just think that having it as a future agenda is well worthwhile consideration. And yeah, we'll hear lots of details. I'm sure administration is anxious to answer all our questions, and we be able to make the best decision what's for our citizens in Midland when we have all the information, and people can continue to vote safely with what we've got.
Great. Councillor Downer on this one.
I'd rather wait and hear from the harbor master to get his input before we make a decision like this. I think it's important that we consult him on a decision like this. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I agree with Councillor Downer. I think we need to wait to get the information to make a sound decision.
Okay, so do we feel confident enough that we can approve in principle the budget before us? Is there consensus that we can approve the budget before us and then agree to conversations with the harbor master? Now, are we expecting to have these conversations with the harbor master during this budget cycle or in council meetings subsequent to this, February-ish, March-ish kind of thing? Yep, in the future at a council meeting. Beautiful. I think that's really a wise decision, everybody, so we don't rush this. But I think staff have heard loud and clear that changes in the wind for harbor operations. So, Councillor East.
And real quick, maybe if we could get staff on putting on their thinking caps on finding a creative way between now and then to find a way to do 10 more transit slips. So just to put it out there to get the thinking going.
If I may, each new finger dock runs over $20,000. So if we have to buy more docks, which there is no place to put them, again, there's significant, we spent over $100,000 repairing the docks down there in the last couple of years. So it is a bigger discussion because they only place, if we want to keep all our seasonals and have more transit, it's a discussion with Central, and Central isn't using that space. And for transients, and because some of their docks are end of life and would need to be replaced. So we can always, again, from a big picture discussion, talk to Central to build new docks and take back some of that lease space potentially. But again, that's bigger discussion. If that's what council wishes, we'll certainly undertake that discussion with Central Marine.
Good. There's a lot of moving parts to this and a lot to consider because the lease for Central Marine is, not up next year or anytime soon. So, and of course, when you want to ask something to change, it's there's one hand washes the other. So if we want something, we got to give something. So, all right. So that being said, I need a mover and a seconder to approve these 4 items in principle. So moved by Councillor Prost, second by Councillor East and the west here, that the tax supported 2023 budget for environment and infrastructure be approved in principle for the following: engineering, operations, transit, culture, tourism, harbor. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. So with that, we will take an adjournment for lunch. It is 1:30, we'll call it, and we'll get back here at 2 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. Through the magic of modern media, it's just been a blip since you last saw us, but we have since dined on some more delicious feast, and I have serious onion breath. That is everyone else except Councillor Bald, unless you had onions for lunch too. So the rest of us in here are just going to stink the room right up. Anyway, it was so good. Souvlaki. Anyway, moving right along, keeping it professional, of course, at all times. We are now about to launch into the under the Environment Infrastructure banner, NSSRC, and we have two councillors, Deputy Mayor and our Councillor Ball, who have declared conflicts of interest because of different matters relating to SSRC. So they will vacate their seats, and we will get an update on the operational budget plans for the Sports and Rec Center. And just for the record, both Deputy Mayor Conton and Councillor Ball have vacated their seats and are joining us in the gallery. I think we had, yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, again, this is just the NSSRC budget here, and there's a couple noteworthy changes. Again, you'll see several decreases there listed as well. So we've really done a comprehensive review and reduced budgets where we could. Two notable items. One is the staffing increase. There's the same net. One position was transferred from tourism and culture into NSSRC. So that same net decrease would be found in tourism. So that impacts the staffing increase, as well as just wanted to touch on a bit of a adjustment that we've done in terms of the fee schedule and structure there. Previously, there were some minimums being applied that we've now reassessed, and you'll find those. The CFO would have presented those to you in her most recent report here, so that we've adjusted so that there are minimums that apply that are 3 hours times your given rate. Again, there can be 3 different rates, like a youth rate, a nonprofit rate, and a adult rate, say. So there are lower minimums as to entice some more rentals and revenues. And then also we've added a off-peak hours during weekdays, sort of 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. A reduced rate for seniors fitness classes, so that they can have during those off-peak hours. We found that they're often our large community hall was sitting empty. So we're trying again to entice some more rentals, as well as provide some relief to some seniors recreational groups there, so that their rate would be matched with the youth rate during those off-peak hours. So we have done some analysis again and some adjustments around the user fees there. And then the other, again, noteworthy point would be the increase to the salaries and benefits, which is in part a mandatory increase per the collective agreements, and then the net decrease found from the transfer from tourism to culture into NSSRC. So Dave, our operations manager, is also here. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
I know there will be some. I'm just letting everybody catch up. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I did digest this, but of course, it was a while back, so I might be asking questions that I already know the answers to, or I thought I knew the answers to. Basically, it's in regards to our rates. And maybe I didn't read this, but I understand the usage is down. I've read that someplace. What do our rates compare to our surrounding communities? Is that why we're not being used as much? Not necessarily just to ICE, but to our room rentals as well.
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald. Similar to the outdoor amenity rate, analysis, user fee analysis that was done last year. Similar was done to NSSRC, rental fees and user fees as well. So there was some rate increases actually proposed last year as a result of that analysis. So it is that some of our rates are higher than others and some are lower. Things like the gym may be a little bit lower than comparative municipalities, and others may be a little bit higher. There was, when you look at all the municipalities across their user fees in general, some are higher, some are lower. There wasn't, it's not as if anyone is always higher or always lower. So we made some adjustments last year, and now I've done the same again this year to try to be competitive, to try to again promote more usage and increase revenues. And the rates we have proposed in the proposed user fees bylaw is a 5% increase compared to last year for many of our rental rates. Again, the reduction of the minimum fee that was previously being applied, it's now just a 3-hour minimum at whatever your given rate would be, actually would be a decrease. And again, because it was a larger minimum being applied often. So we're hoping that will, again, the hourly rates are often comparable, but that minimum wasn't. So we've now realigned that, and we're hoping that that'll bring in some increased usership and revenues.
Just to follow up, to be fair, there's no way we could compare the usage and the expenses and everything 21 to 22. Well, the expenses, yeah. But in your opinion, will the suggested 5% increase rate hurt our possible usage fee? I think Ascanioni has asked us not to increase the rate. Could we entice more people by saying our rate is the same and the use income would offset any, would be more than the actual rate increase? Has any thought been given to that?
Through your worship to Councilor McDonald. Yeah, again, for Ascanonia specifically, their lease is in reference to a seniors room and multi-purpose room. And really, I think what was being referenced to council last week, was regarding rentals of other rooms within the facility. So that, again, taking the steps that we have now to reduce the minimum rental fee should help there, as well as the introduction of the new community hall off-peak weekday hour rental fee specific to seniors fitness. That's brand new and has not been proposed before. So that is now. So that was those have been proposed just for that very reason.
Mr. Mayor, and the hockey, I can't remember specifically the hockey league that I could look up in my correspondence, suggesting that they can't afford any further. I think that was Little League, or I wish I could remember, sorry, I can look it up, but you probably know who I'm referring to, that they asked not to have the fee increase. I think they were hoping for a reduction, but 5%, the reduction in the minimum fee, how many dollars is that? That's enticing people, you hope, for the minimum hours.
Through your worship to Councilor McDonald, we don't necessarily know. We again are
Sorry, I specify, like, what is the minimum fee for me to say I have to pay for 3 hours? How much is that, as opposed to what it's going to be?
Our CFO's pointed out, it is up on the screen there to showing the new proposed rates. So again, the 3-hour minimum would be at your given rate. So the A rate again would be for minor sports or youth. So they recognize the smallest rate. Then there's a rate for nonprofit groups, and then a third rate for private or commercial groups. Then we've introduced again the 4th column there just for the community hall for off-peak weekday hours. That seniors groups again performing fitness would be matched with the youth rate, so that they would see a reduction in their rates during those off-peak hours. That the community hall often was empty anyway, so we want to promote usage. And at times, some of the rates that were being applied as minimums, say, could have been upwards of 5, 6, 7 hours, the actual hourly rate, which when we did that analysis here this year, we found to be just highly inappropriate, and have adjusted that to be a 3-hour minimum at your given rate, dependent on the type of user you are or group. So in some cases, say that rate has maybe went from, at $110 minimum, say for a meeting rental room, is now down to 40 or 50. And often those rental rooms were not being rented enough. So we really do think that this will promote more rentals and higher usage, and at the end of the day, generate more revenue than we're currently seeing.
Sorry. Does the North Simcoe Rec Center do any advertising? I don't, it's on here. How are you promoting yourselves?
Through your worship to Councilor McDonald, I would defer that one to our operations manager to he may be able to speak more around what type of advertising there is available. I know some on the boards and the hockey rinks, etc. But Dave, did you want to try to elaborate on that one?
Through your worship to Councilor McDonald. Honestly, as far as how we promote ourselves when it comes to the advertising in the rec center, we don't really need to advertise our advertising. We're very, very busy. If you go up, our joke is we'll rent anything you can put a sticker on. All of our wall space that we can make available is almost all gone. Almost all of our board ad spots are gone. We've created, if you go through our lobby, we've created new advertising spaces basically anywhere we can. And our advertising revenue has consistently gone up.
Not to monopolize, but I'll just rephrase my question. How is the North Simcoe Rec Center promoting themselves? Come and use our facilities. Is that through the town budget in another avenue?
I would say the only way that we do that is the town website. I don't think we have any other means that we're currently using other than word of mouth and just the groups that use the facility. And the vast majority of our major user groups are groups like Midland Minor Hockey, North Simcoe Girls Hockey. They're groups that are back year after year after year and use our facility as their home base. Other than that, then you're looking at private rentals, which again, the only sort of advertising we do for those are on the website.
Thank you.
Dave, I got a couple for you. So I've sort of heard anecdotally that as we're trying to struggle to come out of COVID and people are renting halls and, having celebrations of lives and parties again, that it seems anyway, what I'm hearing from out on the street is that we've been losing some business at the Sports and Rec Center to competitive halls because of our pricing structure. That's what I'm being told is the primary reason for us having maybe a higher vacancy in our rental rooms than we used to enjoy. What's your experience on that? And is what's being proposed you know, are we being aggressive enough to try and recoup that business and re-attract those events into our rooms?
Your worship, I would agree with that. When COVID ended, our phone rang off the hook. But when people got our rates for hall rentals and things like that, we lost a lot of business to the other community centers around us, whether it be Tay Township, Penetang, etc. The non-prime community hall rates that have been proposed should help us with Ascanonia as far as them being able to use the facility during the day more, but it doesn't address any of the other issues.
So, I mean, rather than us kind of shooting from the hip and just hacking and slashing and changing numbers, I mean, I'm sure this is something you and your team have talked about and probably agonized over. Where's the sweet spot? You know, how do we not give away too much? How do we gamble that it's going to be too much of an increase and we're going to suffer even more declines in rentals? Is there, you know, I'm kind of putting you on the spot now because it's already submitted, but is there something you'd recommend to us that even for this year that we try and get the usership back, entice them back into the building? Is there something we could wiggle more on that would come from you, who understands clearly the operations of the Sports and Rec Center better than us up here? Is there something you'd like to ask us that, you know, hopefully I'm not going to put you on the spot, get you in trouble asking you to undermine what is being submitted, but there's got to be something better that we can do to try and bring people back. And that's, I think, what we're all looking to do. I know it's a toughie.
Yeah.
If you had your magic wish list, if you were the 10th counselor here, you know, how would you, because you really understand the Sports and Rec Center
Yeah.
better than we do.
From my own personal opinion, I think if we freeze rates for a year and try and get back some of the business that we've lost and some of the goodwill that we've lost, that's my personal opinion.
Well, your personal opinion aligns with what a lot of people have been expressing to me, you know, through my communications channels, wishing that we would consider that for a year. And of course, my rebuttal is, well, there's money on the table and freezing rates is less income, more expense borne by the broader tax base. But, you know, again, I like to use the expressions, the juice worth the squeeze. So I'm kind of glad that you said that, because I didn't want to just be the guy saying, let's freeze rates, you know, because we are trying to be really financially responsible. But that's something that, you know, I'd like to ask council to consider. I appreciate the fact that you said that. And I know you're not going to get in trouble for it because I pried it out of you. But it is something I'd like us to look at for this year. I know we're trying to glean profit where we can, but bringing back that rental to our halls where we seem to be struggling, and we don't seem to be struggling on the ice side, is something that I think, you know, benefits the community, and that we can slowly, incrementally increase rates as we've committed to do. Look at discussions with neighboring Penetang machine, look at some more, maybe this campus style approach that maybe is just a fantasy of mine, where we can cost share a bit more and we can find other ways to offset our operational costs. Early discussions on that. I'm not binding Penetang machine or our neighbors to that, but it's something that I want to have a conversation about. So freezing the rates for this year buys us that time to have that conversation with our neighbors. It's something that I'd like to see or ask our council to consider. However, I also want to hear Mr. Flannery, because there's going to be, you could do that, but, and that's something I think it's important that we all hear as part of this conversation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, to be quite honest, we took, because this was really a large focus, one of the topics that came up frequently last year during budget deliberations. We tried to take a step back this year and again, apply a similar approach to what at the end of the day was council's decision last year, was to somewhat try to align with sort of inflationary costs. And arguably speaking, we've even the proposed numbers in there now are less than that. But so we did take that approach in what's been proposed here this year. I will say the numbers that you see on page 127 of the budget document are in reference to our projected revenues without the change. So you know, it is again up to council whether or not you would like to see a rate increase or not, but we have not worked any type of an increase into what is displayed in that base budget. So that's assuming the same rates. But you know, I will say the 3-hour minimums that we have applied really are an effort to try to reduce costs. Like I said, there was some very high minimum fees being applied that we've removed and reduced significantly. We think those in and of itself will drive some higher usership and also bring about some goodwill, so to speak. But again, that was sort of the approach we've taken. Yeah, of course, there's always lower rates. There is a balance. So I will leave it in council's hands.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor McDonald.
I have one comment and then one question unrelated to the rates. My comment is obviously I'm a rookie at trying to get someone to suggest what's best for the community, the rec center, whereas the mayor was able to say what would work well. And I have confidence that if we do not increase the rates, it'll actually prove the goodwill and re-attract people, and the income will surpass the 5% that we're suggesting would happen. But that's my comment. And my question is in regards to expenses. I'm just curious on the parking lot. We charged taxes on a parking lot somewhere. Forget where that was on page 99, but we're not charging taxes on the parking lot at the rec center. Do you remember? Is it? Oh, just a minute, page 99. The harbor.
You're saying charge taxes. Do you mean pay taxes because it's one of our assets, or charge for
Oh,
parking?
they had to pay taxes on the parking lot to the municipality. It pays itself. Yes. Was in the harbor, but so I'm wondering why we aren't paying ourselves here. Not that it's in and out, but I'm just curious about consistency.
Just for people at home, the CAO and CFO are just discussing this.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor McDonald. I'm just emailing my tax expert right now. So the payment we saw earlier was on the parking lot. So I do know that those parking lots are assessed separately, which is why we saw that $52,000 expense line in the building planning bylaw parking budget. I don't believe it's the case with the NSRC, this building, they would be exempt under the rules of MPAC. The parking is considered commercial, and so that's why it has its own charge. You could argue that parts of the rec center are also commercial, but it is classed currently as an exempt property. Likely because of, again, the level of subsidization we provide as well, right? There's certain rules surrounding that, you know, whether it's considered commercial or not. And again, I don't have those in front of me, but would be happy to provide you. It's, yeah, it's not our rules, it's MPAC rules, but yeah.
There's no need to do further. Just wondering. Thank you.
Any further, we really shouldn't, we're not supposed to have sidebar yik yak like that. Do it through the mic and talk to each other. Absolutely. Just people, because they can't hear what you're saying. That's all.
My apologies. I
I
was
know.
just wondering.
Just protocol.
I would like to share my thought, but off the wall a bit. Do they charge parking at the Molson Center? At other arenas? Does anyone charge parking at arenas? Do we want to be the first? It's revenue. I'll just.
I can hear Andy saying right now, we'll do anything you tell us to do. Just give us money. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to you to just comment on the 5% increase. So we have had people write in with their budgetary comments, obviously, and not asking for this increase. And plus other people that speaking with users of the facility. I'm in favor of not increasing it and of keeping it status quo. I'm also in favor of in 2022, we saw a reduction in rentals, and I'm hoping that if we can get back to decrease our rates from 2022 and somewhere in between 2021 and 22 rates to get some volume into our rental spaces. And then with that volume, hopefully getting some other sales through our liquor license and parties that way. And then with volume, getting people in the building through past experience in my businesses, it eventually, you get busier and revenues start flowing in. But if you close the door and don't give them an opportunity to enter the building and actually rent the space, then you're losing on a revenue stream, and then you're just going to keep on going backwards. So you want to build on momentum. People, rent your space, talk about your space, you get more rentals. So for us decreasing or freezing, not implementing the 5% increase, and lowering our room rates, and you have that 3-hour rate going in for the midday, which is good. But getting those parties, that volume happening, whether it's, smaller scale birthday parties to Jack and Jill's to weddings, that's where you want to get some additional sales through your liquor license, which is very important. And then build off of that. I think that's a good start. And if we can get through this year with those type of fees and come back and look at it, and see if, that worked for going into the 2024 budget, then we'd have a good grasp on it. We're on the right track for sure. Looking at the ice fees, that we charge, the hourly rate, we are up there. 162.20 was, I think, is that current 2022? Yeah, 162.20. And looking at Penetang's at 137, and then you're comparing it to Springwater, they're a little bit bigger, and then Aurelia 161, even Aurelia's at 161.77 an hour. So we are quite high there too. So we want to be a little bit more competitive, and then get of course get volume, people using the rec center and spending some money. So I think that's the approach I'd like to see we take, and then hopefully we can get those revenue streams flowing again. So just my thoughts. Thank you.
Mr. Flannery.
Through your worship to Councillor Meredith. Again, in part, applying this 3-hour minimum is with that goal in mind, is exactly why we've done that. There were, again, the minimum rates that were being applied that were far more than 3 hours times the rate, which I think we found was often scaring people away. When they found out it was that much an hour, maybe didn't necessarily scare them away. It was versus, oh, but there's a minimum. I only want to come for a birthday party, say for a couple hours, but the minimum fee was 5 hours worth. Like, so we've made those corrections here now in what we've proposed. So I think what we've done is really with exactly what you've said there is the goal in mind. And we're hoping that now with that new structure and new approach, that it might entice exactly that, some more rentals. Again, what hourly rates are in Penetang, say there's different facilities also have different operating costs. So rates are going to be different. Again, we've found that our rates were comparable to municipalities our size. through the comprehensive review we did last year. But again, yeah, the 3-hour minimums were to do just that. It really was a reduction and should limit. Often, I think it seems to me that we were scaring a lot of people away, and applying that should reduce that.
Mr. Campbell, anything to add?
I just want to confirm that if, and we've given the mayor a revised motion with freezing of the rates. If council does adopt that, nothing changes in the numbers on page 127, because as Mr. Flannery mentioned, we did not increase the revenue number in the budget pending the decision of council. So it's not like we will, reduce that revenue number, which has other impacts if council decides to freeze the rate. So as I said, we've given the mayor a draft resolution to consider.
Can I just add as well, if just to clarify, if that has, because the 3-hour minimum was not specifically identified, so if that could be, that would be the only thing I would suggest we clarify a freezing of the per hour rate, but the inclusion of the 3-hour minimum.
So a hybrid approach between what you're suggesting, but no increase, as well as what we're kind of compromising, suggesting no rate increase, but let's do the 3-hour minimum and clean up the language on that to make it more attractive. To me, that means more editing, but not a problem at all. That sounds like a fair compromise for this year. And again, I don't want this to be a recurring theme. Every time you come back to council with ideas and ways to make things more profitable, we torpedo you. I think this will end up being compromised. We'll see how council votes on it. And I just don't want you to be discouraged that this is going to be 2 years in a row. You come back with ideas, and
That's why I'm here, your worship, not at all.
that's good. Perfect. So we're just waiting on a revised approval in principle one that rather than just saying the user fees won't be increased for 2023, it'll contain some other language around the minimums. All right, council, I need a mover and a seconder for this motion. Moved by Councillor Prost. Seconded by Councillor Danner. And it reads that the tax supported 2023 budget for environment and infrastructure be approved in principle for the North Simcoe Sports and Rec Center as amended. And there were 2 amendments. 1, that the fees schedule be revised to include a 3-hour minimum where appropriate. And secondly, that the user fee schedule for the North NSSRC North Simcoe Sports and Rec Center not be increased for 2023. So effectively freezing them at 2022 rates. Any discussion around that? All those in favor? All right, that's carried unanimously. Hopefully that will allow some of our user groups to breathe a sigh of relief, and we hear you, and let's work towards a recovery, get climbing out of this pandemic and get back to business. All righty. And with that, I'd invite our 2 councillors to return to their seats. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Ball. And then we're going to move into service level change requests. And this is where the real interesting part of the budget comes in. This is the part that both council needs to consider our own sort of submissions and requests to add or remove things, and also the ones that staff have suggested for our consideration. Each of these will have typically a material impact on our budget rate. So There should be lots of good discussion around these items. And Madam CFO, you lead the charge on this one? All right, take it away.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so in front of you, you've got the service level change requests that were included in the draft budget. And so the budget approval report that was presented as part of yesterday and today's agenda did also capture a few amendments to this table. However, I do think for simplicity and just to kind of keep everything on track, it's probably best if we start with this. And then we can finance staff in the background will kind of do a tally and we can arrive at what that final service level change number looks like, and we can definitely discuss it as we go, just to avoid kind of going back and forth and just to kind of keep everything on track. So in front of you, you've got several requests, some adds, some reductions to service level. The first ad is for an arborist, and so that falls in the operations department. Also in front of you, you've got the resident boat launch and parking class, and we've had some discussion about that already, and that's the harbor at the boat launch specifically. Under culture and special events, you've got a request for an events coordinator. Under customer experience office, you've got a request for community engagement budget increase. And I should note that that is a duplicate. And so our manager of customer experience did mention that yesterday when we reviewed the administration budget. So that increase was applied to that budget as well as on this. So right off the bat, you get to save $6,500. And so we will make that amendment. The customer experience office is also requesting a 0.5 FTE or some additional part-time hours in order to provide additional service to our residents. Municipal bylaw is requesting a 1.5 increase in the staff complement, so a 1 full-time position as well as a part-time position. Culture and tourism is also requesting that we set up a reserve fund for the sesquicentennial. Karen can correct me. Thank you. And that occurs in year 2028. And so the idea behind that is we would start putting money away now, beginning in 2023, so that in 2028, when we're ready to have that big celebration, we've got the funds to do so. Then you'll have a request for the world's large rubber duck. I'm sure you remember when that was in the harbor a few years back. But we did pull that request, and so you will see that. So we won't deal with that one. We'll kind of put that one on hold. Instead of that request, we've got a revised request for Theodore the tugboat, which costs a little bit more money, but we do feel that it is a little bit more, provides a little more engagement, especially for the youth. And we are hoping to do some cost sharing with either another municipality or get some grant funds, which has actually reduced what we feel that the cost of this municipality would be. And then finally, we've got the elimination of the summer students. And that's a big number and has a big impact on operations. So probably best to go through those one by one and have some discussion going from council. And like I said, we'll keep track in the background and see where we're at.
All right, so I'll go out on a limb and let's start with the arborist. It's about as good as it gets right now. Right. Councillor Ball.
Okay, I thank you. I'm just looking, it says that because we don't have the arborist, that in 2022 we had $47,000, but some of that was unavoidable due to the equipment available to operations staff. So I'm wondering if this full-time position for the arborist, is that how much of that $47,000 is that offset, or are we still going to have unavoidable charges with this arborist in place? And do we have the request for that equipment that's going to help you this year as well as the arborist?
Mr. Flannery.
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. So currently our bucket truck has a limit of 40 feet. So anything that needs to be done taller than 40 feet, we simply don't have the equipment to get that high. We do have, I believe off the top of my head, it's in 2025 that we have that set for replacement or scheduled for replacement. At that, the number that is in there, it's 2024, 2025, but I believe 25. And that number that we have proposed in there to be discussed at that time in further detail is to replace the bucket truck with one that has the capability of going higher than 40 feet. So some of this cost just simply is unavoidable. Anything beyond 40 feet at the moment, we don't have the equipment to do. And then there really is just in general a capacity issue with some things. There are when people do, trees is really a specialized and arboriculture is a specialized field. At times a hanging limb over some sort of important piece of infrastructure or something like that, a specialized crew is required. So circumstances like that, again, still unavoidable to outsource that type of work. Bringing an arborist in-house, though, I would suggest, yes, down the road, we would see some reductions in the type of funding we would require to outsource general maintenance. That's the type of stuff we could definitely be handling more so in-house with an internal arborist.
Okay, is this something that we could revisit when we revisit having the proper equipment so that it offsets that cost entirely? Or is that something that your department can handle until 2024 or no?
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. Not necessarily. It's not as if this is a request in now simply because we have or that it would make sense to align it with the new piece of equipment, because then you'd see this much higher number in savings in terms of the amount of contracted services required. As outlined in the service level change request, there are, besides winter maintenance requests, tree related service requests are really the second highest number of requests that we receive from the public. And again, it's such a specialized field that we're finding it very difficult. You can see in there, we've outlined that our average response time right now from an open to closed case is about 17 days. That's far too long, in my opinion, right now. And a lot of it is that we need to get out and assess. That's something that it's very difficult to, when that type of a service request comes in, it's very difficult to get at what is in fact the level of priority that request or that concern has been that we've been notified is. Until you've got a trained professional put their eyes on it, make that assessment. Is that something that needs to happen right now today? Is that something that can be done within a couple of weeks? Or is that something that can be done in the spring, say, or in the summer? At the moment, we take 17 days to close a case on average right now. And, we estimate around 100 emergency cases, quote unquote, that we receive in a year. You need a professional to make those assessments. That'll enhance our service level there. And it's on one that is, that comes with a substantial liability. So even just having an arborist in-house will reduce that liability. The Parks and Trails Master Plan furthermore calls for an urban forestry management plan to be developed and specifically identified a $60,000 allocation to do so. Having an in-house internal arborist could really could be the individual that helps champion that and get that through. So some of the discussion earlier is, you know, do we have in-house staff that can take on these particular types of management plans? Having an in-house arborist would help in this example here, which again is called for in our Parks and Trails Master Plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that detailed response.
Councilor Meredith, saw you adjusting your microphone, so very good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to the operations here. So the arborist, in past years, we've obviously been able to get a not have an arborist. Obviously, your operations team handled it, I imagine. So when I'm looking at and we're looking at the I think we're going to be looking at the operational organizational review, and then here we are adding more to our payroll at this time. So it doesn't really make sense if I go down for all the new hires for asks in this section, that you know, we're actually entertaining that. But at the end of the day, we're talking about the arborist right now. Have we ever do we tender those out right now if something of on a major scale is happening, or does operations still handle that? If a tree or, you know, a limb over 40 feet or something major is happening over hydro lines, I imagine, you know, you guys don't touch that. That would be a hydro issue. But you could fill me in on that.
Yeah, through your worship to Councilor Meredith. Yeah. Again, the idea and part of the reason even for the request is kind of like I said before. It's because a professional like that is needed in-house to make those very assessments. Is that something that we should be handling? Is that something that is an emergency? The request is because we, the town used to employ those type of expertise and they no longer do. And they haven't done so for up to 17 years, say now. It's my opinion that is, you know, not the best approach in terms of arboriculture management. Making those, having a professional in-house to make those assessments can in turn save you down the road in terms of liability. They is a very highly litigated area and field. In my background, I've seen tree related cases where a single limb comes down and there's a $300 million lawsuit. I mean, this is, in my opinion, a small investment, and you get a lot of bang for your buck, so to speak, here, having these types of internal expertise.
Am I going to talk now?
Any follow-up? Then we'll go to
Yeah.
Councilor Downer.
I'll follow up with that. So in the past, so it's been about 17 years that we haven't had this, and our track record's pretty good without having like major insurance or lawsuits. But do we tender these out in the past, or have we not? That's the question that I didn't get an answer for.
Okay, yeah, through your worship to Council Meredith. Yeah. So some yes, some no. There are tree crews out 5 days a week all summer long. It's you know, part of the third point identified here second point is that what speaks to the asset management regulation. That requirement is that, so the first step that the previous council was given the asset management plan that referred to our core, the municipal core assets. The next step that we're legislatively required to produce not just a full inventory for, but an asset management plan is due in 2024. This position could help with that, but again, in that, it's being able to identify in that asset management plan now, part of those regulatory requirements will be so that the province is requiring us to be able to get to a point to say, we have an estimated roughly this many number of trees, say, in town. This type of those are an asset. So that is coming in 2024, that requirement. This position could furthermore help us get there and meet that requirement. But again, to whether or not the answer is yes, some maintenance right now we contract out. Some things, to your initial question, again, if there's a limb that comes down over a power line, no, that would be not town staff that's addressing that. That's not our infrastructure. We're often still, that comes at a cost though, because it will be beside our road. So our staff will be the ones that are out responding to that call, closing the road, and then again, having those expertise in-house means you can make that determination better. Is this something that we are best suited to handle and address or not? So for this 17-year period where we have not had an arborist position, we have been lucky enough to have someone in-house who is by default a certified arborist, but we do not have that position. So have we been lucky that we have an individual here who has the ability to make some of those assessments? Yes, but they are in a different role. They have different responsibilities. They're in a lead hand role. So they're essentially out given a large number of responsibilities. That needs to be their focus. We need a dedicated arborist position.
Okay, so we're going to go next to Councillor Downer and then to Councillor Bald online, who's patiently had her hand up. And
Thank
then
you.
Councillor, we used to see you too.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I stand in support of an arborist because A, it's a liability issue, a very serious one. I know on my street alone, there's 2 maple trees that have to come down. They've been dead for a couple of months and they're big. And I'm afraid a branch is going to fall down, hit a postman or somebody walking down the sidewalk. So I understand where you're coming from. And when you take a little drive down through Little Lake Park, some of those trees have been there since I was a kid and before I was a kid. So they're near the end of life, and I think it's time to bite the bullet and to avoid a liable situation. So I stand in support of it.
Thank you, Councillor Bald.
Yes, thank you. I would also support, having an arborist on staff because I go to the park a lot, Little Lake Park, and there's a lot of old trees there and also in the neighborhood. And, I'm very cautious about that because if it's windy, I walk my dog on the beach because otherwise, if you're in the forest, it's, any big limb can crash down and injure somebody. So I am in favor of that for sure.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bald. Councillor Ball.
I'm just wondering, with this position, that's going to obviously free up the time of the lead hand to be able to do his normal duties. Are we going to have the equipment and the team to be able to take down these trees once assessed, or is that going to be still a waiting period?
Mr. Flannery.
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. Some of that's to be determined, and that's why the service level request form here does not include a direct reduction. If there's an approval for an arborist, I have not included in this an immediate reduction in the contracted services requested budget or proposed budget amount, because that's yet to be determined. Again, to similar councillors' points here, there are some very, very old trees here in town, and we don't, we may not be, are we meeting minimum requirements in terms of our assessments when we become aware of an issue, so to speak? Yes. But the more inspections you do, the lower your liability. And right now there's an increasing need. There's things like the emerald ash borer. There are infestations out there coming through that really quite frankly, we've never seen before. So you have a large number of ash trees right now that line the entrance to Bayview Park. Every single one of them, when spring comes, are coming down. They're all, every single one of them are dead. So we just haven't seen this type of infestation level. You know, if given if there was more certainty in this proposal, there would also be an immediate impact to the 2023 budget in terms of contracted services. I can't speak certainly, and that's why that's not been included here.
Thank you. And just to speak to those, the public, maybe anyone who wants to donate money towards those trees, since they're all coming down, and our hopeful new arborist can tell us where to put them.
We might be able to sell some firewood in a couple years after it's seasoned, assuming it's suitable for burning. Deputy Mayor.
Sometimes you can't see the tree for the forest, but I support the arborist just for a couple of reasons. Is the natural heritage plan. The other is the red oak savanna that needs to be looked at for protection. It's an excellent asset resource that we have. So I'm not quite sure how much work has been done on that for the last number of years, but I would support that approach. So maybe you can comment on the red oak savanna if you know anything about that.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor, I would have to look more into that to comment more.
Sounds like a Broadway musical. Councillor East.
Thank you, your worship. A question, our in-house current staff that we have right now, I know a few of them are pretty good arborists as it is. Would there be any benefit or opportunity for us to maybe retrain and certify them and promote them up the scale in our town, and then maybe promote and get them certification to become arborists for us?
Through your worship to Councillor East. So again, we have many staff within the operations department perform arboricultural duties, but they are not certified arborists. Again, that's the one lead hand I was referring to, that luckily we do have one. But yes, there's lots of other staff. You know, I've run a chainsaw many times and cut down a bunch of branches in my day, but I am not in no way certified to do that officially, right? It is again a specific skill and certification that we require. It's again because you can make the assessments. We have lots of staff in-house that can help perform the general maintenance alongside an arborist, but it's that an arborist would be directing that crew, making the assessment, making the determination about how to safely approach that particular duty. And then the rest of staff would be there, or various other staff in the operations department could be there to support those efforts. But at the moment, yeah, what we do is we do, you know, we have training around safe chainsaw usage, but this is to a large number of staff within the operations department, because again, the way that it's structured here with the amalgamation of the public works and the parks department is some individuals will be on a road one day filling a pothole, and the next day they may be running a chainsaw. So there is, you know, only a certain amount of training we can afford to give everyone. And so we continually look to bring in professionals to provide training in that field so that they can support experts.
Councillor McDonald's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My calculation is that we're asking for 61,000 to hire an arborist, a professional. And we've spent 47,000 in the last while. That cost is going to increase with the number of old trees that have just been brought to our attention. So we're asking for 14,000 for professional opinions and help professional staff while we free up the duties of a lead hand. So I'm in support of hiring the arborist, but I have a question, if I may, in regards to the job description. Would it include hands-on? Would he have a chainsaw license? And would he be at, if somebody has a tree that's on, we don't know, they don't know if it's on their property line or town property, would his service be available to that resident? And would he be the one that could help us with a tree cutting bylaw where residents who I witnessed in the area just cut down half a dozen trees in their backyard? And I don't think we have a tree cutting bylaw, but it's something I would like looked at and have it. So those are my questions.
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald. Your first question, and the answer would be yes. Yeah, the arborist would be a hands-on position. That would be made clear in the job description. It is not simply a desk job or a assess and then have everyone else come in. There'd be support teams, but again, definitely with higher priority items, yes, they'd be there to be hands-on and as much as possible. But they'd have a variation of duties. Some of which includes, yeah, being hands-on, definitely being a certified arborist means you're an expert in utilizing a chainsaw and providing training to others as well, which is nice to have in-house. Sorry, if you can remind me, what was the last question there?
Would he be at liberty to provide the service for people who are iffy, whether the tree's on their property line or whatever? And would he be the person I'll have to introduce to council and have the support to invest, bring a notice of motion when the time is appropriate about a tree cutting bylaw on private property? So he'd be at liberty to help us with that. He or she, pardon me, the person.
Correct. Through your worship to Councillor McDonald. Correct. That individual would be tasked with being the first respondent, say, to those types of concerns or service requests that come in, to make the determination whether or not a tree falls on town or private property. So they will, again, this is part of our, the proposal here is that we want to be able, we get a significant number of those types of requests, and we do not at the moment have the capacity to respond as quickly as I think a lot of our residents would like. Having this arborist internally here would mean they would be the first respondent for those types of concerns, yes. And then second, there's a property standards bylaw that again, but a tree in someone's backyard is their property, not town property. So that would open up I would suggest a different can of worms for in a different discussion for another day. But yes, definitely the position would be the first respondent there and improve our service level and responding time.
Mr. Campbell.
Just for clarification, your worship, and to Councillor McDonald, trees on private property would not be something that this arborist would respond to. So this isn't this would not be a service we'd be providing to a resident. Yes, the determination, is it on their property or our property? But if it's on their property, the intent is not for us to be helping a resident manage their private trees.
We're not going to become the tree police. We'll just leave that one alone. Oh, Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, your worship. So I'm just going to tackle this whole thing in a nutshell, where I stand and I'd love to, hire an arborist this year, 100%. I'd like to, all our hirings, all our requests that staff are making, I'd love to do it, but we are here to make those tough decisions, and we can't all get what we want. Next year's a different story, but when I'm looking at this, we have 352,740 that we eliminated from the summer students. We bring that back in, we're going to be, another 1.5% probably on the budget. what I'm looking at right now, operations, culture and tourism, the CXO, and then the two line items on customer experience and bylaw, all equate to $277,568. We implement the boat launch and parking of the $80,000 revenue, and eliminate the other staff requests. We'll be at a positive $87,000 in this bracket. So when we're looking at cost savings, when we're looking at trying to reduce the tax rate, this is and then we could look at this next year. But I think the students are very important, and if we implement all these asks plus the students, which I think are very important, then we're not going to be hitting any of our targets. We'll be well over 5%, and that is the tough part of what we're experiencing today. We'd love to give you those. I'd love to say yes, to everybody, but at the end of the day, we have to just keep on going the way we're going to go. We have been, and then next year we'll revisit it, and maybe we get some more tax revenue through taxation, houses built, and then we can have all our wants. So again, needs versus wants, work a little harder for this term, keep the tax rate down, is the path I'm on, and I just wanted to put that all in a nutshell instead of me miking in and out on this whole section. So those are my views, and I'll be voting towards those views. Thank you.
Just a quick distinction, Councillor Meredith, the students, the suggestion of the elimination of students is not baked into the budget right now. So if we don't eliminate them, we're not changing the number. It's just being suggested that we could eliminate them and reduce the budget. So the number we have before us, is that correct? Madam CFO, includes students, and it's just being suggested, hey, you want to save some dough, go buy students. So perhaps you can offer some clarity, just so we know what we're talking about, because the summary that Councillor Meredith was making, that this could make a material change to it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meredith. Councillor Meredith is correct. So the students are in the budget, right? So if we continue to hire our students, no change, no impact, right? The changes that you saw in the base budget reports, those are the changes to the budget. What this here is proposing is a number of ads and then taking the students off, which essentially make your bottom line negative, right? So if you were to accept the arborist, accept the other positions that are before you, you would end up with an increase of above 5%, such as what Councillor Meredith suggested.
Okay, so the budget right now includes all of our normal complement of students.
Correct.
So that's not what he was thinking. He's thinking that the students are off the budget right now, then we'd be adding them back on. Let's just actually ask him what he was thinking. Because maybe I'm listening to it wrong.
His words made sense, so but go ahead.
Students are there right now on our current budget.
So if I understand this correctly, so 4 point, what are we at? 4.2% blended, right? So the students are in that 4.2%?
Yes and no. So I think we should go back to, just give me a moment here. That slide, yes. Slide 16, please, Jolene.
Oh, God. Back to school.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Yeah. Okay. So the 4.2%, that's the blended, that's the all in. And so you'll see from that, you've got a base budget change. So you've got your past decisions, you've got your base budget change, you've got your one time. That totals $966,000 or 3.83%. When you then get down below that line and you start talking about the sustainable capital levy, the agency boards and commissions, and your service level changes, that all of those together, your bottom line becomes at 4.93 municipal or 4.2% blended. So the service level change requests, and so Jolene, I'm going to ask you to go back to page 38. See that 82,000 number that's a negative? That's taking out your students, but it's adding in all of those other requests. And so what our CIO just suggested to me is perhaps we should deal with the students first, because if we do that and we know what council wants to do there, you know, everything else is essentially an add to that bottom line.
I agree. I think we should take the temperature on whether we're willing to lose the students, which is a conversation. So it's not just like a question. There's going to be a conversation because what does that impact look like? What service level reductions are impacted? So did you have more follow-up on this other line, or do you want to, let's dive into the students and decide whether we're keeping the students? And, you know, again, is the juice worth the squeeze here? So I got a flurry of hands, so I'll
Yeah.
start with Councillor McDonald.
I just want to, yes, I want to deal with the students, but just to finish this conversation, I think that I tried to make the point that the $61,000 for the arborist would be offset by the cost of hiring someone, which was in the past $47,000, and which we have been more or less cautioned that it would be more because of all the old trees. So basically, our cost is going to be 14,000 because we're not going to have the cost of consultant or an arborist hired for the time. So that's what leads me to believe that we need the arborists, and it will eventually save us money, probably within 2 years.
Go ahead, Mr. Flannery.
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald. It is that the $47,000 in contracted services, it's not the recommendation that there's an immediate reduction in those requested dollar amounts for 2023. Bringing an arborist in may, in my opinion, you know, you should be able to see that in years out now start to reduce. But again, like I spoke to, there are some things that anything over 40 feet, we don't have the equipment to address. So we have to contract that out. And just the sheer number and amount of maintenance there are because of the amount of trees and parks, which are all good that we have. It's just, it costs money to maintain. And it at times takes a very skilled or expert crew to deal with it. So, you know, and again, with all of the new infestations like I referred to earlier that we're seeing, there's just a much higher level of risk now coming as a result. So I have not proposed here a reduction in those requested contracted services dollars at this time. That's something you may see years out, and you may see a further reduction in 2025, say if council were at that time to approve a truck, that replacement truck that is higher than the 40 feet, all those types of things, you can start to see reductions. But we're at the point now where there's just such a significant increase in the required amount of maintenance, on top of the fact that we have the inventory and asset management requirements coming to us in 2024. That's why, again, this position would be needed, and it wouldn't at this time result in a 2023 reduction in the requested contracted services. And to Councillor Meredith's point before, you know, I understand that pulling this position, say, may have a positive impact to the bottom line this year, but I would suggest long term keeping this position in has a positive impact. Again, it is balance. I know that's up to council, but you will see substantial reductions in terms of our regulatory, or excuse me, our liability. And again, handling risk in a responsible way has reductions to your budget. We've seen that now this year in terms of our insurance, say, and so there can be other things that come down as a result of managing risk responsibly now, which comes up with an upfront cost, granted. But again, I would suggest long-term and overall, this would be fiscally responsible.
Councillor Ball and then back to Meredith.
Are we on students now?
Okay, sorry. So, I mean, should we call the question on the arborist position? We'll-
Yes, please.
We'll get one more comment on here because otherwise it just becomes cyclical and we'll just call the question. Councillor Meredith?
Thank you, your worship. Just to comment on that, and I do not disagree with your comments. 100% agree. With the added costs of arborists and other employees, it's not just the 61,000. There are other costs. There's benefits. It's not just the 61,000. Then over the years you get raises and so forth, which is fine. But when we're looking at these types of situations, you can go back to last year's budget when I'll use an example of the drone that the fire department got, right? So they bought $100,000 drone, but that actually probably is costing us over $200,000 now because you got to train on it. You have the overtime of the firefighters training on it on their own time. So that $100,000 investment actually costs the taxpayers $200,000 and in counting because we have a drone program, I believe, with Penetang. So when we're looking at these expenses, and I know we're talking about, as I said, $277,000 in staffing in this one. It wasn't quite clear on the students, and if I read it incorrectly, where this is not going to jump the budget through the roof, then I'd be able to support that arborist. So I'm just trying to find a balance here in this area. So the way I read it with the students was 352,000 was going to get added to the bottom line, and which would increase it to well over 5%. And if that is not accurate, then it's just a yes or no, and then we'll proceed with getting some people hired then.
Through your worship, to Councillor Meredith, you're correct. So if council decides to keep the student complement exactly how it is today, and we approve all the other changes on that list, including the arborist, you're looking at over a 6% overall increase based on everything else that we've talked about to date.
So are we going to have do I need a motion to deal with each of these independently? I just don't see one on my pile on my desk here. Okay, working on it.
Yes, if you want an individual motion for each one, or we talked, you could do it, then we'd have a confirmatory kind of resolution at the end when we see the total dollar value.
Either,
Okay,
either-
let's.
It's probably easier to do each one by one because
Okay,
there's
let's run
a
each
fair
one,
bit
so
of,
give a resolution. Okay, give us a minute, please. sir.
yeah, not a problem. And so I don't know there's any rush to jump to the students then right away, since we're not dealing with this in a package. So we'll just go down the line and deal with these things one by one and debate their merits. Thanks for their clarification on what it turned out to be rather ambiguous about the students.
So we're gonna wait till they pass that motion.
Want to take a break? Yeah, the perfect time. Let's do a 5-minute bio break, have a coffee, stretch, what have you. We'll be back at, we'll call it 3:40. Welcome back from break, everybody, and we're resuming our conversation. And we now have, what we're going to do is go through these requests one by one. I'm not going to read the entire long motion because I'll read the preamble and then we're going to deal with the arborist, for example, as the first one. And then we're going to call the question. We've debated the arborist, I think, to death now, so I think we're ready to make a decision. And then we'll move on to probably an equally robust one, which is the boat launch parking. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Prost, seconded by Councillor Ball, And it's number 2 on our big list, that staff initiated service level change requests, also known as SLCR, as outlined on page 38 of the 2023 draft budget document, with a net tax levy reduction of 36,672 and a net utility rates reduction of 26,260 be approved. Now, realizing these numbers I just read to you will change depending on the outcome of these votes. So the wording of this is under the belief that we're going to approve everything on here, but we're going to be voting on these one by one. So as we change that, the numbers in this draft motion will change, and ultimately we'll end up with a new wording that we're going to all agree on. So to get this on the floor, I need to use this currently designed motion. And then we're going to individually vote on the components that are going to have material impact on the net tax levy reduction or perhaps even increase. So is everyone clear on how we're going to go through this? Okay, so the first subsection is that we approve the arborist position in the operations division for a cost of $61,550. We've had the discussion on this. Is there anything additional we'd like to add or discuss before I call the question? Don't have Councillor Bald back yet online, but very good. Are we on the time we said we would be back? I think we're probably later than that. Okay, fair enough. So then I'll call the question. And had I heard Councillor Downer that you'd like a recorded vote on the arborist position? No? Okay, so this is just going to be by show of hands. So all those in favor of the arborist? And that motion is carried. Just by display of hands. Oops. Okay, sorry, I just indicated on this one document that it's carried, Madam Clerk, but we're going to be modifying this thing anyway. Muscle memory. The next one we're going to talk about is that council approved the resident boat launch and parking pass in the harbor division for a net increase in revenues for the town of estimated at $80,000. So with that, we'll pause and we'll have some conversation, some discussion with the staff about this proposal, a bit of the background that I needed a refresher on apparently because my memory was foggy. And then council can weigh in on the pros and cons of this proposed cost recovery that's staff's put before us again.
Thank you, Your Worship. Charging for the parking at the boat launch is what many municipalities do. Penetang Machine, for example, does charge the residents an annual pass, and it's $120 a year. The recommendation last year that we had was that as our first year, we would charge $100 for a resident to park there when they're using the launch. Again, it was adopted last year, then rescinded. It is when we're trying to find ways to raise revenue, this is a tool that other municipalities use. And again, staff are putting it back on the floor, that this is a mechanism to raise potentially a significant amount of money, and it's what other municipalities have successfully done with their residents. So again, staff are suggesting council reconsider charging the residents for parking and launching their boat.
Thank you. Just for clarity, to kick off conversation, there's already a ticket machine down there that our non-residents use to pay to launch and or park their boat and trailer, or sorry, their car, or truck, trailer, what have you. So there's no capital side to this request because the method of implementing it is already in place, and the only technically operational increase is enforcing it, which we already do on non-residents. It would just mean we would now no longer be looking for that telltale pass from a resident that says they get to use it for free.
Yes, Your Worship, we would have to, if this is approved, determine whether we give people a sticker to put in their car window, or if it's we enter their license plate into our parking system and use that mechanism. But there is no significant cost to that.
Fair enough. All right, well, let's get going here. Councillor Downer.
Thank you. Well, I think you know where I stand on this. I've been fighting this for 23 years. It keeps coming to the table. I'm not changing my mind. I think that residents of the town of Midland, it's one of the last access for them to get on Georgian Bay and enjoy a night's fishing with their kids. I I think leave it alone for the residents and charge the non-residents. I don't have a problem with it, but I certainly can't support charging residents for the use of the boat ramp or parking. And I'll probably have to come back another time, deal with it. So that's where I stand on it.
Thank you very much. Councillor East.
I'm with Jim on that one as well. It's one of those kind gestures that we give back to Midland, and we know that if we try to promote that, it'll be raising hell. So I'm gonna say I'm with Jim on that one.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, your worship. Guess I'm gonna be the bad guy. I've launched my boat down there many a time. Very dismal looking down there. We did spend, I believe, about $30,000 a couple of years ago on the boat launch area. You wouldn't see there was 30,000 in there, but there was 30,000. Docks are expensive. There is another area on that launch that's not used. It's gated. Not sure in the near future if that's going to be available for launching. But I know continually that that area will need upgrades, and there's a cost to it, obviously. And I think with implementing, as much as I'm a boater, and I think everybody else charges for boat launches, and not every resident has a boat, but they're, it's reflected in our tax rate if we do not have some type of support for this. The one thing I would suggest is maybe matching Penetang's rate. Also, the funds collected for the boat launch goes into the fund for the boat launch and doesn't get spent in any other area rather than that area for upgrades and future repairs. So I'm for this. I think if we keep on, neglecting this, it would be a sore sight for our boaters, and I think our boaters would like to have a nice launching area to be kept up. And I know there's a lot of people that may not like it that have boats, including my father-in-law, but I already told them I'm doing this, so I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
I think to match Penetang's rate, you said $120 a year. I think that's a lot for Midland residents to pay. Penetang offers their residents a beautiful waterfront, a splash pad. We don't offer our residents that. We offer them the boat launch. So I think that having $120, I'm not in support of that. I'd prefer to not charge at all. I think that's like Councillor East said, that's a kind gesture we give to our residents that we're not giving them a lot more right now. But I understand what you're saying, Councillor Meredith, about it being in disrepair. So I would support a minimal fee, but definitely not $120. I think that's way too high.
Just to be clear, $100 is the fee that's currently before you right now. So yeah, that would need an amendment if we were to propose increasing.
I don't the amendment or the $100 either.
Okay, so right now we don't have an amendment, so we're kicking around $100 or nothing. So Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I support the $100 fee. It's a user's pay. I don't have a boat and I shouldn't expect me to supplement a boater's pleasure. And I can't expect any resident to supplement boater's pleasure. So $100 annually to me is not outrageous. And it certainly would help with the bottom line on the budget. So I'm in support of reestablishing this fee.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, your worship. I'm sorry, I thought I heard $80, not 120 for Penetang. So I certainly do not want to go up. I thought I heard 80, so I was actually going down. So I don't know what happened there. So definitely do not want to be at the 120 mark. I was happy at the 80, or at the 100, but I thought we'd match Penetang at the 80. So 100's good. Thank you.
So do I hear an amendment for 80? I don't have a really good, I can't do the, that kind of, anyway, you know where I'm going. Anyway. Councillor Bald, sorry, did I see your non-virtual hand? Nope. Okay. Councillor Meredith.
Sorry, one other thing when it comes to costs, is there any way we can, I did talk to a boater about this section or this topic. He organizes like a fishing tournament. He brings 10 or 15 guys in. Would there be an exception to an increase in volume for them coming up to the area? Like, let's say 10 or plus boats, that there would be a reduced fee to get them here. They'll, there's spending in hotels, lodging, restaurants, and so forth. Or is that a can of worms that shouldn't be opening right now? So, but just I thought I'd bring it up because if they're coming from out of town, his remark was they went to launch their boat in Penetang because there was some type of possibly a group rate or it was cheaper. He also did mention that during COVID, that a lot of people elevated their prices at launches, like Aurelia and so forth, because to try to keep the boating population down during COVID coming up. But anyways, I thought I'd mention that and see if that would be a good idea as well. Thank you.
Your worship, we're just pulling up the user fee schedule. We do have a fee for out of town users right now. I don't want to quote it till I review it here. $10. Yeah, with Jolene can find. Otherwise, off the top of my head, it's $50 for out of town resident to launch their boat and park. If you were just launching your boat, it was $10. Again, part of this whole is the staff time to enforce right now. We hadn't considered group fees because again, just the time to manage. And again, if we're trying to capitalize on out of town people to not be subsidized by the taxpayer, we would charge them, if there's 5 boats and 5 cars being parked there, for us to get $50 a piece, which is the current bylaw, is what it is. But again, if council wishes to give us direction otherwise, but right now, the recommendation would be to keep our out of town fee as we have right now, and in front of you today is to consider the resident rate.
Councillor Prost.
I'm really torn on this one. I'd like to be with some of my fellow councillors and, do this as goodwill to our residents, but majority of Midland residents are not boat owners. And I think the people that are using the service of the boat launch and parking can pay for it. I'm in favor of having that fee.
Councillor Ball.
I'd like to propose a compromise and amend it to $50 a year for this start.
Okay, so this is an amendment. So it's on the floor. It supersedes what we're talking about on the $100 one. I need a seconder to for us to consider that change. Councillor Prost is going to second that amendment. So now there's discussion around the $50 fee. So this is no longer about fee, no fee. This is about $50 versus the proposed 100. Any conversation around that? Effectively, it brings our revenue projections, down 50%, right? Councillor Meredith?
Thank you. Can I amend the amendment?
Wait, not really. We kind of have to shoot this one down and then pop
Okay.
another one up if we're going to do it properly.
Okay, I don't disagree with a reduction, but not 50% reduction. So I'd like to keep it at the 100, tell you the truth at this point. Thank you.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Through your worship to anybody on staff. Just to define Midland residents, I'm assuming that it is. Do we have any numbers to go by just in terms of usage? Then basically you look, I guess that would define residents, right?
We currently hand out 700 to 800 free permits a year currently for parking at the boat launch.
That was the intention of raising approximately $80,000 was based on, let's say, 800 people using the service, all paying $100, there's your 80 grand. So if what we're considering right now is dropping that in half to 50. So from $0 to $50, well, effectively that would raise approximately $50,000, that would go into the reserves for this. So unless there's any, really the easy thing is just to call the question and see if council is ready to take the step of going from 0 to 50. That's really the question right now. So any other material discussion around that, or go ahead?
You need a seconder for the.
We have one in Councillor Prost
Oh, okay, sorry.
for the amendment. Sorry about that. So I'll call the question and we'll just a show of hands then. So all those in favor of a $50 boat launch fee. I see 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So that is defeated. Okay, so fair enough. So that is defeated. So we're back at the $100. So in the absence of an amendment to another number, we're at $100. Any further discussion? Oh, Councillor Meredith?
Just one comment. So when the $100 fee, if you're just dumping your boat in and leaving, is it still, do you still have to get the $100 permit? Or I guess it would be wise to just get or because you're not parking, you're just going to dump your boat in and then leave. So how does that work?
That's at the parking machine, you pay $10.
Okay, thank you.
That's where your someone else drives your car and trailer away, leaves you floating. All right, well, this is, I believe, where Councillor Downer wanted a recorded vote. That's where we're back to right now, because the $50 amendment was defeated, so we're back to $100. Is the proposal on the table? I feel like this is the world's slowest auction with the worst auctioneer. Okay, so we're gonna go we'll go recorded vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready. The motion is that council approve the resident boat launch and parking pass in the harbor division for projected $80,000 in revenue, which by extension means charging $100 per resident for all unlimited in and out per vehicle, sorry, not per resident, per vehicle.
Thank you, your worship. Members of council, you've heard the question. When I call your name, please answer yes or no. Councillor Meredith,
Yes.
Councillor McDonald,
Yes.
Councillor Prost,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Contin,
Yes.
Councillor Bald,
Yes.
Councillor East,
No.
Councillor Downer, Councillor Ball,
No.
and Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
The motion is carried 6-3.
All right, next one is that council approve the culture and special events coordinator position in the culture and community division for an additional cost of $69,654. So perhaps we'll get a little briefing on that background and the need.
As to council, as we discussed earlier today, there's a lot of ideas for floating with having new tourism events and offerings in our community. Right now, we have a staff of 2 that work on this. We are at capacity. Last year, in the course of 8 weeks, we ran 4 events. This year, we have 3 events taking place in 4 weeks as well. It is a lot for us to take on. Additionally, we have cruise ships coming in. We work with third-party event organizers. We work on different initiatives and projects. A third person would allow us to have more offerings and expand some of our events. They'd be able to help us market some of our offerings that we have, some of our events, and the community as well. They could help with our sponsorship and volunteer recruitment for our events.
All right, we'll kick discussion off with Councillor Ball.
Well, I've been in support of it this entire time. I think that we've offered a lot of suggestions, and I think it's impossible for 2 people to coordinate every event that we have now, let alone ones that we're asking for. So I'm in full support, and I think that the benefits of hiring somebody will see it will far outweigh any of the negatives, especially when it's attached to a budget. I think that we will be able to recoup the costs fairly fast with the events that they'd be able to help out on.
Councillor East.
I think that you're such a positive to us that we don't want to see you burn out. So I'm fully on board with supporting you.
Councillor Meredith, and then Councillor Downer.
Thank you. And I just can't help reiterate the fact that I can't make a decision on this. I mean, the decision is going to have to go the other way that you're not going to like, because I don't know what's happening with that student. And that 6% tax rate that we're going to be, that the taxpayer is going to have to, look on their tax bill and say 6% is a big number. And it's unfortunate that there's a question mark beside that right now, which I cannot make a decision, or I can't approve the rest of them until I know what's going on with those students. So at this time, I'm not in favor for, as I said, any of the new hires that are down in front of me. And it's unfortunate that I can't make a good decision on that. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh. Thank you.
Councillor Downer.
Well, it's a no-brainer. All you have to do is look down the main street when the Butter Tart Festival is on and see the amount of people that they bring to this town, and any support that we can give to, to build on that. We'd be making a mistake by not approving this, because they're working very hard to make our town successful. So I certainly stand behind it.
I'll weigh in then. Councillor McDonald, do you got anything you'd like to add? I mean, it doesn't matter if I go last, first, what have you, but please, I'll yield the mic.
Thank you. I'm unable to support this proposal this year. I'm not denying that they've been successful in the past, and I know they'll continue to reach out to the community and everyone to help. I'm hopeful that we can get more grants, and next year we'll be in a healthier position to offer your support, but I'm not in a position to support it this year.
All right, Councillor Prost with the virtual hand, then we'll go to Councillor Ball after.
I agree with Councillor McDonald. And also, we haven't been together as a council to do our strategic plan. So we're not even sure what direction we're going. And although that doesn't mean that all the festivities that they're still gonna go on. But I still don't have a good feeling about new hires right now this year, and I would look at it next year.
Councillor Ball.
I think in order to get more grants and be able to get grants for festivals, we need that staff member or the policy member that we were discussing earlier. We need that person to be able to seek out those grants, because currently, Karen, you're the one that is helping every department do those grants. So if she's helping every single department do those grants, how is she able to take time to plan the events when there's only 2 of them to do it already? Like, that's kind of a ridiculous request.
Deputy Mayor.
I support the concept. The reason is it increases productivity and also it's probably a huge need. And it's probably part of the strategic planning that's been put into this. So I support the concept.
Thank you. So my comments on it are, I believe I see the need for this. Also would like to see us, not spend the money this year. However, I have a compromise that will be proposed later in our agenda, but I mean, may as well say it now. When I believe that we could probably remove this funding from some of the funding that we're contemplating providing to EDCNS and funnel it directly into an events person in our community focused on Midland. This will be something I'll be pitching, and I don't want to cut the knees off of our EDCNS and their presentation and what we're going to learn later today. It's new to me. It's a new business plan. However, something I'd been contemplating leading into these was modifying the funding arrangement for EDCNS, and I truly believe that we can find the $70,000 for this tourism coordinator, and tourism being one of the 4 pillars of EDCNS's mandate. I believe we can find that savings this year without critically injuring EDCNS or their mission. So that's an argument I'll make later, but with your support, I think that we can, in this case, have our cake and eat it too, and bolster the ranks of our economic development locally, which is culture and tourism, and also find a way to offset the operational expenses that come with it. So I can't ask you to approve this because there's something you may get to decide later, but I wanted to give you the rationale as to why I'm prepared to support this ask, that I have, I think, a responsible, fair, compromise way to fund this on a go forward basis. Because clearly if it was a one-time thing, that isn't fair either. So suffice to say, I'm in support of this position and look forward to the good work they do if it's passed, and we'll propose later this afternoon an alternative way of funding it. Any further commentary? Councillor Maris.
Yes, thanks, your worship. So you're saying that, are you getting this funding from a different source? EDCNS is, or is this funding coming out of, I guess it's the same budget, but basically this would be a zero here, but we'd be pulling it through EDCNS. Is that what you're suggesting?
The ears must have been burning. I'm suggesting it's a possibility for us to consider, but I'm planning that to be fair because I want you to understand where I'm coming from, because I too share your concerns about ballooning costs. That's an option. We also have a full day of ABCs tomorrow that we can contemplate, as well as for those of you who follow the media stream, we'll see a press release that went live today that will have material impact on our budget as well. So not that I'm suggesting we do the happy dance and just start spending all over the place, because there are other critical impacts to this press release from today that we need to be briefed on. But I'm suggesting that I think this particular ask for this person could be offset in another way. But I don't really want that to shape your opinion, but I want you to consider that when looking for the support, assuming we can agree that this is an important thrust for Midland. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Just clarification. If the support is not to go to this event coordinator, and then in the future, other funds appear, is there any reason why we cannot be reapproached or to consider an event coordinator?
It
Like,
wouldn't.
I don't like spending money that might come rob Peter to pay Paul sort of thing. It's either in or it's out.
The short answer is the budget cycle is the normal way to deal with these things. We don't like to come middle of the year with invent a new position or revisit one that we denied. So it would be a 1-year sort of cadence. It would come back again next year if we were convinced we could live without it. But I don't want to, this funding solution that I've floated, you could argue that for just about any of the subsequent asks on here. But I'm not looking at it simply as a bunch of money, but as something that aligns similar mission overlap, and that it could be something that we could look at for Midland for this specific case. I'm not going to repeat this for the subsequent requests further down the line because they don't they don't mesh or align, in my mind anyway. Councillor Post.
So if we were going to vote this yes, by what you said, how do we know we're going to be able to get the money? So we're taking a chance?
Well, we are the decision makers of that other suggestion that I was just making. So if we, if you would go into that with a bias thinking that, okay, we're already ready to grab 70K. That's basically, we'd all have to agree that, okay, we're going to go into that next conversation with a bias. If we don't want to do that and you want to be completely open, then, don't pay any attention to that possibility and let's deal with the merits of this ask. I just see that there's enough synergy between these two things that I can connect the dots, and I wanted to plant that seed because it's an opportunity, an escape clause, if you will, to bolster our ranks, in another capacity for
Okay.
funding.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Just ready.
That was a
to
stretch.
vote.
That was a voting stretch. Okay. Fair enough. It is 4:30. It's going to be one of those late ones. All right, folks. So I will call the question. So. Oh, you're stretching too, or are you? Oh, recorded vote on this one. Very good. So this is a recorded vote request for approve the culture and special events coordinator position in the culture and community division for an additional cost of $69,654. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Members of council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor East,
Yes.
Councillor Downer, Councillor McDonald,
No.
Councillor Ball,
Yes.
Councillor Prost,
No.
Councillor Bald,
No.
Councillor Meredith,
No.
Deputy Mayor Conton,
Yes.
and Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
Motion is carried 5-4.
All right, next on the hit list. Approve the customer experience representative position in the customer experience office for an additional cost of $27,000. So this is a part-time position. And maybe we could hear just again a recap about its need.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just wanted to talk about the request for the part-time staff for CXO. As you know, as council knows, this is a fairly new department. We've been in operation, I guess, since 2021, March of 2021. So we're coming up on almost 2 years. And at the beginning of the department being set up, we had an equivalent of 2 part-time staff, which worked out, or 2 full-time staff, which worked out to about 70 hours a week. After, I believe it was in 2022, there was a retirement, and we ended up taking over some of the calls for one of the other departments. So that increased the call volumes and the requests for customer service. And so in year, we had approval to go up to 2.5 FTE, which was about 87.5 hours. So that was through salary gapping. So and then in September of 22, we ended up opening our doors to for the entire day. We hadn't done that since the beginning of the pandemic. We were always closed. Sometimes we were closed throughout the day during the worst times of the pandemic, and other times we would open and be closed at lunchtime for cleaning. So when we opened up, there was a concern for making sure that we had enough staff. So, and also we've increased support to other departments. Our call volumes is about 50 to 60 calls a day, and about 130 interactions with customers and assisting departments. So this is a request to go up to a full-time complement of 3. which doesn't mean that it's going to be three full-time, three staff. It would mean that we would have the equivalent of three full-time staff with a number of part-time staff making up those hours.
Thank you. Open up the floor for questions. Councillor Prost. Oh, that was just a leftover. Councillor Emeritus, got the eyebrows going. Go ahead.
Nothing new here. You know where I stand on this. Again, I'd like to make a decision on this, but going to echo myself that without the students, the fate of the students, I can't support this. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to go on a limb here. So I'm actually going to not support this one, not because I don't see a need, only because I have some ideas that I need to bounce off of council, because I'm not the king of Midland, about some creative ideas to look at some departmental shuffling, if you will, things that are missing in this around records management, retention, things that I'm hearing that there's a need for that might lend itself to being part of the customer experience office. And this is something nobody knows. I haven't had conversations with any staff about this. I think there's a room for improvement in the organization, and this is just from a governance side, but I don't want to approve this hire right now and spend the money until we've explored a couple of the options. And a couple of the options, I'll just fire them out there, is that, we perhaps engage Hironi Alarms more as a source of answering the phone and putting tickets into our system so that, there's 24/7 way to funnel data into our system for dispatch to the various departments. I don't know what that cost looks like. I don't know what the capacity looks like. There's just a lot of conversations I want to have around the organization of CXO, clerks, to see where there's synergies in our own world, not even talking about, merging things with Pentang Machine yet on this area. And the only reason I'm not supportive of this budget ask right now is I think I'd like to have conversations with council early on in the term about what some of these needs may be in the organization that maybe haven't been considered yet. So that's my only reason, is not the lack of need or value for the work you guys do and the front facing work, that single window approach. It's really, I believe, working well for us. But I'm wondering, how can we make it work better without actually throwing more staff at it? There may not be a solution other than that to it, but I haven't explored that yet, which is the only reason I'm not comfortable approving this item. So just to be fully transparent and open with you, it's not to be critical of all the work that you guys have done or are doing. It's just, I like a little bit more time throughout this term to explore other options that you may bolster your ranks and give you guys some additional work to do, especially around the records management now that everything's getting stuffed into the cloud and, needs to have tags on it and retention periods and someone to manage that. I just hear that there's some vacancies in our organization for that I think your department might play well into, which may require more staffing then. So I just think, to me, it's just a little cart before the horse-ish for me to approve this for today. And I want you to know that's the only reason I'm holding back on this one, is because I think there's opportunity and I don't want to miss it. That's my pitch. Councillor Bell.
I would agree with that. That's kind of what I was getting at with the $130,000 policy type position. I was kind of weighing around earlier today, is I would like to look at that and have how we can have an actual position that helps most of the departments in that capacity. And I would agree. I would like to look at that. So I don't support this today, but again, that's not because I don't think there's a need. I think there's just a need for a position we haven't thought of yet.
Downer.
Well, people that I talk to are very happy with the customer service in the town of Midland at this time. So I do support it because we're in the customer service business. We're here to work for the people. And when the people come to town hall or phone town hall, whatever their means are, they want the customer service, and that's what we're giving them. And the people I talk to are very pleased with what's happening at town hall. So I stand in support of it.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I do not disagree with Mr. Downer's comments. Oh, the Councillor Downer's comments, sorry, Councillor. It's getting late in the day, I guess, and the brain's not working. But again, that 6% figure that's going to hit us in the face is not one I want to go down. So can't support it. Obviously, you already knew that before I probably hit the mic, but I do recognize your efforts and your customer service and do appreciate all that. So maybe next year we'll be able to, to get you the staff that you deserve. But that 6% number that I'm looking at right now, if that stands and the students go in, or we just, I keep on talking about the students because I want them to come back in, but it would be a shame that if they don't come back to work this season. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I can support this right now. I think I need to look at a bigger picture of where we are overall on the whole program for the town. I think customer service is important, as Councillor Downer has said, but I think from the fact that I would need to look at the bigger picture overall and then make a judgment from that perspective. Thank you.
Are we following a theme of a recorded vote or are we, yeah, okay, just, I felt it. So at your convenience, we are going to look at, is there any more comment? Councillor McDonald, I'm sorry, but I didn't see your
That's
hand.
right. Clarification. There's two lines here. One for a budget increase and then one for additional representative time. So are we doing both together?
The total ask is $27,000.
What happened to the 6,500? Was pulled out?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor McDonald. Yes, when we went through the administration budget yesterday, we identified that that was a duplicate. So we did pull that out when we set up the amending motion this afternoon.
How did I ever miss that?
It happens.
And if I may, just before we vote, is it possible that if we do pass the summer students that they could provide some relief in that department? So I'm not.
Mr. Campbell, maybe you could speak to the, I know, I almost wish we'd done the students first because they keep coming up now, but they're at the back of the bus.
Through Your Worship, Councillor McDonald, the student complement we have are already assigned to the harbor, to the doing the horticulture, cutting the grass in the summer, planning department, the tourism group. So the complement we have and the skills that we've gone to to look for grants for don't have a time allocated to be in the customer service department. But if council said, well, use a student for the summer, we could, again, that would be a lower cost than a full-time position. But again, time it takes to train our front staff at the counter are very knowledgeable about all our departments and what we do, because they are our front-facing staff. And we could look at a student in that position, but to date, we're looking at the full-time. If we knew council was going to turn it down, I could flip another one in, but that's not the game we're at right now.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Have we looked at using high school students for things like flowers for their community service hours and not a paid?
Let's do that at the student time. So we're talking about the CXO position right now.
Yeah, I was just saying we could filter one of those students into that CXO position and instead of having them do gardens and have a co-op student do gardens instead.
Again, we should talk about that in the student section. This
Okay.
is about hiring a CXO person. Yeah. And to Mr. Campbell's point, it's not a casual thing where you can't, it's not just a data entry position, kind of what I was floating there with someone at Huroney Alarms or insert call service name. answering the phone, there's no expectation that they're going to have anywhere near the robust knowledge about our organization that any, even part-time staff would have here. So that's not like a direct replacement. That was just something I was musing that we can talk about in totality. But as far as students bolstering our ranks with like co-op kids and the need our hours and things, let's talk about that in the student time, because it's a worthy conversation. Kids need their time. So the question, recorded vote, approve the customer experience representative position in the customer experience office division for an additional cost of $27,000. Recorded vote when you're ready.
Thank you, your worship. Council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor Bald,
No.
Deputy Mayor Contin,
No.
Councillor McDonald,
No.
Councillor East,
No.
Councillor Prost,
No.
Councillor Downer, Councillor Meredith,
Nope.
Councillor Ball,
No.
and Mayor Gordon.
No.
The motion's defeated 8-1.
With a pledge to revisit. Approve, next we have number 5, approve the municipal law enforcement officer positions in the bylaw division for an additional $112,864.
I'll be speaking to this, Mr. Mayor. So your municipal bylaw enforcement division handles a number of items, licensing, the parking program, bylaw enforcement. We've seen, as I said earlier, an increase in service calls within the bylaw enforcement group. I think last year was 660. This is a significant increase over the historic numbers as a changing department where there's a staff in demand. We're also seeing the reactivation of the parking program, the retention of new staff in the division will enable the parking program to, come to fruition, in terms of providing revenues as a primary revenue generator for the town. You see this 0.5. The 0.5 was targeted at after-hours service. I think that the preference here practically would be for the single FTE. We've done a review of other municipal law enforcement programs in Simcoe County, and it's sort of showing up that like 2 bylaw officers are appropriate. You do have a manager, but there's also expanding demand for policy in this area. And we've seen that with some pressures in the shared service, not shared services, but the sharing economy. So ride services, licensing, and the prospect of licensing for short-term rentals. Certainly, the extensive work on the parking program, the potential further additional work on the parking program was drawing a lot of management time. As you know, in Midland, managers are working managers in a division and a community with 18,000 people, having gone through the pandemic and seen an increase in demand for local municipal enforcement. It's appropriate, in my view, to approve, if not the full 1.5, the one. Again, just speaking to the half, within the collective agreement, there are some limitations, I think, in terms of deploying a full-time staff member on weekends and in evenings in terms of double overtime. The half was meant to try to make more efficient use because that staff member could, as I say, be deployed in evenings and on weekends without incurring those additional costs. But if you really asked us where the need is, it's in that consistent 1 FTE. You really do have a manager and 1 staff member in this division. And if there's a desire, and what we're seeing is there's a desire for increased enforcement, the services are quite constrained with the existing staff complement.
Thank you very much. I'll kick things off. What prevents, if we went with the 1 rather than 1.5, from us creating a schedule so that 1 isn't just not a Monday to Friday guy, that we can work them, split their shifts up, or they could be doing the afternoon shift, sort of. That's the one that, works to 2 in the morning or something. How are we prohibited from doing that? Is it something through a collective agreement or otherwise?
Right, yes, it's through the collective agreement because as I understand it, I'm no expert in the collective agreement. When you have a full-time staff member like that, when you deploy them on the weekends or in the evenings, you're into a double overtime situation just by virtue of the structure of the contract. Whereas the part-time person can be deployed without incurring those costs. So it's a matter of, I guess, the efficiency for the dollar spent. We wouldn't have put 1.5 in otherwise. But you're getting more effective full usage out of that one full-time member on regular working hours, and similarly in the part-time on those evening and weekend hours.
Thank you. What about 2.5s?
I don't know the logistics of deploying 2.5s and how that rolls out of one FTE. I don't know their name, my staff colleagues that can help me if one FTE can be divided into 2.5s. I see the CAO nodding. So it sounds like there's with that question and the CAO's acknowledgement, some flexibility there that the town might be able to deploy.
Thank you. The reason why I ask is that the switch from a reactive bylaw department, waiting for the call to come in through the service ad or a telephone call or someone, just writing in an email, to a proactive department where, you're driving around town, you're finding violations all left and right, probably writing your salary just in people parking in handicap spots and fire lanes. That ability to drive around and see property standards, offenses, all of those things that goes with, driving around, burning some gas, is, I think, an expectation of a lot of folks in Midland that they're surprised to learn that we're reactive. And of course, we explain the rationale for it because of staffing. So I'm inclined to support the increase this year. I wasn't last year, but this year of, some more municipal law enforcement staff, with the caveat that we're going to be switching to a more proactive enforcement model. And that we're looking at nights, and I mean, not fully overnight, but for the noise complaints that happen at midnight or 1 o'clock and working weekends. I think that's a big gap in our service delivery that we can fill this way. And if, the addition of, I see the Mr. CEO, the addition of a couple of 0.5s can help us have that, because you can't just have one, because the poor guy needs some time off or gal needs some time off. If that's realistic, and they may also need to work in pairs in some circumstances, this is something I'd consider. So I am in spirit agreeing that, this is a cost that I think we should bear, and there's an ability to actually make your, almost on a cost recovery basis, just in tickets we write alone and keep that revenue. And that was my other part is this built around the AMPS model, or all these things end up going through the provincial system in courts? Because the AMPS model would be something we need to look at building if we want to do the speed enforcement cameras and keep that funds in house. So even to start thinking about speed enforcement cameras, that involves bylaw heavily, and which is going to tax the department. So in principle, I'm supportive of this. I just am looking for the most bang for the buck. Mr. CEO?
Yes, to clarify, your worship, no amps apply to this one. And I don't know what that means, but Mr. Reichel commented on that. He could speak to it. The comment around 1 FTE and splitting into 2 part-times, we do that with many positions where council has approved 1 FTE and we decide it's better to deploy with part-time staff. The comment for municipal bylaw, though, is trying to ensure we can find part-time staff that are fully qualified. And so we can try and recruit that way. It provides a bit of a challenge, but if council approves one person, we can certainly, as staff, determine how we would deploy and hire that person.
Thank you. That's fair. I think that kind of flexibility is what we're looking for from a service delivery perspective. And I think if there's every week, there's a weekend and there's a night every day. So we can provide some scheduling certainty to attract people who, they can count on the paycheck and the work. They just know this is going to be their predictive schedule. They're going to be nights and weekends until they aren't, kind of thing. Anyway, I'll leave the discussion open to my peers here. So we've got Councillor Ball next.
Yeah, I'm not supportive of a Monday to Friday person. I think that most I mean, you're right, you're gaining revenue when people are parking overnight, they're parking when the snowplows are there, they're parking overnight in the parking lots, like, that's where you're gonna get the tickets and the revenue. Especially from bylaw being able to do that, if we're not having that in this position because of union, and is that correct? You can't have them working nights and weekends?
No, it's just the efficiency of how they're deployed in their contract. If they're full-time and then they work on the weekends, the requirement is that they get paid more. But I would just, on the parking enforcement piece, parking is primarily enforced 9 to 5. And I just want, from a business case perspective, council to understand that the way that revenues are generated through parking enforcement is by people paying for parking. And the reality of it is, in order to get people to pay, a number of people have to get tickets. So they pay to avoid getting the ticket, and that requires enforcement. So when you employ someone, make that enforcement more effective, and this is going to be an important challenge as the town activates its sort of renewed parking program to ensure that that enforcement is out there to such that it is a viable program. Otherwise, when you don't enforce, people just don't pay. So so that's a critical piece of this. So the CEO is correct that having some flexibility to decide on deployment is key. There is this demand for after hours service, but there are, I think, a combination of ways in which the one FTE can be deployed to the maximum effect. And our notion here is that it's a smart hire in terms of generating revenues, and it also addresses some other matters in this kind of growing service delivery area.
Yeah, I can definitely appreciate that you need somebody during the day to do that, but I also think that people know that we're not enforcing it at night. So you're getting people parking in places they shouldn't be all night because they know that there's nobody there to look. So I think you would get a lot of revenue off from that as well. So that's a hard ask, I think, to have something when you're bound to pay somebody additional funds for working off hours. That's a hard sell for me.
I would just, if I can offer that, that's kind of exactly the thinking that resulted in this 1.5. So I think that if this was approved, like a 1 FTE was approved, then we would want to go away and apply that lens to how it's deployed. So Manager Smiley is going to be able to know where deployment generates the most return for the municipality, both in responsiveness to complaints, but also in revenue generation where it's appropriate, where you've identified a certain mechanism as a revenue source as you have with parking.
Okay, thank you. I would like to maybe see the 2 part-time then as well, to see if we actually get that revenue back from having somebody there at least half the time more, to see if that even makes a difference before we approved an entire full-time position. That would be something that I'd feel more comfortable with, and at least we're eliminating 0.5 and you're still getting at least something, and see where the revenue falls from that.
So is that a suggested amendment that we modify this from
Yes.
1.5 FTE to 2.5s? Is that what I'm understanding? 2.5s?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I suppose along with that wording change, there's also going to be a dollar change. Is that something you'll need a break to get some calculations on?
Sorry, and I'd also like to ensure that it's 1 daytime and 1 night and weekend position. I don't want to prove that to be 2 part-times that we use Monday to Friday, because that just defeats the entire purpose of changing this in general.
If I can offer, and with total respect to that proposition, we won't necessarily know what our ability to deploy is depending upon what the hiring scenario might be. So I would just submit that like a 1 FTE with this consideration, which we have heard and it's been discussed here, and further to the CAO's comments, that's an established practice that where it makes sense, staff would deploy it in fragments, in half positions, that we'd consider that like fully in any kind of hiring decision. But I think there needs to be that flexibility, because we don't know what the take up would be.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm comfortable with that at your discretion. I think that's your job and I'm not gonna overstep that. I also maybe would make the change that it's contractual at this point so that we do see if there's a benefit to this or not. And then if that can maybe go into a full-time position, if we do see that revenue generation and then you're actually getting what you want and you've already paid for it with the revenue that you've gathered through these positions that we're giving you.
Maybe, Mari, are we able to, with the union, offer a contract position like this, or does the collective agreement, like in my past life, that would be an affront to the collective agreement. You can't go around them and hire someone who wouldn't be a union person on contract. How, if the proposal is tabled that we are suggesting 2.5s and that they be contract employees as opposed to employees, it's something that's within our collective agreement?
Yes, currently in our collective agreement, we do have contract provisions. So they go under the collective agreement, but they are not considered a unionized employee for the duration of that, but part of the collective agreement still actually applies to them. So in essence, they would still fall under the same rules.
All right, good to know. Mr. Farr, is that something that would, like, I mean, get it, you'll do whatever you're told, I suppose, but I mean, to get some buy-in from you, would it be having 2.5s in a contract position, would that satisfy what you're looking to accomplish here with this, this departmental change?
I think that it's appreciated that council is seeing the point of view here and I'm reflecting a legitimate demand and that's out there, a service level demand that's out there. And I think it's a smart decision. And so, you know, subject to Mara's work, what I would prefer is the most flexibility. And so it's an appreciated offer. I mean, we'd prefer a full-time position, obviously, because sometimes you're not able to deliver the full amount of revenue, but you have the capacity there. You provide for the capacity with ebb and flow, and it just provides a more secure kind of position, a secure service delivery mechanism. But if a contract is what council sees as appropriate, and if it's viable from the collective agreement standpoint, then we're supportive.
Ms. Van de Beek, please.
If I may add on to what Mr. Farr is saying, under the collective agreement, it is easier for us to deploy a one FTE, a full-time employee, not only from a recruitment perspective, finding a contract and or a part-time is going to be incredibly difficult, which then will create a burden on that system right there. So the ability to have the FTE and deploy it as we see and split the hours up or split it up between two positions if it needs be, or contract, it allows us a lot more flexibility in terms of getting the right person into this role. And ultimately the dollar wise would be very similar, but it would help us with the retention piece or the recruitment piece.
Councilor Bell.
Yeah, my problem with that is that it is going to cost the taxpayer more because when we're deploying them at night or on the weekends, we're paying them more than they're a position that we're budgeting for, right? That's the issue.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ball. Yes, yes and no, as is with every answer. So basically with the collective agreement, it's an IBEW position. They are more of our inside staff. So they by default don't have a lot of outside of Monday to Friday parameters built into their collective agreement. We are going into negotiations next month. So that allows me some flexibility to be able to negotiate some parameters around, you know, if we have some shift work in this specific role, that's something that I can bring and discuss.
So then that contract position might end after that, and then you can put that full-time employee where you need them is kind of where I'm getting at, is win-win for all the taxpayers, is that if you negotiate a better full-time contract for taxpayers and the rate is less, then if we have that contract employee there, that their contract ends and we can put them into a full-time position that benefits taxpayers by allowing their overtime rate to be lower if you've negotiated that, which I'm hoping that will be the case. That's kind of my reasoning behind making it a contract to begin with.
I might refer this over to the acting CIO in terms of how this works if we do a contract approval now and then go through negotiations and want to convert it.
Perhaps just, sorry, we're talking about overtime rate. If
Yeah.
we schedule somebody as a part-time employee and they're not getting paid overtime, they're scheduled from 4 PM till midnight or whatever, there's no extra cost incurred. Am I misunderstanding the way we would propose deploying these part-timers?
Well,
I'm just going to clarify that the contract position I would say would maybe be up at that point when you've negotiated. Like it would be like a 3-month contract and that would be a contract would end. And then we would have the ability to look at it as renewing a 3-month contract or turning it into a full-time position that now has better rates from the negotiations that you have already done. That's where I'm at with that.
I think we're way too deep in the weeds here from a governance perspective. This is an HR thing. We either approve the dough or we don't, I think, really. So, Mr. CEO, although I understand where you're coming from, it's just that's way too granular for us.
yes, your worship, I agree. I understand the motion on the floor, amended motion might be for one full-time equivalent is what we call it, and the cost would be $76,000. And, it's up to the administration how we deploy that and deploying it in a way that meets the objectives of council. But for council to get into whether it's contract, part-time, I think, what we need is one full-time equivalent approved, and then for the administration to deploy as required.
Thanks for the clarity. That makes sense. But I understand where you're thinking. But we have to have
Trying to
some,
give everyone the best of both worlds.
we got to have some faith in our staff. And I have, after watching the miracles of the fire negotiations, I have every faith in Ms. Vanderbeek to negotiate something that's good. So is there any other questions around this? Right now, we have an amendment on the floor for 2.5s or so one full, oh yeah, we didn't even get a seconder for that. Okay, so one full-time equivalence. The amendment is instead of a 1.5, 1 FTE. That's an amendment, right? Because it's actually 1.5 in our document, Madam Clerk.
Just to clarify, the amending motion was moved by Councillor Ball. We do need a seconder, and the amending motion will read that one full-time equivalent staff at a cost of $76,000 in the Municipal Law Enforcement Division be approved.
Lovely. So we need a seconder for that. Oh, Councillor East seconds it. And is this a recorded vote?
Yes, please.
Very good. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, or, oh, sorry, we have a question here from Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, your worship, through Mr. Fire. I didn't see any background information that mentioned about the parking. We have a new system. It's gone through a lot of changes over the last number of months. Basing that, you don't have a full year, excuse me. Yeah.
Oh, Madam Clerk. I think we're, because we're dealing with this motion specifically, not just general background. That motion on the floor is that what you were going to let us know? Keep us in our lane here? Oh,
Thank you. Yes, you've already called the amending motion, so we can't discuss anything but the amendment at this point that was presented.
Okay, just to clarify, I had my hand up previously, but I wasn't acknowledged, but that's okay.
sorry for that, Deputy Mayor. I missed you. So we're on the amending motion. So if any part of this is unfavorable for you, then just don't vote for it. So, okay, so the motion on the floor, is everyone comfortable with what Madam Clerk read? We all clear on what we're voting on right now? 1 FTE? All right, and it's a recorded vote request, so at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council, you've heard the motion, the amending motion. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor Prost,
No.
Councillor Meredith,
No.
Councillor McDonald,
No.
Councillor Bald,
Yes.
Councillor East,
Yes.
Councillor Downer, Counselor Ball,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Conton,
No.
Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
Motion is carried 5-4.
All right, up next, I'm trying to say this properly. Approve the Sesquicentennial Reserve Fund in the Culture and Tourism Division for an additional $23,000 on the budget. Ms. Milling?
Yes, we have a large anniversary happening. Is this working again? Okay. Just didn't sound right. Okay. Okay, sorry. So we have a significant anniversary coming up in 2028. Midland will be celebrating its 150th anniversary since being incorporated as a village. So yes, we'll all learn how to say the word sesquicentennial. We're looking to establish a reserve fund so that in 2028, there's not a huge burden on the budget to have celebration activities. We are going to be looking at grants. Whether these grants will still be available when that time comes, we aren't sure, but we're hopeful. Also, a couple of the current grants that are available for large events like this, significant events like this one, require matching funds from the applicant as well, or a portion of funds from the applicant. So the establishment of a reserve fund will allow us to apply for some of those grants, which we can't apply for until 2027.
Counselor Ball?
I think with the increased staff that we have, that we will have increased event revenue this year, that I would revisit this next year, but I would hope that this year we'd be able to increase our revenue stream from having increased staff. So I don't want to support it right now, not because I don't think it's important, but I think that I'm hoping that we'll get it from other sources with that additional staff member.
Counselor Denner?
I'd like to see us move this into next year's budget. I think we can wait for 1 year.
Remember that was looking the wrong direction. Counselor East, I was looking west.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree with Jamie and Jim to push it to next year as well. Just give us a bit of time to make some money with some new tourism ideas this year.
Counselor McDonald?
Thank you. Recognizing that it's for the reserve fund, I would like to push it. Well, not study it through the strategic plan. We might want to put a lot more in.
Deputy Mayor, don't want to miss you this time.
Thank you. I would defer it for next year also.
We'll call the question. Is this no, this one's just a show of hands. All those in favor of spending this $23,000 this year, raise your hand, please. We have one, therefore this is defeated. Next, that we approve Theodore the Tugboat in Culture and Tourism Division for $37,500 as an event this year.
Sorry, I was going to open up my document where I wrote the details about the event, but I can't find it right now. So we're pulling back the option of bringing the world's largest rubber duck to Tugfest weekend for the option of bringing Theodore Tugboat. The cost to have Theodore come to your community is $75,000. We are looking for other municipalities to share that cost with us, split that cost, as Theodore would make his way to Midland for Tugfest weekend. We'd also be looking for matching funds from grants that are available. We're waiting for them to be announced. They haven't been announced yet, to also decrease the cost of having Theodore come to town. It's an event enhancement that would provide more activities for children when they come to the Tugfest event. That's also Ribfest weekend, so there'll be lots happening down at the harbor.
Thanks. I'll kick things off. So that is combined with Tugfest then. I'd actually mused about that, but it is actually contemplated for Tugfest. That makes sense.
Yes, he matches the theme of Tugfest nicely.
Is this request contingent on receiving funding from other municipalities so that, like, presumably got to book this thing ahead of time? So probably the answer is no. We'd have to approve this and it is what it is. We may eat it all, or hopefully we can find some people to share it with. Is that our situation?
The hope is that we find someone to share it with. We would not come to council with asking for $75,000 to bring Theodore Tug to town. Ms. Major's reaching out to other municipalities right now to see if they'll match the funds. And we're hoping to find another municipality or two to shoulder that cost. Plus we'll apply for additional granting funds.
Okay, Councillor Ball.
Is this something that can be approved on a different weekend than Rib Fest? I just think having a Theodore the Tugboat and that's a really young crowd that you're bringing in. And Rib Fest is an adult crowd and an adult tourism, and there's beer, there's people walking around everywhere. That's more of a partier crowd. I know personally with 3 young kids, we do go to Rib Fest, but we don't stay forever. And I think like encouraging having Theodora come in, especially for $37,500. I think we could do a lot around Tug Fest and promote Tug Fest more as its own event and more geared towards kids, and have Rib Fest as more geared towards families and the adult crowd. I think that I would love that more, that idea.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. Tug Fest weekend is on a set weekend every alternating years. And that is the weekend that Rib Fest is scheduled to come to Midland. We've already got the agreement with them that they're going to come. Of course, Rib Fest is a gated event. So whether or not families go into that event, and Tug Fest is happening down at the harbor. It's like when we had tall ships this past summer. We're just going to have Tug Fest instead of the tall ships.
I just found that was very overwhelming down there to have those 2 events at the same time, and just even to have it separate. I would love to see this in a different weekend.
Councillor Downer.
Well, I'd support anything that's going to show off our harbor. I'll support it on the contingency that we have people to share the cost. And it has my support. Thank you.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. And just for clarity, how is that with Theodore the Tugboat shared costs with, let's say, Penetang or Tiny or Tay? How does that work? Do they get it at a certain time of the day, or how does this promotion work, or this event work?
For Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith, they would have Theodore on a different weekend than we would, or on a different day than we would. So we would have Theodore on the days that we're proposing to bring him here. And if it could be before us or after us.
Okay, so the initial cost of $75K is just to get Theodore to our port, and then shared within a week. Like, it's probably going to be a weekend event, I imagine. No one wants to do it throughout the week. So, and that has already been investigated that can be done, obviously. Okay, well, I mean, I was I was gonna, before we're diving into this and doing my calculations, and this was an event that I thought was going to be good for Midland. I just sitting on the fence now with looking at the numbers, what we've already approved, and reverting back to the students is in the back of my head. So I'm just going to sit on the fence on this one and hear the rest of the comments, and then make a game time decision. Thank you.
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add, so because this event is that sort of one-time in nature ask, if council were in support of this event, and from what I'm hearing, it definitely sounds like you want more events, we could fund this from our operating reserves, because we're not looking for the money again next year, right? So this would be a really good example of that one-time expenditure. Again, our reserves need to be replenished. And so that's why I hesitate and say, if this is something that council really, is important, thinks is important and feels is important, then we definitely could do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Through you to CFO, Ms. Barron. When you're talking about reserves, and I mean, I don't like using reserves because we have depleted reserves, as you state. One thing that caught my eye in last year's budget was this town hall skylight for 35,000. And and the spending on that was $1,935. So it was just, and it's completed and it says repair completed. So that excess money of 32 and change, 33, would have went into a reserve. So would that type of dollar be used in this instant, like that, a portion of that? Or I'm just trying, like, we have a lot of things that are getting approved, and then if we don't use it, it goes into a reserve, and the team throws those dollar amounts in certain, tops up our reserves. So would we revert back to one of these reserves to fund this if?
Through your worship to
Or-
Councillor Emeritus. So yes and no. So we do try to segregate our discretionary reserves between operating and capital, right? And so you heard today about during the operations section, the sidewalks, the roads, all of that infrastructure related, all of our assets that are underfunded. And so we also have operating reserves, right? So we've got some contingency reserves, we've got that tax stabilization reserve, which I've heard you mention as well. Those are really used for operating things, again, that are sort of that one time in nature. And that's why I said this request would be a good fit for that. We do try to look at our reserves in total, but like I said, we do try to segregate sort of capital versus operating, right? To make sure that we're putting enough money aside to replace our existing infrastructure. But then those operating reserves are for those non-recurring things, or those things that occur only every, 3 years, such as the tall ships, or every 4 years, like the election. So we do put specific amounts aside for those types of things. And maybe this is an area such in the special events where, we do start setting aside an amount for an event that's every year, and it may not be the same event every year.
Councillor Ball.
I'm just wondering, since we already have the RibFest contract, is Tugfest not something that we can move to a different weekend if we're proposing that Penetang has Theodore on a different weekend than we do, so that we have maybe instead of them having a different event, we collaborate on one event that's on a different weekend, either there or in our harbor, so that we have two separate events, not like one giant weekend of events.
Mayor Gordon, to Councillor Ball, planning's already started to take place for it. I know that Ms. Major's been working with the Tugfest committee and organizers and organizing the tugs to come that weekend. Now that they've started to schedule their summers, I'm sure around that, it'd be quite difficult for us to switch it around. It's also the way we look at having Tugfest the same weekend as RibFest. It's an additional draw for some people. They might go to the Tugfest and then hop over to RibFest. They might come down because of RibFest and then go and enjoy the harbor as well. And if they have their children, go see Theodore, see some of the vendors that we have down there, some of the food trucks, and also visit the downtown.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have trouble supporting this expenditure, especially for the fact that we did support a new culture special events coordinator at 69,000. Perhaps we could give that coordinator the opportunity to bring forward other events. We already have an event happening that particular weekend that Theodore is scheduled to come, and 37,500 to me would be better spent another year, another way. So I will not, nothing personal, Theodore, but I will not be supporting you visiting Midland at this time.
All right, if there's nothing further, we'll call the question on that one. Oh, I'm sorry. You're just looking at me. Councillor Prost.
You did say that we could pay for it out of reserves this year. Okay, I'm completely in favor of carrying on because it's not going to affect this budget right now today. So I support this.
I saw Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Meredith.
Thank you. In just respect to that, is our intentions are to increase our operating reserves. Is it not in a deficit position? Won't we be depleting it even more? With this 37,500 coming out of it?
Thank you, through your worship to Councillor McDonald. A good point. In total, our operating reserves are just sort of hovering around that line, to be honest. We've dealt with our 2021 surplus. We still will deal with a 2022 surplus at a little later in the year. Not anticipating a large surplus, but I do still expect to have one. So that is an area where we could say that funding, goes right to this event. Again, making sure that council is really in support of the event. Because yes, those reserves are not, they do have a limit. And so you would want to make sure that it is something you want to do. So to answer your question, it's close, but it's sort of hovering around that line right now.
Thank you.
So Meredith.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment. I know from in the past and being in the downtown core and being in business on the main street, that when we have events in Midland and there's multiple things going on, it's a much greater impact when you start to slice events down. You got to remember that anytime we're bringing events in, it's staff time, overtime, and so forth. So when we have Tug Fest, Rib Fest, Theodore come in, it's a bigger bang for the buck. It's a bigger bang for the community. The downtown merchants from past experience don't want to have the the streets closed half the summer. People want to be able to go do their thing, visit the entertainment, and then walk up the street and support the businesses. So I think it's good that this is all happening on one weekend. If we can, are we voting on if it's going to be split and shared, or how's this motion reading? Is it going to be 37.5 or is it the full 75,000?
It's the Mr. CEO.
We're voting on the 37.5. Thank you.
Yeah, you're only voting or approving half the funding. So if the other half didn't show up somewhere, that
Theodore's
there
not
wouldn't be
coming
enough
to town.
money. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Theodore wouldn't come and then that 37.5 would just drop into a reserve. Right? Really?
Yes, just to clarify, it doesn't drop in, so it just would remain where it currently is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, if we're proposing doing this by drawing on reserves, I don't know if we need to have a separate conversation on that, how it's funded, but yes, right. So if we're not increasing the spend, then it's drawing from a reserve, then all we're really doing is debating whether we're going to spend from a reserve on this, not increase the tax rate consequently. Is that fair? Right now, we're of the opinion that if we approve this, it's getting pulled from a reserve as opposed to something new on the levy. Is that where we are, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. If that's the decision that council makes, the motion would be that approve Theodore the Tugboat and Culture and Tourism Division, the amount of 37,500, and that this one-time expense be withdrawn from reserves.
Is everybody comfortable with that amended motion? Enough to proceed on? Okay, well, for what it's worth, I weighed in on this one. I don't have anything against Theodore, or, previously it was the Duck, which we're not discussing because the Duck's not available. But to me, this isn't an event. It's an add-on. I actually had thought that it might be a detriment because we're kind of muddying the water with all these things at once, but it's interesting to hear your perspective that these actually, it bolsters the event by having multiple things stacked together. But initially my concern is, I think on the cost, I'm prepared to, and as I have voted accordingly, spend a few extra dollars on this budget. I think given the other things that I've supported, something has to take one for the team. And I think, I'm pulling the plug out of Theodore for this one. So I think it's a good idea. Because when I'm approving other things, I'm trying to be as responsible as I can. Something has to have a no beside it. So I'm not going to support this this time. And, you know, we can maybe look at bringing them back in next time. We'll see how council feels on this one. So we'll call the question, or was this a show of hands? Show of hands? Okay, so tugboat or no tugboat? All in favor of tugboat, raise your hand, please. That's one, Theodore. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4, 4. Okay, so I don't need to count the opposed. We have that defeated. So sorry, Theo. All right, the next one, just a procedural matter. I can see we have EDCNS patiently waiting in the back of the room, and the way first of all, we're already at 5:30, and we're supposed to hit council and committee budget requests, which is not going to be a quick discussion. In fairness, do we perhaps ask EDCNS to revisit us first thing in the morning, and we kind of rejig the schedule, or what are you suggesting to be respectful of their time?
Your worship, Suzanne has mentioned that she is available for 9 o'clock tomorrow, but she does have engagements that she has to go to Toronto for. So if we could either put her on now, but it's at 5:30. I don't know how much longer council wishes to go tonight, but she did say she's available for tomorrow morning.
So, you know, we could pause now because I think the security services for downtown is going to have a lot of conversation around it. It's certainly not cut and dry because there's jurisdictional things to talk about. So if there's council consensus, maybe we just take a pause at this particular item 7. Don't move on to item 8 and move ahead with EDCNS, because I believe they have something brand new that I haven't even seen or heard of yet that I knew that was coming to present to us in a form of a business plan along with the budget request. So, or a strategic plan. Are we content to take a pause on our current schedule and have EDCNS present now? Everyone good with that? Councillor McDonald?
Clarification, are we leaving the service level changes request when we haven't dealt with the student, eliminate summer student?
That's correct. We have the security services for downtown remaining, Little Lake Park signage remaining, and then the student being the last one. So we would either tag those on to EDCNS if we're content to work through dinner time, which I suspect we won't be, or we'll be dealing with them tomorrow morning, and we'll close the day off with EDCNS now. Those poor students will have to wait another day.
Yeah, you have a different list than I have, so that's fine. I'm move on.
So we're good with EDCNS now? All right, that's good. Okay, there's probably a PowerPoint to go with this, so we'll make sure we're all set up and ready to go for you. Thanks. We appreciate your patience on this. Some of these things that you figure were going to be quick aren't, and other ones that we thought would be long weren't. So such as budget.
Okay, well, thank you so much for accommodating me. I didn't mind waiting. I know what these budget days are like. They're long and painful, and they're also long and educational. So yes, so my name is Suzanne McCrimmon. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Executive Director for the Economic Development Corporation of North Simcoe. I've been in this position for 6 months now, so it's been quite an experience. Today, I'm giving you a bit of what's going on in our strategic plan, our budget, and how I want to look at things differently moving forward. So if we could just go, do I control the slides or I say next slide? Oh, thanks, Sarah. Next slide. I'll just do the land acknowledgement for EDCNS, which is that the EDCNS acknowledges that our work takes place on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe and includes Ojibwe, Odawa, and I am terribly sorry, I have a very difficult time saying this next name, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. The Wendat and the, again, I will get the corrected pronunciation after on this nation as well, has also walked on the territory over time. EDCNS values and respects the honor that it is to work in this remarkable place. Sarah, next, please. So one of the things that was brought to the attention of EDCNS last year when I very first joined the organization was that there was a lack of key performance indicators and a lack of what we're doing, how we're doing, and when we're doing it. So when I worked on the strategic plan this year with community members, I really focused on a lot of the KPIs. So EDCNS has launched an engagement strategy in the fall of 2022 to generate input data to ignite a new direction for the organization for 2023 to 2025. This strategic plan identifies the actions, objectives, and KPIs that EDCNS will take to lead the initiative and prepare the groundwork to achieve the goals. We have taken each goal and broken them down into achievable objectives with tangible key performance indicators. KPIs are quantitative measures of performance over time for specific objectives. KPIs provide team targets to gauge progress, insights that help people across the organization make better decisions. These objectives and KPIs target agriculture, manufacturing, small business entrepreneurship, education, tourism, and business development under the umbrella of the economic development, community development. The sectors are primary, which is extracting and harvesting of natural resources. So that's agriculture and manufacturing. The secondary is industries that relate to the production of raw materials and finished goods. So that's manufacturing and entrepreneurship. Tertiary are services to consumers. So that's retail, arts, culture, tourism, and small business. And then quandary is our fourth, which is the knowledge or intellectual pursuits. So that's education and business development. The vision is to develop EDCNS as an inclusive organization where people of all ages can come to develop their business ideas into action by creating the environment necessary for a sustainable, innovative, and prosperous future. The roadmap is the following goals: marketing, housing, youth engagement, business development, and EDCNS's organizational development. So under marketing, which is the next slide, please, Sarah. We're selling Georgian Bay to the people of Georgian Bay and creating an awareness or curiosity campaign for those outside of Georgian Bay in all sectors. Support the potential of new business, tourism opportunities, community assets, and services to reflect the essence of the Heart of Georgian Bay brand. We go to the next slide, Sarah. Through the engagement, through our community engagement piece, it was suggested that we host or co-host a minimum of 2 events a year. So the first one is a student sustainability and innovation competition, and the second one is an agricultural symposium for 2023. The next slide, Sarah. Now, we know that we're not in the housing business at all, economic development, that's not our role. What our role is that we are going to have what's called a developers forum, and that's tailored towards asset mapping, investment attraction, and development possibilities. Municipalities handle housing, and we're responsible for bringing the developers and interested parties for housing development and attraction. Next slide. So with youth engagement, we're designing a youth-oriented projects and programs to engage young people in the sectoral career exploration and community development initiatives. So one of the things that was brought forward to us by the students was a housing competition that we're doing. And what that is that we will be working with the high schools with teams of students to create a model of a type of house that could be a third suite or a secondary suite. They'll work with the planning departments in within the 4 townships. The competition will go forward. The students will present. We're going to do a 3D modeling so that those could potentially be used in other municipalities. That was one of the youth engagement pieces that was discussed. In business development, next slide, Sarah, please. EDCNS recognizes to be competitive that business development had to be looked at through a different lens. The first move was to bring the office to the street level, making us more accessible.
We have acknowledged that small business entrepreneurs and individuals do not necessarily want to travel to the startup hubs in surrounding areas. And EDCNS now has the ability to work with our local partners, such as the library and the chamber, and our local BIAs to develop programming and create unique space together to share ideas and innovate. Within the, next slide, Sarah, please. For the organizational development, the database of economic development KPIs and data points is fundamental to the economic development outlined in our strategic plan. You'll see in the presentation, if you were to click on that link of the data points, there's 142 indicators there, but they're not just KPIs. They're also data points. And with one of the students that we're going to be hiring through the summer jobs program, this individual is going to be working on those data points, because when we were putting together even an investment attraction piece, we realized that we don't have the data that's required to do the investment attraction piece. So that's one of the things that we're looking at in our organizational development. If we go to, not the next slide, Sarah, but the slide after. Let's go to the budget. So if you click on that, it will come up. And it should open up. If you double click on the proposed. Look at me going like this. Is it opening? There we go. Okay. So in wages, when this budget was given to you, it was given to you in November. So there's been some changes, and I'm going to walk you through the changes and how I would like to propose to move forward on an EDCNS budget. In wages, I will be hiring and have right now a full-time position for a business development admin person, and that's at $51,000. I have 3 summer students, which I've applied for under Canada Summer Jobs at $27,000. I have software upgrades expenses that are going to be an additional $3,000. I have a legal amount of $2,000 that I will be putting into the budget, because when I hire the business development assistant, I have to have a contract drawn up. We didn't have a solid contract before for the employees that we had. So I have to make sure I have that legal contract in place. So I also have the tourism budget was listed at $60,000. If you scroll back, if you scroll down up, there's a line item there of $60,000 for tourism. So last year we had a line item of $80,000 for tourism, and Simcoe Tourism, the county of Simcoe was doing the tourism for the area. I took that budget down because when I looked at the work plan that they had presented, the return on my dollar wasn't there. But then I went, okay, well, I'll take it to 60. We met today, Tourism Simcoe, and I'm able to drop that down to 52. So interesting when you're talking about partnering, and if you have 4 municipalities or 4 townships, this is something that brings and attracts individuals to the community. So this is something that EDCNS would partner on, like the tugboat. So because we would see that as an economic development driver by bringing in the tourism piece. And because when we were told that having multiple events together, that's something that we could do. So the staffing went from 177, 749.99 to the additional $78,000. $78,000 is the 51 and the 27. So my admin costs are going to 314,013.13. My programming dollars are going down to 109, we're at 190. So the total amount for the budget is $504,000, sorry, 504.13, less the 405.59, which I asked for from the 4 municipalities. This is a shortage from the 4 townships of $98,554. However, the great news is I have a reserve that I have to keep in the bank of $237,000. And so I would be able to allocate from the 233,000 that sit in the bank, I'm able to allocate that $98,000 that I'm short and still come in with 84,000 sitting in the bank with a 0% increase. So my request to Midland is to, and I think it's really important, you know, Midland always gave us the larger amount of the 4, but as was suggested to me last year when I very first started, you have to see the value for the dollar. So my suggestion, once again, is to have the 2 equal payments of $84,407. And the reason I'm asking for that is because I've also made a commitment to report to council quarterly. So the transparency is very, very important to me. So you will see exactly where we're at with our projects, where we're going with the KPIs. So moving forward, I think it's really important that you know that we have a really ambitious strategic plan. We have strong municipal representation now sitting at our board. So we have a very progressive board, a very progressive business community that sits at our board. We've reconnected with local, regional, municipal partners to develop and deliver programming. We're working stronger with the province and the federal government to look at granting and funding dollars. And I think it's really important that EDC is now getting recognized as the lead economic development organization for the area. So if anyone, I know you have questions. So at this, I'd like to entertain questions that you have.
Perhaps out of fairness, I should start. I didn't put a counselor on the EDCNS this year. I put myself on there initially. As I already shared at my inaugural EDCNS meeting last week, there is a deep concern amongst the 4 mayors and the 4 municipalities about return on investment from the EDCNS effort. We all recognize that when it first came to be, there seemed to be a lot of activity. There was a lot of high hopes for it, and there seemed to be a little bit of delivery in that early on. And in fairness, I think you've walked into an organization that was, maybe I'll mischaracterize it, but maybe floundering, having a bit of an identity crisis. And you were tasked with, an immense job of basically trying to reinvent that. I think council last term, put you on notice just after you came in, which wasn't really fair, but you're the ED. So since then, in the conversations I've had with the other 3 mayors, we've gone from the general consensus of, this just isn't working. It's just not resonating with us right now. We're faced with these astronomical increases on our budget, that this is something we could just, pull the pin on. Just say enough, we can't do it. Not at all. Of course, when we talked about that, in fairness, we're thinking, well, this is not really 100% fair to you guys, just walking away with no notice. So the consensus was amongst the 2 of us anyway, Mayor Rawson and myself showed up, that let's look at how can we help you rather than just giving you a counselor saying, here, try and be successful. Let's put our collective money where our mouth is. Let's put the mayors on the board and see if there's something we can do collectively that'll make us believers again, that we can come back to our council and go, guys, and gals, this is a good investment. There's a solid business plan. We're going to be able to prove the return on investment for our taxpayers, who remain rather cynical, quite frankly, about the expense. So while I applaud the fact that you've started to put together this new business plan, just to be completely frank and transparent with you, nothing about it's making me feel like this is incredible. I got to get behind this and dump 170 grand into it. So However, I did make a commitment to Mayor Rawson that we, Midland is, I guess, one of the larger contributors because it's a percentage of our rate, our mill rate that we, our levy that we subscribe to, that we're going to give it a shot and work together on this as a board. The aggravating factor is we've had one meeting, just got to meet you guys, and ta-da, here you are with a brand new, business plan and a budget request. So I haven't had a chance to talk to Mayor Rawson about this, who's also going through the same exercise with his council, I believe, literally right now. But my suggestion, once we learned that there was a fairly sizable, reserve, is that for this year, I would like to see Midland's contribution dramatically reduced, not as a penalty and not to signal an abrupt exit, but to signal that we're, as mayors, going to work hard on your board to try and revive this organization and work with you. And if we can't come to some agreement by the end of the calendar year, that, this is actually viable, then, the next budget would probably be the one that ends it. I don't have unilateral control over that. There's a bunch of people on the board, but this is kind of the consensus that the mayor's had. And then we certainly weren't sitting there ready to, drown you guys in Georgian Bay, but we're struggling to find the value in continuing to fund this organization right now. And which is why we wanted to put ourselves on the board, because, it's not fair to the board just to go, oh, we don't see any value, and we're not even on it to participate in that. So what I'm going to be suggesting, and I want to make sure that this is in fact viable for you, is that Midland's funding reduce this budget cycle by 50%, which is a large sum. And we ask that EDCNS either retools its target. And of course, as a board member, I will be working with you closely to try and make that happen. Or if we can't retool the burn rate for this year because things are committed, but I don't believe that's the case, but let's just say that it is, that we could EDCNS can draw on its reserves for this last year while we try and really turn this into a viable organization with really good key return on investment for the Midland community and the other 3 municipalities that, make up the partnership. I just want to throw it out there first. That's why I want to talk first. I want to make sure, first of all, that's not, I guess, what are your feelings on this?
There we go. Sorry about that. Yes, your worship. Thank you so much for your comments. I would suggest that I do have one-on-one meetings planned with Mayor Evans and Mayor Rawson because of the business plan, the strategic plan, we haven't even gone to those 2 mayors to review it with them. So that's very important. I would suggest that if each township were even to consider having their own economic development individual within their organization, it would cost far more than what this organization is costing currently. We have a lot of very solid projects that we want to deliver on. I am absolutely willing to work with whoever I need to work with to make economic development, prosperity, and growth happen within Georgian Bay. If you say to me, EDCNS, or if you say to me, North Simcoe, it means one thing, it means another. But if you say the heart of Georgian Bay, that's something I can definitely, work with and go out and promote. And it's always very difficult for economic development organizations, individuals to justify the role of an economic development person or department, because before it was, how many jobs did you bring to a community? It's not just based on jobs anymore. It's based on that whole investment within the community as well. So I can tell you right now that there isn't one organization, whether it be the county, EDCNS, or any other economic development workings within this area, so the library or the chamber, we don't even have that pulse on our local businesses. We don't know if our businesses are expanding, if they're growing, where they're at, what the economic, the biggest challenge I have right now is the economic climate just overall. And one of the things that was brought to my attention by a gentleman that came in to see me, he said, one of the asks from one of the councils was to repaint the inside of the fire hall. Well, who sees the inside of the fire hall? The firemen see the inside of the fire hall. So being very aware of how the dollars are being spent, I'm very, very cautious of that. And I'm also very aware of, you know, I'm more than willing, I'm happy to have mayors work on the board. I have a very hardworking board as it is now. And so I have very solid partners. I've developed that transparency and trust with our external partners. So I'm very confident that you won't see this organization fail. You'll only see this organization thrive.
That's fair. So the, what I'm suggesting, and I'm going to open the floor up to other counselors. I mean, they may have different ideas. This number that I've come to wasn't arbitrary. I was trying to be fair. I know that there's a reserve that can be drawn from, and that this organization can continue fully funded, only drawing from previous year's contributions for a year. And I'm prepared to give it a year and give you my sweat equity and give it, you know, not be on your board with the intention of sabotaging it and finding a way to dismantle it, but to really give it a fair chance. So I can look ratepayers in the eye and go, guys, this is actually really good. Or, you know, if I can't come to that conclusion, then I'm going to be as equally honest with them at our next budget cycle. But I just want to throw that out there to kind of start the conversation, because there may other be people who see no value at all and just want to say zero. I just want to say that I feel that there is enough value, especially the buy-in from my other three mayors, who I would really like to hear from after you've given your business plan to, in all fairness. So in a sense, I'd like to actually defer approving this line item, but it kind of messes things up with our budget cycle, which is why I'm suggesting a 50% reduction, knowing full well that you can remain viable and draw from some reserves for operational, which is normally not ideal. But what I'm suggesting for this 1 year, as we try and, you know, revive EDC&S in the hearts and minds of our residents. So I think I've said enough mic time for Bill. Well, let's pass it over to, we'll start with Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I sat in the same meeting with the mayor and listened to the mayors and deputy mayors. One of the things that came out was your business plan, but also from the past work that has been done. I congratulate you on that, but times have changed just in terms of dealing with certain circumstances. You know, you're going through the pandemic, you're going through a lot of the things. Just recalling discussion from the past and trying to look at what was achieved as milestones and what the benefits were for the different communities. To me, that was a bit of a concern in terms of your business plan, in order to say, this is what we're going to achieve in year one, and measure that to prove that you're moving forward in the right direction. That sort of jumped out for me, just in terms of being successful. And then if you weren't successful, I'm sure you'd come up with a reasoning for it, to say, you know, here's the reason why this wasn't successful based on variables that you had to deal with. But overall, I think that's kind of the aspect of having measurement to prove your success. And I think that's the question I would ask for, you know, implementation of your business plan as key for the benefits for the four municipalities in terms of what you're trying to achieve, because you got 4 different partners here dealing. So I think for Midland's case, I think that's something that needs to be looked at and shared with the community, to say, yes, they are moving forward and here's the results. I think you have a year to do that, and I support what the mayor is saying to look at giving that opportunity to come back. So I mean, that's only my perspective, but that's what I picked up from the meeting that we did have regarding the organization.
So through, excuse me, through the mayor, thank you so much for your comments, Deputy Mayor. I can tell you what the accomplishments for the past 6 months have been for myself. I can't speak to the past before that. So in the last 6 months, you know, I did walk into an organization that needed some restructuring. And that was a big challenge, not a challenge, but that was, I had to undertake that. We moved to the main street. We were on 4th Street. No one even knew we were there. We didn't even have signage. I had a hard time finding it when I first came here, and I was the person doing the job. So moving to downtown Midland in the corner of King and Bay has been, it's been completely different. I have people walk through the door that are looking to start a business. I have people walking in the door that are looking for property, for development. So that's been a real positive thing in the first 6 months. We're open for business, you know, whereas before there was a question about that. The trust and the transparency has come back. And I think that's really important for the organization, that we've had a team that has come together that has, you know, put the trust and the transparency into anyone that we do speak with. Excuse me, we've ignited partnerships again. I have a very strong partnership agreement with the chamber, the BIAs, you know, the library, and I meet with the CAOs. I'm on different committees. I'm on a board with workforce development boards. So I'm really pushing to be a part of that organization with regards to, you know, expectations, KPIs, what we're doing in our plan, reporting what we do each year. As I said earlier, I will be at this. You will be tired of seeing me because I will be here 4 times a year telling you where we're at in our plan, what we're doing, what we spent. You fund us. That's my job, is to report back to you on how that money is spent. So I make that commitment to you on behalf of our organization.
Thank you. I mean, I think that's fair. I know you're dealing with 4 different streams in terms of health, tourism, all sorts of things, economic development, opportunities for attracting business to the communities. So, I mean, I think basically if you were to identify some of those key areas that you're focusing on for the year and say, this is what we're trying to achieve and accomplish, and say we're successful. I'm not just quite sure where you are with those streams in terms of getting results in your mandate for, you know, for the 4 partnerships that are working with you.
So through the mayor, with regards to our overall strategic plan, it was presented briefly in a draft to the board and it's gone back on February 17th. I believe is our next board meeting, and the board meeting is strictly to review and finalize the strategic plan as a whole so that I can do my work plan.
Councilor Meredith.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Gordon. I'll have to be honest with you. Coming into this, it wasn't looking like a favorable position that I was going to take on this one, especially from listening from last year and you know, the doubts and the return on investment that the councilors were not seeing, and listening to them, you know, coming into this year, there's a lot of question marks. I do like what you just said in the last 6 months, that you know, you're turning it around, you're in a better location. The funding here is a big chunk. I wasn't going to support any of it. I am inclined to you know, grant you the, you know, half the budget, 84,000, like Mayor Gordon suggested. The one issue I have with you know, the not with yourself, but with the 4 communities and the funding model of it, maybe one of our staff can answer this one. Because it's in a partnership and why is Midland taking the brunt of the majority of the budget here? If it's between four municipalities, in my eyes, it should be 25% right across the board. We are, when you look at the OMPF, the funds there were at 650,000 plus I think we get from the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, I believe it is. And Tiny and Tay, I believe, get a lot more than us. So I'm not sure why this is spread out at, not 25% across the board. Maybe you can answer that one. Thank you.
Madam CFO, you can explain the partnership model, funding model.
I certainly can. Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Emeritus. So when EDCNS was created, the funding formula was 0.75% of the tax rate. And you're right, it's the four municipalities. Midland happens to have the greatest assessment and therefore, the biggest draw. When you speak about the OMPF funding, you're right. We get little over half of what Tani and Tay get. They get more because they're more rural in nature, right? And so I guess there could be an argument that the town of Midland has more commercial and industrial type assessment, right? And so driving the business growth. That funding formula was set back in 2017, 18, I'm going to say. Anybody? So, I mean, I think it could always, there's always room for improvement. So it could be revisited. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's what I was just going to suggest, is maybe revisiting that model if we're going to continue with this. We continually see our tax rates well above Tiny and Tay's. So I think, if we can revisit some of these issues and see if we can be level across the board, that would be great. Thank you.
So through the mayor, just to speak to the how this is done, it was interesting because when I came in, I was also made aware that it was a 0.75. I went to each of the townships, I got the dollar amounts, and I went, I can't ask for this kind of money. I can't justify asking for this money. In Midland, it was a $20,000 increase. In Penetanguishene, it was like it was a decrease, and in Tiny, it was another $15,000 increase. And I just went, I need to stop. I need to have a 0%. And so what I'm coming in here at is from 2019, so 29, and the number hasn't moved. So, I just want you to know that the dollars that are being requested are not based on your tax levy of 2022.
Any other comments or questions? All right, so then, thank you very much. The motion that we have before us, I'll need a mover and seconder. However, I'll be putting an amendment to it. Currently reads that the 2023 budget request by EDCNS in the amount of $168,814 be approved. Oh, technical issue. Pardon me. 1 second. We'll just pause for a second, and I'll need a mover and seconder to get this thing on the floor. So I would like to move this one. Councillor Prost. Seconded by Councillor Emeritus. There we go. That's a little zoom in the room issue. All right. Well, we haven't had any mute failures or anything. I think so far we'll touch wood. No one's been on mute yet. That's a kind of a first. So I'll be proposing an amendment and I'll need I'll move the amendment, but I'll need a seconder that we decrease this by effectively 50%. My mental math, I'm gonna need some help on that one. Like a seconder, Councilor Prost, you moved the first motion, so I think I need somebody else to, okay, Councilor East. Oh, pardon me, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, are you saying 50% or 15%?
5-0, I'm being pretty aggressive.
Okay, we need to take that motion back then.
Very good
Thank
then.
Nope, you can have that one. Sorry.
Oh, very good. Okay, I will keep it. Consider it kept. Could you give me a number then that is half of 168,814? Oh, can you give me what half of that is?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes, sorry, 168,814 divided by 2.
84,407.
84,407. All right. So my amendment is that the 2023 budget request by EDCNS in the amount of 84,407 be approved. So the amendment's on the floor. I have a seconder in Councillor East. And the rationale for this is, while I'm committed to working with the board to try and bring, at least get my mind around to be able to sell the value of this organization for the next year, that the deficit that I'm creating and that likely may be mirrored by the partners, but that's up to them, will be filled by the reserve so that, they're not having to abandon their lease or, start a second job on the side. How the board ultimately decides to deal with this deficit will be up to the board. I respect that, and I will have some input on that, including a new hire that's in the process of being contemplated right now and advertised. But again, my suggestion is that we reduce this to 84,407 for this year, and I'll commit to, as the board rep for Midland Council, working diligently to try and bring this back and look you all in the eye in the next budget cycle and say this is worth keeping, or the opposite if it's not. Is there any conversation around this amendment? Otherwise, I'll call the question. Are we content with show of hands for it? All right, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of this? Oh,
Thank you, Your Worship. Since you've moved the motion, you should technically pass the chair over to
you are
the deputy
very,
mayor.
very right. So I passed the budget over as well, or the document. Deputy Mayor, would you please assume the chair?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will read the motion. That the 2023 budget request by EDCNS in the amount of 168,814 be approved. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Then let me repeat that again. That the 2023 budget request by EDCNS in the amount of 84,407 be approved. I'd like to show of hands of.
Madam Clerk, sorry, is there?
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Thank
Madam
you, Your
Clerk.
Worship. For the amendment, the wording that is best to use would be that the 2023 budget request by EDCNS in the amount of 168,814 be reduced by 50% to 84,407.
Okay, can I get a printout of that, please? Or is it, you want to write it down? Because I want.
I don't know if what she said counts, in council.
Your worship, if I may.
Please.
I just want to caution council that we should make sure that we don't have any contractual agreements with EDCNS. I personally am not aware of any, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So maybe just with the other municipalities, well, maybe we just make sure that we can check that out first.
That's fair. In my conversations initially, the decision was heading towards just pulling out entirely. And I think they did a bit of research before they did that. However, I'm not going to rely on that as gospel truth for this. So if, if the idea is to defer this until staff can look at the contract, that would be not a problem. We're still in the budget process. Councillor, actually, you're chairing right now. It's not even supposed to be me.
Chairman?
Yes, Councillor Downer.
I think that's very wise counsel. I for one to want to vote on this until I'm absolutely sure there's no contractual requirements.
Thank you, Councillor Downer. Yes, Madam CFO.
We could also amend the motion to put some verbiage of that nature in it.
I'll ask Madam Clerk to retype the wording for that. We're still in discussion. Yes, Councillor.
Can we just table this until tomorrow, until we've had the legal advice and reviewed the contract until tomorrow? Is that possible in the middle of amendment or?
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To Councillor Ball, I'm not sure if we'll get the legal advice by then necessarily. I mean, we can definitely reach out to our neighbors and do some of our homework, but not sure that. I think it's best to amend the motion, and we'll still do that homework in the background.
So since this is my amendment, I'm content with an amended motion that makes it contingent that this alteration of funding is not in a breach of any contract. So that's our escape clause. If we, through our investigation, should discover that we are contractually obliged to fully fund, then so be it. But if we're not, then this motion would stand, assuming it's passed. I'm content with the modification to my amendment.
Deputy Mayor, we have a revised motion. You'll be able to read it and as quickly as we can tonight and tomorrow, we'll see if there are any legal obligations that we can quickly comment on.
I will read the motion. Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you. I wonder if we could just defer this to make sure that everything is correct. I have a bit of anxiety about doing this. In the alternative, we could ask the representative from EDSN to confirm that it's an agreement between the council and the EDCNS. So I'm just having some difficulty about just not having surety, like it's going to be sure about that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the amended motion first, and then I'll go from there. Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Prost, seconded by Councillor Meredith, that the 2023 budget request by EDCDNS in the amount of 168,814 be reduced by 50% to 84,407, provided that there are no contractual obligations preventing a unilateral reduction in funding by the town of Midland. You read the motion? Any discussion? Yeah. Okay. A recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to note that the motion was actually moved by Mayor Gordon and seconded by Councillor East. The amending motion, that is.
I'll just correct that.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. So we'll have a recorded vote then, Madam Clerk.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor McDonald,
Yes.
Councillor Ball,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Contin,
Yes.
Councillor East,
Yes.
Councillor Downer, Councillor Prost,
Yes.
Councillor Bald,
Yes.
Councillor Meredith,
Yes.
and Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
The amended motion is carried 8-1.
I'll turn the floor back to his worship.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grimmin. And I do look forward to working with you and rolling my sleeves up and do what we got to do to try and bring some life and vigor back.
The life and vigor is here. Life and vigor is back. I thank you so much, and I look forward to reporting back to you on Q1.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening. All right, council, it is 6:19 p.m. I suspect there's not an appetite to just trudge on into the wee hours by anyone. So perhaps this would be a good opportunity to recess for the evening, and we'll resume tomorrow morning. I do have a motion I need to read to do that. Here it is. Moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor East, that this special meeting of council regarding the 2023 budget held on January 25th, 2023, recess at 6:19 p.m. and resume tomorrow, January 26th, 2023 at 9 a.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, council.